disappointed in every one of you.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend you.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I kiss you on the mouth.
No, I'm not cool with that. Just, I'm sorry.
One more time.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I mean, I'm dealing with degenerate animals.
I'm disappointed in every one of you. Disappointed in every one of you.
All right, come on.
Honestly, I can't do it no more.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
Let me tell you why.
It's gonna be all right, Nicky. Go ahead, shoot.
Let's just kill those fucking men.
What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, because you got nothing. You don't got a thing. Yeah, because you got nothing. Lobito! Got nothing.
I want to get out of this rat hole. I want to get online. I need
BDA boxing.
Yeah, what's happening, BDA family? We're back. The music cut off halfway between my bite and my doner kebab, so I do apologise. I'm not eating. I was fucking up. I was up about 5:30. I've only just got up. I'm like watching Joshua, and then I stayed up to watch Eubank farce, and then fucking Charlo was fighting Jimmy Burke. I don't know who that fucking Irish guy was. I'm just gonna call him Jimmy Burke. Fucking what a bum he was. I know he gave Munguia a decent fight, but who doesn't? But yeah, we're back. Not after the big one.
Did we lose? Did we lose Stu? Stu! Damn it. Yeah, guys, I'm here. I'm just sending the links so other people can join. I'm tired as hell, but Stu insisted. Well, he didn't insist, but he proposed that he could host the show. I said, sure, why not? So.
This is it. I mean, this is what I'm here for. When BDA and Butcher can't make it, and I step in. This is what I'm here for, man.
Absolutely. I'll be back later, I guess. I just need a nap. But I sent the links to everybody, so more people should be joining later on, Stu.
No problems. No problems. I'll carry it till then. It was a good night of boxing for the UK fans, that's for sure. I want to know what your guys' opinions are in the chat. Was it a good performance by Joshua? Was it boring? Was it very Floyd Mayweather-like, stink the joint out, a lot of people are trying to say? Or was it a masterclass? Yeah, or was Ruiz terrible? Was the shape that Ruiz come in the reason he performed like that? I mean, I know he's coming out of all these excuses, but I'm not buying them. I'm not buying the excuses. So let's see what the chat is saying. Do apologise for eating, but I'm fucking starving. Hey, boxing, Blend says boxing masterclass is a bit far. Box well behind the jab. Yeah, I mean, we use that masterclass a bit too much these days. Masterclass is Joe Calzaghe v Jeff Lacey. That's a masterclass to me. You know.
I don't think it was a master class. I just think that he had the right strategy.
Hang on a sec. Can you? Who am I talking to?
It's J Boogie. What's up, man?
Oh, J Boogie, you got to introduce yourself, bro. I didn't even know you were here, man. So, yeah, what are you saying, brother?
I apologize for that, Stu.
That's okay, man. Did you enjoy the fight? Obviously, we spoke to. Did we speak to you last night? Yeah, we did. Of course, we did.
Yeah.
Change your opinions, or are you still the same?
I'm still the same. I knew that Joshua had to stay in the long range, mid range. He can't get into Ruiz's game. Ruiz, even though he came in heavier, he was there to thinking that Joshua, from my opinion, he was thinking that Joshua was going to engage him, but he shouldn't have just think that. You know what I'm saying? He should have stuck to his guns and came in 10 pounds lighter than what his in the first fight.
Exactly.
You know, and he would have had a better opportunity because now, you know, I was looking at some of Ruiz's fights. Like I went back and saw the fight against Thor Hammer, and I saw the last fight before he fought Joshua and won the belt against Demir Venchenko or something like that. And both
Something like that.
patterns showed me that's what Joshua had to do. He had to make it, you know, every time Ruiz come in and he had to clinch him up. But the way he clinched him wasn't the right way.
Ruiz, for me, showed his character last night. You know, this was his opportunity to beat a superstar up there with Canelo Alvarez. And he
Yes,
blew
I
it.
do agree with that.
He didn't even want to fucking shed a little bit of weight. He went in there with one game plan, the Deontay Wilder game plan. Land on the button and hope it fucking gets the KO. There's no plan B. There's that's it. And it was, listen, Ruiz was making
That's a great
excuses.
analogy.
Third fight. I don't know anyone that wants to see that again. Do you, Boogie? Not now. Not the way Ruiz disrespected that fight. I don't want to see him again. I do want to see him again, just not over Joshua.
I think he disrespected himself doing what he did because he should have kept his word. And I'm not saying that he's, you know, he went back on his word, which in my perspective, I think he did because he shouldn't have came in as heavy as he did if he really wanted to take the initiative and go higher in the sport of boxing, in the heavyweight division, which he had it in his grasp to do
So,
it.
mate, he could have, if he'd have beat Joshua, he could start demanding $30 million for a fight and stuff like that. He could demand that and get it.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that's where he really messed up.
He fucking did Gonzalo, man. At the end of the day, yeah, it shows me this guy is quite happy to be the B-side. He reminds me a bit like Jeremy Corbyn in the UK. He's the leader of the Labour Party. He talks a good game, but I don't think he ever wants to be Prime Minister because he doesn't want to lead. He wants to be an activist, but he doesn't want to lead. And that's how Ruiz is like, sort of thing. He's happy to be the B-side, to collect the wages and get a good win here and there. But then when the responsibility of being the heavyweight champion is put onto his shoulders, he can't wait to put it onto someone else's. He doesn't want that. He doesn't want the media attention, all the pressure that comes with the champion. You know, he doesn't want the having to be fit all year round, having to fucking...
That's what I seen too.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. He's happy to fight once every 18 months, have a little camp here and there, collect his money, and then disappear again and get fat. He doesn't want it, and that's what I mean. This guy had the world in his hands, and it's good. I tell you what, God forbid one day he gets up when he's like 50 and he's broke, because he's going to look to this day as the day it all went wrong. Even though he made a good paycheck yesterday, the day it all went wrong because he could have tripled his money. You know, because I tell you what, if he'd have beat Joshua fair and square, no one would have wanted to see Joshua in there with him again. So he could have gone a different route, and then got big money. I mean, he could have got, you know, he's just had it all in front of him and threw it away. Now he's talking about the third fight. He can get the fuck out of here because I won't be paying for it.
I don't think his career. I think he still has opportunity to make more of himself and come back if he challenges himself to do so and to prove to people, hey, I'm not just that one-hit wonder. And I wouldn't put him along the line as Buster Douglas, but no, I think he has way better skills than what other people may give him, or, you know, he, like you're saying, on the fact that he didn't take the initiative and he could have grabbed everything by the cojones and took it. Well, he thought that Joshua was going to come in there to try to fight him. And he knew he knew. He even said it. He said, "Oh, he's gonna run around." Okay,
that's the Roberto Duran fucking attitude. You've got to come and fight. That suits me. You've got to let me beat you up. You've got to sit in the pocket and let me throw hands and beat you up. You can't run. That's not allowed. I mean, it don't work like that. Who in their right mind?
Boxing. It's
Who in their
boxing.
right mind's going to say, you know what, Andy, you're right. I'm going to sit in the pocket and trade with you. But got me knocked out last time. But I'm going to. Don't work like that, mate. You have to. Go in there with the tactics that are going to win you the fight. And if that means
that's
Roberto Duran and Ruiz can't handle that, that's on them. It's not my fault they can't close the fucking distance down and stuff like that.
Stu, that's why I went with the analogy of both those fights. Because, like with Hammer was trying to go in, and he was the taller guy, a little bit taller, not as tall as Joshua and not as tall as Demir Vanchenko. And he tried to bang with him, and that plays into Ruiz's fight. You can't bang with a faster-handed guy. You got to be smarter than him.
Boogie. Joshua at mid-range and in the pocket is actually quite decent, but Ruiz is world class, and that's where the difference is. So Joshua in the pocket against most of these guys is going to really look good, and he's going to do most of his dangerous work. But with Ruiz, he's world class in the pocket. So Joshua had to fight from range. He did what he had to do. We got Mark with us. Mark, didn't we? And the big one, he disappeared. So, what's yours, brother?
What's going on?
What's going on, Mark?
What's happening, lads? Big up to Big Stu.
Yes, man. I'm here again.
Respect.
What are we talking about?
Well, obviously, last night's fight. I mean, I didn't really get your opinion on it. I didn't, because you were saying, give me a link. I've got the answers, and I want to know what the answers are. So,
my answers weren't about the fight. They were about the mandatory shit that people were like talking about on what's happening with the mandatory thing.
Oh, okay. Well, the floor's yours, man. You talk what you want about.
Well, I'll talk about the fight. Andy Ruiz came in underprepared, and he got lit up. That's what happened. He got outboxed clinically. He got jabbed, and AJ's game plan worked more because he prepared more in his game plan than Andy did.
Oh yes, that's not a game plan that's been worked out in camp in a week. That's been done for months. They've been working on that for months because you can't just change your style up like that in a few weeks.
He changed everything, man.
He did.
The biggest questions we've all had on Joshua was, can he fight on the back foot? And can he last 12 rounds doing so against anybody? And he proved it last night. He can fight.
It's a bit of a funny comparison, but you know when Rocky 3, when he went to train with Apollo and he had no footwork, and Apollo just had a few weeks with it, and all of a sudden he's like fucking Freddie Astaire, isn't he? But
oh, good. Bit of Gene Kelly, man.
It seems like they dug up Apollo Creed from the grave and got him to train Anthony Joshua on footwork, because the guy's footwork was just so light on his feet as well, and to see him do it for 12 rounds. Really refreshing.
I seen someone kind of describe him in a way, in a slight way, as like a 6'6", 240-pound Keith Thurman last night.
Yeah, I think I don't think Keith Thurman looked that slick. I thought Joshua looked slick and he looked really smooth. Thurman for me just doesn't have that.
I think he was actually smoother than Thurman, and Thurman's a welterweight, so that kind of
exactly. And the footwork, it was just.
Go ahead, Stu.
It just looked good. The footwork. It looks like he had worked on that. It was it was smooth. The footwork. It weren't like he was all stumbling all over the place and getting his feet mixed up. It was actually Cassie's Clay, because Ali stopped doing that when he got a bit older.
Well, when I saw some of Anthony Joshua's when he was in the amateurs, when he got his gold, and I saw it. For my opinion, that's why I made the decision. I said, he needed to lose from 152. He needs to go back to that style fighting, which he has it. It's just that he didn't have the gas for it because he was too damn muscle-bound heavy. And I said it on one of the podcasts that he needed a drop at least down to 240 or around 230-ish height, 230-ish.
Yeah, and that's what he did.
Yeah. Also, can I say something?
238, I think. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Come on, Gonzalo.
Can I say something?
237.
Go ahead,
237. 237.
I'm thinking. I heard somewhere else. Can I say something?
Go ahead, Gonzalo.
Gonzalo, my brethren.
I heard somewhere else, and I thought about it. Wait, let me just say something. That when he fought Jarrell Miller, since Jarrell Miller's like above 300 pounds, he was preparing to fight a bigger guy, and that's why he came around 246 for that fight. So, I mean, he got the replacement, and Ruiz wasn't far from that either. But, you know, he was heavy for that fight. And this one, he did well, and this is more suited from here on out at the weight that he should be.
I understand what you're saying, Gonzalo, but I don't believe that's the case. I believe he got arrogant, complacent, and I believe he'd have got even bigger if he'd have come through Ruiz. He was loving having that muscle, taking his top off for the ladies. Not about it in the boxing ring, though. I think that loss was the best thing that happened to him because it made him realize.
Yeah, but I'm talking about Joshua. When Joshua fought Jarrell Miller.
That's what I'm talking about. That guy would have got probably more muscle on. He had no intentions of shedding that weight until he got his ass whooped. That's what I'm trying to say. It's a good thing.
That's right. That's what I'm saying.
And Gonzalo, when he was training for Big Baby Miller, he got fast hands, but he don't punch like Ruiz. And when his mentality, he was gonna fuck Big Baby Miller up. He was gonna make that a dog fight. I believe it.
But I tell you what, I think he'd have got beat by Baby Miller that night as well.
Nah,
I actually think he would have. I think he would have lost to Baby Miller. I think he would have lost to Baby Miller.
Me too, Mark. Me too. I tell you what, Baby Miller's work rate with Anthony Joshua in that shape, with all that muscle, with no tank, Baby Miller would have.
He'd have gassed. Joshua would have gassed.
No, Joshua would not have came in heavy. I don't think. I think
he was planning to. He was planning to.
He came in for. That was the shape.
Listen,
if he did, then that would have been his downfall.
According to Rob McCracken, this is according to his coach. When he was originally training to fight against Big Baby Miller, Anthony Joshua was putting on weight to go strength for strength with him because that's what they.
That's what I was saying.
That game,
yes.
They had that game plan completely wrong as well. Against Baby Miller, against inside pressure fighters, Joshua needs to be lighter and fight them on the back foot because he can do it.
Yep.
That's what I was saying, G-Boogie. He came in at 246 because he was going to fight Miller, but he got a replacement in Ruiz. So he was preparing to fight a 300-pound guy. He got a guy that's almost 300 pounds, but this is different. Yeah,
he started dropping weight to fight Andy because Andy's so quick hand speed-wise. So he started to have to drop weight. He was somewhere in the 250s, according to McCracken, in his training camp. So he started to come down just to kind of get a bit more speed to go toe-to-toe in the pocket with Ruiz, but they had the wrong game plan because they couldn't start working on a back foot game plan at that stage.
I actually heard that Anthony Joshua, a lot of his training in camp was actually running on the treadmill backwards and throwing punches. I mean, that's very hard to do, and that's probably helped him with his footwork because his footwork was just moving smoothly. You know, some people that try to dance on the back foot look horrible doing it, but he looked like he'd been doing it forever. And so that whatever they've done in that camp, they've done a real good job. And I think Rob McCracken, I think he just needs his respect for this one because he gets a lot of shit when it goes wrong. But I thought he did a great job with Anthony Joshua. He did exactly.
He was also training with Vladimir Klitschko, and he stopped doing the weights.
Maybe that helped.
And he started punching back for 45 minutes.
They can't really blame McCracken because it's the fighter have to listen to the coach. The coach is the one that's in the outside that's looking in. Okay, he can see flaws. You can't see your flaws. You could catch your flaws, but if you don't look at the fights, don't look at it in the outside perspective of yourself, you're not going to advance yourself. And this time he listened. He saw. He said, you know what? Let me find out if what they're doing, what they're telling me is correct. And he wasn't as arrogant. He kind of...
well, the thing is, G Boogie, another major factor in this was I think he actually put his foot down with Eddie Hearn, because Eddie Hearn can be a bit of a problem for fighters' careers. He's got them doing too much media work. He's just too obsessed with getting in front of cameras. And this is the thing with Eddie Hearn. Overwork, the workload he puts on his fights, especially for these pay-per-view events, that I reckon, this is what I reckon. I reckon it actually took a lot of energy out of Regis Prograis. I think that's why he was flagging and just didn't look himself. I think all the media work, the fucking face-to-faces, it just gets too much. It gets too much.
The flights.
The flights. And listen, Joshua was spending most of his time doing Eddie Hearn fucking media fucking workouts and stuff instead of being in the camp learning what he needed to. And this is why you need to put your foot down with Eddie Hearn, tell him to shut the fuck up, go and do about your business, and leave me to box.
I'll say this, man. I'll say this and I'll say it now. Anthony Joshua is a fucking issue on the back foot. He's a fucking issue, man. Because he used his reach perfectly.
He does. That jab as well. That jab it's not just a jab, throwing it for the sake of it. The jab is actually doing its job.
And if he were to put that right hand, a bit more of that right hand out there,
straighten it up a little bit,
more often.
Yeah, he needs to straighten it up a bit as well. He loops it quite a bit, doesn't he?
Yeah, he still got caught a couple of times.
He did. He did get caught a couple of times.
But let me explain why. My question,
what
I'm saying,
Gonzalo, let Mark finish, then you can come in, brother. Go on, Mark.
Okay.
No, let Gonzalo go. Let him go.
I was just gonna say real quick. So what is it? Can I go or he goes?
You go.
Okay.
Gonzalo.
He got caught a couple times where he was looking at his corner for answers once again. I'm just curious why he does that. I'm not saying that you cannot get caught in boxing because you're gonna get hit. But the times he did get hit, he was looking over at his corner, like what the fuck's going on? Because
he relies on Rob McCracken too much. He relies on Rob McCracken having the answers all the time. I think Carl Froch is very like that. McCracken's got this era about him where the fighters actually believe he knows everything about the sport and he has the answers to everything. Carl Froch was very the same. When things weren't going right, he was waiting for McCracken to tell him what to do.
Yeah.
And he was always very. It would always follow Rob McCracken's instructions to the fucking.
Can I also explain a bit on that? Just Joshua's been with Rob McCracken since his amateur days, like real early in his amateur career. And if you've watched enough of Joshua's amateur career, you'll know that on any of the Team GB members, they're urged by their coach to talk to them, like in the ring, and it happens quite a lot. And that. I look at it as a good thing and a flaw, but Joshua's been doing that with McCracken for damn near a decade. So that's kind of part and parcel. Whenever they need help, they communicate with their teacher. That's kind of what they're taught.
He don't have, this is why I commend like boxers like Floyd Mayweather. Whether people believe it or not, they think I'm a Mayweather hater. No. But Floyd Mayweather, he thinks, Lomachenko, he thinks, he goes to question some of the stuff. He asked his dad, and then he said, "Well, this you know what you need to do." And same way, like Mayweather goes to Roger or to his dad. You know, they have the boxing mentality to know. Oh, okay. This is what I need to do. Oh, I capitalize. Oh, let me move on. Let me see if I can exploit that. And they do that. You see what I'm saying? So Joshua, he's not. He has to get the reassurance from what y'all saying. He needs that reassurance from McCracken.
It's that thing where like I said, he sees McCracken as the man, the father figure that has all the answers, and that's probably a weakness that AJ's got.
That's true.
When you're in a boxing ring, right, and it's just you and him, sometimes you have to take the initiative because Rob McCracken might not have the answers. Because let's be real, McCracken's not the one taking the punches in the face. So you have to take the initiative sometimes, and especially when you're a heavyweight champion of the world, you've got to understand the game. You've got to understand, well, this ain't working, so I'll try something else. It's called adjustments during the. Lomachenko is one of the best at it. But,
absolutely.
Yeah.
I was watching AJ with McCracken last night, right? And I'll tell you one thing. I kind of highly rate McCracken, his instructions in the ring, because any little flaw I see, he was telling AJ, like, stop going out in the straight line, go off narrow, go off line. When he pauses before rushing in, plant the foot, throw the right, and get out. And that's what he should have been doing. And if he had have done that a bit more, he may have stopped Andy. He may have.
So when you look at some of the greats of the last 30 years, you talk Lennox Lewis, the Klitschko brothers. I'm not saying Fury's a great, but he's one of the better fighters of our era. Joshua as well, and these guys, Joshua especially last night, proved that they could all fight on the back foot and fight very negative and stink the joint out at times. Because Lennox Lewis stunk the joint out a few times, but sometimes you have to go in there to win and forget about looking good. That's what a real champion is. Sometimes you think, I'm not going to look good against this guy, because there's certain fighters out there you just can't look good against. It don't matter how exciting. Look how exciting Calzaghe was. They put him in with B Hop. He looked average but that's what B Hop does. He drags you down to a horrible level. And then there's fighters like that. So sometimes you just got to go in there, get the win, worry about looking good in the next one.
I mean, show me one fighter who looks like a really good fighter after they fight Sean Porter.
Not one. I think
they all look average. Sean Porter brings everybody to this level where they don't look like they can box.
That's because Sean Porter, he has a great boxing IQ. And a lot of people don't give him the credit for that. They think, oh, he's just a brawler. Oh, he's dirty fighter. No. The actual fighter was the fighter that he fought was Errol Spence was the dirty fighter in that fight.
I'm just like, there's a lot of guys out there, but let me ask you guys: do you have Joshua number one in the division again?
No, I've got to put Fury there, because for me, Fury has a Wilder win. Because that's, to me, he has. I might the record books might not say that, but to me, he has a Fury win and a Wilder win and a Vladimir Klitschko win. And then when
his Klitschko win was nearly as far back as Sam Langford, though. Look how fucking long ago that.
It's still on the fucking resume, man. Don't matter. It's still on the resume. At the end of the day,
I agree with you.
Joshua's got the better resume all around, but them two wins for me, they're just better wins. Joshua doesn't have that Wilder win. He fought Klitschko when he was past it. Fury didn't. I think Klitschko still had a bit about him when he fought Fury. So that's probably why I'd put Fury 1, Joshua 2, Wilder 3, and Ruiz 4 now.
Yep.
Would you have Ruiz still at 4?
What?
Would you still have Ruiz at 4?
I had Ruiz at 4 before the fight. I'm not going to start before the fight. Even when he had the belts, I had him at 4. I'm not going to start calling that guy the best 3 fighters in the division, right? From one good night at the office. He's not proved anything before that. I had a feeling it could be a bit of a one-hit wonder, and he proved me. He was terrible last night, so I'm not putting that guy number 1.
No, I'm asking, are you having him as high as number 4 after that performance?
Yeah,
because there's a few heavyweights out there last night.
Yeah, but Dillian White was even worse. So was Povetkin. I mean, did Hunter set the world alight? They were horrible last night, all of them. Hergovic was terrible. Who else? You still have to put Ruiz.
What about Usyk?
Usyk needs that Chisora win, then he goes straight into the top 4 himself. It's just, of course he does.
Yeah,
if he looks impressive. If he looks impressive, he does, yeah.
But he needs a big win.
Although, having said that, Chisora is another one of those fighters who's hard to look very good against.
Oh, but he should make easy work of Chisora. If he wants to beat the big guys, I think he's got to be dealing with Chisora, because he's a boxer, and boxers should be able to deal with Derek Chisora. David Haye dealt with
him. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, David Haye dealt with him. Tyson Fury made him quit on his stool, just boxed his head off. Chisora just broke Chisora's heart. That's what you got to do with guys like that. You know.
Yeah, look, I guess if Robert Helenius beat Chisora, Usyk should beat Chisora.
Yeah,
I consider
Helenius did beat Chisora though, did he? Let's be real. He might have done it on
right. Well, right. I'll pick someone else. If Caboyel beat Chisora, Usyk should beat Chisora.
Well, yeah, I'm not arguing that one.
Yep.
I had G Boogie.
Chisora to me is like a fighter like Bernard Hopkins. He makes you, look terrible if you don't implement your game plan.
I mean, he can also make you look really good. Look at Caballero. Caballero
Yeah.
looked like the greatest back foot fighter I've ever fucking seen.
So no, Fury did. Fury looked unstoppable that night.
But
Yeah.
then again, in the first fight,
I got
Fury
my.
didn't look all that hot.
I think his style
sorry.
could be all wrong. His style could be all wrong for Wilder, because with Chisora, you got to fight him off, and that means inside work and being strong and rough. That's not Wilder's game. It's just a long distance game with one shot. And I think if Chisora can avoid that right hand and get inside, the way he throws shots, he could really trouble Wilder. I'm telling you now, just styles make fights.
Yeah.
Why does he wear the handkerchief around his mouth
to bully him.
like a bandit?
And Danny on about.
That's the UK, the Union Jack. He wears it over his mouth, doesn't he? Like a gangster. Yeah.
Gangster.
He's a proud Brit out, Derek Chisora, out Del boy. Proud Brit.
By way of Zimbabwe.
Tell you what, though, I wouldn't want to get in a street fight with him. He's fucking loopy, isn't he?
I'd say he's like an elite street goer. Him and Dillian White are probably amazing on the street. Like,
yeah,
like I'd fancy both of them on the street over Joshua. To be honest.
See, I'm not going to get too down about Dillian White's performance because
he had 10 days notice.
It's not just that, Mark. Boxing's a mental thing, right? 1 minute the guy don't even know if he's going to box again for the next 3 years. He's got everyone on Twitter calling him a fucking drug cheat, right? He's not training. He's down and depressed. I mean, anyone that's gone through any sort of depression knows it's not easy to get out of bed. Never mind get up and go and fucking train.
Exactly.
So,
yeah, because the UCAD, right? The UCAD will suspend you for many years,
UCAD
right?
are a disgrace. UCAD are a fucking disgrace and need to get the fuck out of boxing. All they're doing is mentally fucking people up. Do you know what I mean? If you've caught something...
Can I say one thing?
Then tell us all and get it over and done with. You're waiting 2 years to come up with evidence. What the fuck's that, man?
Stu, tell us how you really feel.
I'm not blaming UCAD on this. On this one specifically, I'm not. I'm blaming Thomas fucking Hauser on this shit. Because he's the bastard who leaked all of this stuff, and UCAD, they were remaining silent on it and trying to work with Dillian on the situation before clearing him to be able to fight, which can take time depending on like your actual evidence, which is what Dillian was giving to them over time based on medical records and all of this stuff. So whatever it is. But you take a hold of Thomas Hauser. That motherfucker smeared Dillian White's name. He compared him to the type of guy who kills people in a ring when he mentioned Maxim Dadashev's death and everything like that in association with drugs, and the dude's fucking clean. Thomas Hauser is the one who put that out to the public. He's the one who did it falsely, and he's the one who should get it, and he's the one who's getting it from Dillian White, because that's who they're talking about when Dillian White is talking about we know who you are, we're coming for you, blah 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 blah. It's fucking Hauser's his agenda on drugs.
Well, hopefully Dillian White lands a fucking left hook right on his chin then, that piece of shit. And Joe Lopez is in the chat saying my drunk uncle would beat Dillian White in a strike. Dillian White knock your drunk uncle out, then knock you out, then knock your friend out, and then knock your mum out. Get out of here, man.
And then knock me out, and then he go and knock me out and all.
Joe Lopez with his 5'6" fucking grandpa or uncle, whatever it is. Get out of here. I'd knock that guy out.
To this day,
when you said, Stu, when you said 3 years, UCAD, that he wouldn't be fighting, I heard that they're real strict, that they'll suspend you up to 5 years.
Yes.
UCAD.
Look at Eric Molina. Eric Molina can't fight in the UK for 5 years. Ryan Martin's the same thing. Ryan Martin's got a 5-year ban.
There you go.
Ryan Martin. So Ryan Martin got effed up by UCAD as well. UCAD take no prisoners with that shit. Because UCAD are under WADA, but UCAD actually adhere to UNESCO more than WADA. And UNESCO are who WADA should be adhering to. And UNESCO are the most stringent motherfuckers in the world. But the only problem with UCAD is that they can actually usurp the British Boxing Board of Control. And no one else can do that. WADA can't usurp the New York State Athletic Commission. UCAD can for some reason.
To this day,
I used the wrong word. They overturn. UCAD can overturn a ruling by the British Boxing Board of Control. like overthrow them pretty much. They can pretty much take control at any situation. So I guess you, sir.
Lopez has responded with Wilder would knock me out and Anthony Joshua. Look, me and Joshua together, man. We'd piece Wilder up. Get out of here, man. I'll just hang on to his right arm and let Joshua land one on the fucking chin. Job done.
Get it, Stu. Get him.
I'll tell you.
And then me and Joshua
give me and Johnny give me and Johnny 10 minutes alone in a room with Wilder and let's see what happens.
Yeah.
To this day.
Listen, mate. Mark brings up fucking Irish blood, fight to the death. Johnny brings up Sicilian coldness in the heart with that bit of fucking Nazi Germany as well. I mean, you got no chance, man.
Mate, I'll tell you right now. I'll bare knuckle Wilder. I'll bare knuckle Wilder on a site.
What? Yeah,
I'll bare knuckle him on a site.
You and OP fucking don't land. That's for sure. God dear.
Sure. And now I've been hit with lead pipes.
So, mate, you
should see my forehead, man. There's dents all over my forehead, man. I can take a shot.
I bet you can, but if Wilder hits you on the chin, you're going to sleep. I can assure you that one.
Yeah, but he ain't gonna hit me full power with bare knuckles. He ain't gonna do that because he's gonna shatter his hand.
Hands are fucked, mate. I've got 5 breaks in my hand. I break my hand quite a lot. I've got just brittle hands, man. So Wilder, anyone with bare knuckle, because he's not gonna be able to throw one shot and his fucking hand's gone.
I'll tell you one thing: he'd never walk onto a traveller site anyway. He wouldn't do it.
Hell no.
Well, no one with half a brain cell is going to do that, are they?
You're fighting a whole clan. Come on now. They're not going to be that stupid.
I'd have John Fury over him. I think John Fury would beat him up in a bare knuckle.
Some of them bare knuckle guys are sloppy as fuck, though, man. I sit and watch some of them fights, man. It's lame as fuck, man. Them guys need to.
That's not real bare knuckle, man.
No,
that's
it's not. No, I'm a professional bare knuckle. If you're talking about, I know what you're saying, but when you see a lot of them gypsy bare knuckle fights, a lot of them are fucking tame, man.
Yeah.
Some of them, yeah, but they're just.
That's what happens when you're not fit enough. It's not that these guys could fight. But if we had a fight with them in the street, they would fucking be in trouble. We would. But they can fight these guys, but they're just not fit. Because we're boxing fans, we're used to seeing 36 minutes of athletes.
What was that guy? I got a question for both of y'all. Who was that guy that he was the best bare knuckle fighter that everybody was like fucking scared? A British guy. I forgot what was his name.
Are you on about Tommy Gunn? Fucking Lenny McLean.
I think that's
the governor, Lenny McLean.
Yeah, the governor.
Yeah, he's dead. He's an old man now, right? I was reading his book. He reckons that he came to New York to fight this mafia guy, right? A mafia fighter. He's turned up in this fucking. This guy was a monster, right? This Lenny McLean, but he said he's turned up, right, in his car park to fight this guy in New York. And he gets out of the car. These fucking limos turn up. This fucking guy gets out. He's about 6'11", big black guy, about 20 stone. He's like, fuck me. He goes, the fight didn't last long. He goes, I hit him 3 times, and I walked out of there with 2 broken hands and a broken foot. So he'd hit him twice, right? Broke both his hands hitting this guy. And when he went to the floor, he kicked him in the face and broke his fucking foot on his head. That was a fucking. These are the sort of guys that you're fighting, man. Do you know what I mean? When you do that sort of stuff. But Lenny McLean was a big, strong guy, and every time he hit this guy, he fucking shattered his hand. Like I said, he hit him 3 times, broke both his hands hitting him, and then when he kicked him in the face on the floor, broke his foot doing that and all.
Yeah, I saw his documentary. He had a documentary, or they had a documentary of the governor, and that dude's hands, bro. Whoo, that motherfucker, he hit you. I feel sorry for you.
Supposedly there was this other guy in England, right? I think his name was Charles Bronson, in prison. They used to fight. You know anything about him?
I heard of him, Gonzalo.
I'm going to say something about Charles Bronson that's controversial. He's a pussy. Hardest man in England, my ass. Stu would stitch him up in 2 hours, but I'll tell you.
Charles Bronson was basically a guy in prison that went in for like a minor charge, and that's like in the 70s, and he's still in there because he fucking just beats people up, attacks people, and I think kidnaps a fucking police officer. I know he kidnapped 2 Iraqis. They were in for terrorism. He kidnapped them, and he had them in his cell like for a couple of days. He fucking had them cleaning his feet and all sorts, man. He's proper nuts. He's got, but the guy's he used to do like 1,000 press-ups a day. He's as strong as a fucking ox. He's a tough guy, but I don't know if
he's a tough guy. He's a tough guy.
Like,
he's off his nut, but you'd be able to beat the shit out of him.
He wouldn't last with someone like Lenny McLean or someone like that. No.
Stu, how can you kidnap somebody and you're in a cell?
Well, when obviously when the cells are open, he's dragged them and closed the doors, barricaded.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and he's done it loads of times. He only went in there for a minor charge. He should have got about 18 months or something. He's still in there now. He went in there in the 70s, fucking 80s, early 80s or something, right? But he barricaded and just said, "Look, if you come in, I'll break their neck." And he's a strong guy. Did 1,000 press a day. He would have grabbed one of these Iraqis and snapped his neck in half in a second. So they would, come on, Charles. They're trying to talk him round. Next minute, they had to go in, but.
Jesus.
He's fucking nuts.
That motherfucker.
A lot of people think the reason he does all of that is so that he doesn't go outside because he's a dead man outside.
He's just not. He just couldn't live outside. He'd hurt someone outside. He'd hurt someone. He's just he'd lose his temper straight away with all the chaos about being on the outside. He'd hurt someone badly, and they know that. They won't let him out.
You can look at it in that aspect. He's a person that cannot live outside because he's so embedded into the system.
I
suppose we better get back onto the boxing. We're getting into the criminal world now. We'll be talking about fucking John Gotti in a minute.
Charles Bronson, the actor, was more of a badass. He did really good movies.
Well,
I heard
Charles Bronson actually, the one in prison. That's not his real name. He changed it to Charles Bronson, obviously because of that guy. So,
well, the actor Charles Bronson used to fight for real, for what I understand. He had an amateur career.
Death Wish was a wicked film, wasn't it? I used to love Death Wish.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, anyway, let's get back to this card because you know what these fucking guys like are in the chat.
Yeah, definitely.
They want to hear boxing 24/7, don't they? I want to hear your guys' opinion on. I want to talk about the undercard for a bit. I've gave my opinions on that, so I don't need to go any further with that one. We'll start with. We'll start with Gonzalo. You can come first, bro. You saw the undercard.
I think there was the matchmaking.
Yeah,
you asked me? Yeah. I think the matchmaking was not so good for the first 2 fights. The Tom Little fight, that was not real good matchmaking. I forget the guy's name, Makhmudov. Easy fight for the undefeated prospect that they're fast tracking.
Yeah.
You mean Majidov? Majidov against Little.
Majidov.
And the other fight, Molina against Hrgovic. Yeah, Hrgovic got it done, but he was eating some right hands. Okay, that was also not a real good.
This is the thing with Hrgovic.
As far as
even though Hrgovic looks strong, he looks dangerous, but he hasn't really set the world alight for me. A bit like Bivol. Looks like you can tell it on the eye that they're good fighters, but they're just not actually exploded and set the world alight for me yet. And I find that with Hrgovic as well. So what about you, Mark? You saw the undercard.
Can I throw one more thing in there?
Yeah, go ahead, Gonzalo. I thought he was done, bro.
The presentation for Dillian White was really awesome. I really enjoyed that, and it was a good thing.
Yeah, that was cool.
That's pretty much it.
I need to watch that because I actually missed the entrance. Because he usually comes into AC/DC, doesn't he? Back in Black. Did he come in out to that? Did he?
I think so. Yeah, and he did the wolf howl, and it was pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. For me, his entrances are up there, definitely. Dillian White's great for boxing, but last night he was terrible. There's no other words to describe that performance. Mark, what about you? What do you think?
The undercard, well, Majidov, he had to run out against Little. Little tried. He tried to exchange with him a bit. He tried to throw some shots and everything, but Majidov was a bit too tough, a bit too much for him. You could see he was more experienced and took him out. It is what it is. Little's pretty much a journeyman at this stage. And Majidov, yeah, he got that second round stoppage. Filip Hrgovic, he didn't look at great, but I think that's more down to Molina and how negative he was. Like he was ducking down extremely low. Where else could the shots really have landed? What was he supposed to do? Just not throw punches? And then Hrgovic's defense is obviously lacking. Because Molina was landing some flush shots, but his chin looks pretty good because Molina was landing proper like flush bang on the chin. And Hrgovic just walked through it like it didn't exist. So that ain't bad. What else was there? There was on the card. I'm trying to think of all the fights. White, yeah, he looked lackluster, but I expected as such with the mental thing and the weight thing. And 10 days notice. Vac looked okay to be honest. Marius Vac and Dillian White was actually it was a good fight. Yeah, it was a good enough fight. Vac went for it.
He's letting his hands go for once.
Yeah, he actually has a bit of power there, to be honest. When he let that 270-pound frame start throwing shots, he was catching them flush. So I started to enjoy the fight a bit. I was like, what the hell's going on here? The next fight I had Hunter and Povetkin. I had Hunter winning, but I can see a draw, I guess. Or maybe Povetkin, but I had Hunter winning. It was a good fight.
I had Hunter winning in that. I thought Povetkin in the latter rounds was terrible. His tank just totally emptied, and he was just flying in, jumping in square on. But because he was so tired, he was falling so short. If Hunter had a bit more about him, like I said, he would have exploited that, and he could have took Povetkin out because he was there for the taking. For me, the gloves have to come off for Povetkin. I mean, he hasn't got it no more, mate. It digs into the tank, and there's just fumes in there. And that's no good.
If they would have counted that one time when the ropes held them up, that would have been a knockdown. They would have given it.
Yeah, I saw Povetkin, I think in the 11th round or the 10th round. He hit Hunter with a left uppercut, and Hunter was holding on for dear life. And then the bell rang, and he was on stanky leg.
Yeah. What did you think about Dillian White's performance, G Boogie?
He came in heavy, which I understand all the stuff he was going through and all that. But he did what he had to do, even though he, didn't train as much, which he should have prepared, even though he was battling all the legal process and stuff like that. He should have came in at least not 278. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, this is the thing about boxing. People don't realize how important the mental side of the game is probably 65-70% of it. It doesn't matter how fit you are, how much muscles you got, how many miles you can run on the treadmill. If your mind's not in the right place, mate, them other things go out the window.
That's why if it was me, but my mentality is different from his. Plus, if it was me, I would not let anything affect me legally and all that. If I know I got people and I'm paying that big money, I know they can handle it. And my focus needs to be back in my game and making sure that I look, if I get the opportunity, which he did, and come in there and do my job. You know what I'm saying? But
like he told Kugan Cassius, right, that he was going to quit boxing. So that was the mindset he was in before the Maris Wack fight was made. So you can't just switch it on and off just like that. It was horrible.
He basically let all the legality stuff and all the bullshit politics defeat him, and probably that's why he came up with that. In his perspective, I'm not speaking for him, but from my objective, my side of thinking, that's what I think what deterred him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was a poor performance. But like I said, Marius Wack came to fight for once. I mean, he let his hands go at least.
Yeah, I like that.
The card. The card really, it just shows you the heavyweight division is struggling at the moment, because even though it was meant to be a great heavyweight card, it's failed to deliver on the night, didn't it?
Who was that?
Can I be honest?
That was 18 years old fighting against the other guy, the aging fighter.
Yeah, for the entertainment value, it wasn't like the greatest card to have, to where they're doing a new thing over in Saudi. It left a lot to be desired.
Well, that's the thing. It was more on names. Like I think there are a lot better fights that can be made in the heavyweight division. They're just not really making some of them. Like there's a lot of fights out there that if they make them, they're gonna be wars. There's a lot out there, and I think that's the problem. Too many people are like, oh, we're expecting a great thing. I thought Hunter Povetkin would be a good fight, and I thought it was a good fight. AJ and Ruiz, I didn't think it'd be great. I thought Dillian White and Vac would be way less competitive. And I thought Hergovich and Molina would be boring and he'd run through him, which he kind of did. And I thought that Majidov would go through little. There are good fights out there, though. Like, very good fights out there that can be made. Like, guys like Joe Joyce against Jarrell Miller and Dillian White.
I like that.
Dillian White, like, fully fit in a fight with anybody is going to be a good fight, any of the elite guys. Look at his fights against Parker, Chisora. Imagine him in there with Miller, in there with Joe Joyce. All these fights will be really good. Oscar Rivas versus Jarrell Miller, Oscar Rivas and Kaunaki. We have a lot of good fights out there that can be made.
Hey, Mark, what's your opinion if Andy Ruiz Jr. fights Chisora? Would that be a banger?
Oh, no, it really depends.
That'd be an excellent fight.
That would be.
Because Chisora's not going to run on the back foot or, and use his footwork to get away from Ruiz like Joshua did. Chisora don't have that in him. Chisora's going to just tuck up behind the guard and stroll forward and throw bombs. Ruiz is not going to back away from a fight. That suits him. That fight would be epic. I mean, if anything, Andy Ruiz, if he wants to try and get back into some sort of position for another shot, then that's the sort of fights he needs to take. He probably won't get Chisora next. I think Usyk will. But there's even a Dillian White fight or someone like that. These are the good fights for Andy Ruiz.
What about Ruiz versus what's that guy that fought Dillian White before Dillian White's problem?
Rivas,
yeah. What about Rivas versus Andy Ruiz?
It's a good fight. Very good.
Rivas beat him in the amateurs. They know each other. That'd be a good fight.
But like I said, Ruiz, after that performance, Ruiz can't just expect to jump into a world title shot. I wouldn't let Wilder want Joshua to do it either. I think he don't deserve it after that. I mean, he had his big chance to go and be a superstar on Canelo's level, and he couldn't even be bothered to shed a bit of weight. If anything, he was eating like a fucking horse. I mean, it's ridiculous. So
yeah, he was.
He needs to prove himself again, and they're the sort of fights you need him in with. The Rivas, Derek Chisora. There's a lot. Even I don't know. No, I think he's too much for Dubai.
He can still make $3 million, but he's not making the 30 if he would have won, like you're mentioning, Stu.
Of course not.
And his ideal weight per shot probably should be around like 245, 250.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, that guy that height shouldn't be 280 pounds, man. It's stupid.
Yeah, I think that was his downfall. He should have came in at around 250, 260 like he was in the first fight.
The thing is, though,
the first fight came at 268 where they were saying if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But obviously, 283 was too much.
But what I'm saying is, he didn't work better. So I'm saying don't fix it, but that don't fix it don't mean make it worse and go and put on 15 pounds. If you keep it as it is, you come in the same shape then, but don't put on 15 pounds. Don't. I mean, look at the attitude of the guy. Everything just stunk. Even the post-fight interview. Just wants to blame everyone else but himself. They weren't forcing that food down his fucking neck, were they?
No.
He was the one grabbing it and stuffing it in his big fat face, and now he's paying for it. All right, he's had his payday. He's a multi-millionaire now, so everything's good for Andy Ruiz. But if he wanted to be a true champion and gone and made a lot more money and made a legacy for himself, he did everything wrong.
I think Andy Ruiz's next fight should be Adam Kovnatsky, to be honest. They're both PBC
that's a great fight.
They're both fatsos. They both come forward and they both throw hands. Let's get it.
That'll be a good fight.
You see, there's fights out there. There is actually fights out there that'll get you excited. But last night there were mostly mismatches: an old man versus a cruiserweight and a fat boy versus a runner. That's what it was.
Yeah, there were decent fights.
Why can't Heyman make that fight though, Mark? Why can't Heyman make that fight?
I don't know.
He can make that fight. Why doesn't he do it?
because that's not his objective.
We don't know because this fight just happened. I mean, he just lost. If he would have won, that would have been a different story. But he lost. Maybe he can make.
There's a lot of fights out there that could be made
Listen.
that promoters aren't making. Why isn't
I know he's
Rivas fighting Carlos Takam? That's a fucking great fight.
Everybody says that Al Heyman is this great businessman. If he would have been a great businessman when Anthony Joshua gave the opportunity to Andy Ruiz and he was in his camp, they could have put it in the first contract a little bit better for Andy Ruiz if he was really backing him. You understand what I'm saying?
My point about Koronaki. My point about Koronaki, right? Obviously, he's been fighting Joshua, so he can't fight Koronaki. But he could have fought Koronaki before the Joshua sort of thing. He was going stale. Al Heyman wasn't doing anything for Ruiz. The guy was going stale after Joseph Parker. Really, what was he doing? Nothing. He had these heavyweights here. He could have put him in with an Ortiz long ago, or a Wilder, or a Koronaki. He didn't want to do that. So he's sort of like, he got lucky when Ruiz got the Joshua fight, but that's only because Gerald Miller popped for like every steroid in the book. So he just doesn't. He's done a terrible job with them heavyweights for me.
He didn't want to put.
It worked out for him. It worked out for him with Ruiz because they gambled, they lost, they were scared because the zone was gonna lose. You know, this guy with the title because making numbers. But then they took the immediate rematch to where it was in the zone's best interest. Eddie Hearn that Joshua win, and they achieved that. But they were about to fumble that
crown
ball.
guy in the chat. Hang on, some crown guy in the chat said because Al Heyman's not a slave master like Eddie Hearn. Well, I tell you what, Deontay Wilder. Hey, I tell you what, that slave master managed to get Anthony Joshua $75 million. How about that for a slave master? If that's a slave master, can I work for him, please?
Did that hurt?
Fucking slave man.
I'm just after.
Go and ask Devin Haney if he feels like he's working for a slave master. Now he's getting $1 million a fight. Go and ask Tevin Farmer.
Go and ask Danny Jacobs.
Go and ask Danny Jacobs, who's making 4 times what Charlo's ever seen in his life.
Can you feel it? Can you feel?
Go and ask Demetrius Andrade. Go and ask Demetrius Andrade, who's become relevant again since Eddie Hearn stepped in.
Go and ask Deontay Wilder what it's like making $3 million, $4 million for Dominic Brazil when he could have made $20 million for it.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Go and ask Andy Ruiz how it feels after $20 million in 2 fights he's just made. Go and ask him how he feels about working with a slave master.
Yeah, go ask him.
Isn't Maurice Blocker with Eddie Hearn as well? The guy that fought Ramirez?
To this day.
Go and ask Tony Bellew, the guy that who's got black in him, by the way. So before anyone says Tony Bellew's mixed race, believe it or not, and Tony Bellew was on the scrap heap, nowhere to go, making peanuts. Right? Eddie Hearn's turned him into a multi-millionaire.
Wait!
Maurice Blocker. Who fought Ramirez, that tall guy with 78-inch reach?
Maurice Hooker.
Maurice Hooker, yeah.
And he made a lot of money for his fights as well.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm gonna say, right, you know, with the heavyweight division, man, I've put 5 fights down in this little Discord chat that we have, right? That promoters, in-house fights that can all be made, right? So, Takam versus Jarrell Miller with Top Rank. Kovnatsky and Ruiz with PBC. Joyce versus Dubois with Warren. Usyk versus Chisora. And Parker versus White in a rematch. They're all bangers, man.
But did I hear something about this heavyweight tournament being made?
I've been hearing rumors of that for like
because
7 months.
I've heard Dillian White's put his name forward for it.
That's good. That's a good thing for boxing.
Yeah. I think it's obviously, you know, Joshua's not going to be in there. You know, fucking Beyonce's not going to be there. So it's going to be the rest of them. I think Ortiz might sign it, and before
Fury won't be there.
Another 3 or 4 fights in him. Who?
Fury won't be there, and neither will
no Fury. But you'll get the rest. You'll get Dillian White. You could get A few others sign. Even Ortiz might sign up for it. There's nowhere for him. Andy Ruiz could go in there. There's nowhere for Ruiz to go really at the moment. So it could be quite exciting. The best of the rest.
Was it that European guy that trains with Abel Sanchez that beat up who was that? They beat up the KO doctor. Supposed to move up to heavyweight. What happened to him? I keep forgetting.
Gassiev.
What happened to him?
Don't know.
He's still trying to gain that weight.
Which means he's got no business being a heavyweight anyway, because he's had a year to do it. I mean, this is just like David A. He said he had to put fucking weights down his shorts just to make the weight to be a heavyweight, because obviously if you're too small, they won't let you fight. So Gassiev, for me, is too small as a heavyweight. Too small. Technically very good. And his speed and his counter punching might be enough to get him good wins, but I just don't think, like I said, if he's struggling to make heavyweight,
he just needs to stay in the division that he's in.
One thing we learned last night, right, doing a show, how popular like this fight, how big this fight was, and how popular Joshua and Ruiz are, because we had like nearly 900 on our live stream last night.
Yeah, I saw that.
You know, do you know what I mean? That's amazing numbers for us. Do you know what I mean? So it just shows how big this fight is. I mean, we don't even get nowhere near that when Canelo's fighting.
Oh, mate, I'm still fuming. I'm fuming still because I got wrongly copyrighted, so I couldn't fucking go live for the fight.
Oh, you're joking, man. We got like on our video 14,000 views over one morning, I think.
I saw that, Mark.
Yeah, I got copyrighted by Foxtel in Australia because I was doing my own fucking fight chat party on Tim. No, I was doing like a fight chat on Tim Zhu on his damn fight, Kostya Zhu's son, and they fucking copyrighted me. And I was doing the same thing I always do. I was just doing my own analysis while the fight was going on and talking with people in the chat, and they copyright me. No footage used or anything. And they're not even responding to my email, so they're gonna let this shit wait out on the claimant form, so I can't go live for 2 weeks. Cunts, proper cunts, man.
Because I tell you what, mate, you'd have got some. I mean, I think we gained quite hundreds of subscribers last night.
I'll be honest with you, Stu. I would have gained a lot more than people think because one of the really big channels in the UK was going to share me out on his community page.
Oh, fucking hell.
I was going to gain a lot. Like, I was going to get a lot of Spartan icons. I was getting it from Spartan icons.
They did the straw man effect on you.
Pretty much.
I had a little look at the boxing voice, see if Nesta was crying, and yes, I was right. Crying away. Joshua didn't come to fight. What the fuck was that bullshit? Oh, get out of here, Nez.
I saw that too.
Yeah, he's all smiles when Wilder throws one punch in 7 rounds. Good fucking guy, man.
Yeah, none of the fights in either of the 3 networks were really that good. The 2 networks. Other than, you know, this being like everybody's talking about real popular.
But they can all put on really good fights. They can put on really good fights. They're just like, I like the idea of Eubank fighting against Charlo on PBC. I think that's an alright fight. Like, I like it. It's decent. That's a solid fight.
Yeah, I think so. That'd be a good fight.
Why the fuck are we talking about that fight taking place in 2020 and not 2018?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for Charlo, for Eubank, we can't tell he was at.
Oh man, that was
probably
so.
Gonna take another 2.
How disappointing was that last night? Fucking Korobov.
I feel sorry for Korobov, man. He's had the worst fucking break over the last year.
Yeah, and to be fair, when you look at the punch, the way he threw it, and the way his arm jolted, he has probably fucked his arm up, but still not the point, man. Do a Danny Williams, fight with one arm. Where's them fucking Warriors? Bring them back. Listen, it was disappointing.
You know,
because I didn't give 2 fucks for the Charlo fight. I didn't care. I mean, like I said earlier, he was fighting fucking Jimmy Burke. Jimmy Burke. That's who he was fighting, man. Fuck off. Didn't want to see that fight.
Ryan Burnett was probably looking. He was telling to himself, I know how that feels.
Let me tell you now, though. I'll tell you one thing. Do you know who looked really good last night, even though he was fighting against a bit of a bum? Emmanuel Navarrete. That dude's a beast.
Yeah, he is a good fighter.
I want to see
But
him
that
with
guy,
Danny Roman.
I mean, what they bring that guy up from 154, right? And why wasn't Matt Korobov fighting Charlo again? Why didn't Charlo give Korobov a rematch? Why is he fighting some? Well, not he weren't a bum because he fought Munguia, didn't he? And he gave Munguia after. But listen, Jimmy Burke shouldn't have been in there, right? Jimmy Burke should be just dealing his drugs with Henry Hill and leave the boxing to the other guys. But
why Charlo
no,
ain't
man.
fighting
He looks so
Dario
small in
Vente?
there. Charlo looked like 2 divisions above him, man. Honestly,
Yeah, so-
Charlo looked like a super middleweight in there. And then
Supposedly he started off his career at 175, Hogan. Then he fought at 68 before.
Yeah,
but
well,
he looked small at 160. He looks small.
He's a small guy, man, and never looked like troubling Charlo. Just a terrible fight.
I want to see
I
Charlo.
felt so bad for Eubank as well because I stayed up to watch Eubank. I was looking forward to that fight with Korobov. I got a feeling though Eubank's going to be fighting Charlo next. To be honest with you, I think that's why the two are on the card. I don't want to see Matt Korobov get another opportunity until he sorts that arm out. So just get him in there with Charlo next to see how it goes. Big good
But
fight.
he didn't get the work. He didn't get the work to where this is going to affect Eubank. Because he only threw a few punches.
Don't matter. Just get him in there with Charlo. We can mess around for.
Yeah, it's kind of like when you're saying inactivity.
Once in a year.
I think.
Yeah, but this gives him more inactivity.
Hey, Stu, I think I saw BDA or either King Bucho posted a comment that they showed Eubank Jr. and his dad. His dad had a silver suitcase looking like a constable, politician, and a lawyer at the same fucking in the same picture. You know, I was like, what the hell is his dad representing him?
Because character, anyhow, Eubank.
This was going to be Eubank's United States debut. And it was, but it didn't go any rounds. So if they were going to market Charlo Eubank in the future as pay-per-view, we didn't get to see Eubank. People don't know about him.
That's what disappointed me. Because I thought it would have been a very tough fight for Eubank. Because Korobov, he come out looking quite sharp, didn't he? I thought he'd have had his work cut out that night, Eubank. And I think if he'd have got through that, for experience as well, it would have been a great thing for him, especially on his American debut. Would have got the ring rust off, and then it would have got them nerves of fighting in America. Get them off your shoulder, and you're ready to go again. But now he's back to square one, isn't he? And he can't keep waiting a year to fight, man. What the fuck's wrong with this guy? He's a young guy. He's got to be fighting 3 times a year. He says he's going to do that now, but Ruiz said he was going to lose weight. That didn't happen either. So I'm waiting to see where Eubank goes right now. But for me, stop wasting time. Just stick him in with that Charlo, because he's a good fighter, Charlo. He is. And it's a hard fight for Eubank. But he's no Canelo Alvarez. He's no Golovkin. He's none of them guys. So Eubank might as well take that fight now. He's 30 years old. What are you going to do? Wait till you're fucking 40 and you've got nothing left? Come on, man. Get the big. It's time to roll, mate. I don't keep. Oh, he needs one more. Bless him. He needs to, polish up on a few things. He's ring rusty. What is this fucking snowflake paradise or something on here? We don't want to hear that. Get in the ring.
Versus Eubank, and then after that, Charlo. Whoever wins between Charlo Eubank, fight Derevyanchenko. How about that?
He was there. He was there, attending, scouting out the winner. Yeah, Derevyanchenko is a good fighter. I wonder if Golovkin's going to stay at 160 or go to 60.
He'll stay. What's the point of him moving up now? Now he's nearly done. Should have done it years ago.
Nah, he don't need to move up. They got taller guys, and he's.
But Canelo can. Canelo's all right moving up. Why can't he?
Canelo is younger, so he has the opportunity to do so. So it wouldn't make no sense.
Golovkin would have smashed Rocky Field into pieces, just like Canelo did, right? Golovkin.
Yeah, but what I'm saying,
I think
Golovkin would have beat Kovalev as well.
I think 2 years ago, Golovkin, yeah.
What I'm saying is he's struggling to make 160. He didn't make the second day weigh-in for Davyachenko. He went over by a pound. That had never
Yeah,
happened.
because he's getting older.
Because he's older.
My point is, he's left it too late. Why leave it now? He should have gone at and fought some big fights when he had the chance, when everyone was ducking him, and there was nowhere to go really. He didn't have to take some of these fights he took. I mean, no one. Why did he take the Kell Brook fight? The Kell Brook fight. What was the point of that? Honestly, what was the point of that fight? And then you talk Willie Monroe and them sort of guys. He didn't.
Gonzalez.
Nah, man, come on.
The reason why I think that he was 1 pound and he didn't have the discipline because he's also promoting his promotional company. He's also going back and forth, and then he's doing that thing with DAZN and Eddie Hearns, trying to make the business side after he, so it's kind of too much in my perspective. You got to look at it that way also, just not to be narrow-minded. So
no, it's just when you're 37, it's not the same as when you're 28.
Exactly.
So for him to make 160, I mean, he can still do it because he's not a super big middleweight. But then, also if Canelo's moving back down from 75, he's not jumping to 60. He's going to fight at 68. And if he does decide to take that fight, I think Canelo would rather want to fight him at 68, 60.
Yeah, it's going to have to because if Golovkin, business-wise, if he loses again, he's going to be on his already deathbed, getting out of boxing and going into his promotion hat and representing most of the Europeans that are in that sector of area and upbringing them and becoming a promoter business-wise, making his money, which that makes more sense. But he'll have to move up for just Canelo, but for everybody else, I don't think he just stay at 160 because he's getting older. He's still, even in the Davyachenko fight, it was a close fight, but I still had Golovkin winning. He still have the ability to do so.
I just want to quickly switch it back up again quickly, just to Joshua and Ruiz, because obviously we don't really like to talk too much about Golovkin on here because it ruffles a few feathers and gets people upset. But we'll get quickly back to this Joshua thing. I don't either. It's just a lot of the chat, because they're big Golovkin fans, they can't accept the truth sometimes. They can't accept that. And listen, a lot of it's to do with people like me and Butcho praising Canelo Alvarez. They can't stomach it. They
can't. When I talk about it,
they get really angry when I praise Canelo. When I had him number one on my pound for pound list, they were not happy. Do you know what I mean? So it's just it's a bit of a toxic name on the BDA. It just causes wars.
You know one thing, man, I'm not even like a big Canelo fan, man. I just spoke about it because nobody else was willing to really talk about it.
Yeah,
somebody had to do it,
right. But this is the thing, it's just when Golovkin and Canelo are named, there's so much bad stuff between them two happens with the drugs and the fucking decisions, and there's a lot of it's just a toxic
Canelo.
conversation.
A lot of people don't like in Mexico. They don't like him either.
But it's like anything. Let's be real. Canelo's like Anthony Joshua, right? Not only can they fight, but they got money. But they got girls after him as well. And a lot of men just don't like that. A lot of men don't like that. But that's not the reason I didn't, because I've never disliked Anthony Joshua. I just got a bit tired of his falseness, all this humble bullshit. Yeah, humble bullshit, and all this posing with his top off and trying to look good for the ladies instead of getting in the right shape for boxing. Just started to piss me off a little bit. But Canelo's a bit like Joshua. Got a lot of ladies fans, in he? And that's a lot of geezers just green-eyed. If I see one of my friends with a pretty girl, I'm not one of these guys that go green-eyed about it and jealous. I'm just never have done. Fair play to you, mate. That's what I'm like. But some guys are not like that. They don't like to see others doing well. And I think Canelo and Joshua, I think they're similar in that one. That's why they got a lot of haters. Yeah, we'll get back on.
I'm friends with a lot of fighters. Facebook,
get back onto the Joshua.
The Mexican guys don't like it.
Go ahead, Gonzalez. Sorry, you broke up.
Hey, Gonzalo.
I was just say,
You think
I'm
Josh
friends with a lot
next
of fighters.
will
Time, guys.
They
Come
don't.
on, man.
I
Gonzalo, come
apologize.
They
on.
don't like Canelo. You were saying, but anyways,
Go ahead,
Gonzalo.
Say again. Oh, for fuck's sake, it's going too much now. Gonzalo, go ahead.
I think there's a delay. No, I said what I wanted to say. Go ahead, Boogie.
Oh, I didn't hear you because people were talking.
Oh, I'm friends with a lot of fighters and Mexican guys, and they don't they don't like Canelo. They make a lot of memes about him.
The thing is, say what you like about Canelo, right? But the guy can fight, and that's what it's about in boxing. Isn't it? That's all it should matter. Whether he can fucking do the business. I don't like it when guys have got reputations like that can't fight. That are only celebrities, not really fighters. I don't like that. But Canelo, he's both. You know, and to put that with all the money he gets, and not a bad looking lad either, is he? Let's be real. The ladies like him. Of course, you're going to get guys that don't like him. But let's get back to this Joshua thing. I want to ask you guys on the panel. Forget Wild and Fury because they're fighting next. Who do you want to see Anthony Joshua in there with next? I don't want to hear about these snowflake warm-ups and he needs a breather in the UK, and I don't want to hear about. I want to just tell me who you want to see in there with Joshua next.
Hey Stu, that was gonna be my question to Gonzalo. That's why I sorry if I over.
It's okay, mate. It's just that because there's a little delay. Sometimes it gets a bit too much when everyone's talking over each other. You can't work out what's going on. But I do it myself, mate. It's a fucking terrible signal on this hangout.
I don't think it'll be the toughest of fights. I don't think it really will because he went to camp early when he lost to Ruiz the first time, immediately after. And I just don't think, I think he would rather wait to see what the outcome of the February 22nd between Fury and Wilder is going to be. Because he's still got 180 days to wait for that Usyk fight. So right in between that time and the Wilder fight, he's going to take easy.
Who do you want him to fight next then?
Well, who I want for him to fight, let me see.
Yeah. Who?
I don't know. I think he struggles a little more with faster guys. So if we want to give him a good name, because he does take the fights, his resume
Forget about
tells
all
us
that,
that.
Gonzalo. Forget about protecting Joshua and fighting him putting him in there with a style that suits him. I want to know from you're not his trainer. You're just a boxing fan. As a boxing
Let's see the Pulev fight. Let's get him out of the way. Pulev.
You want to see him fight Pulev? Okay. What about you, Boogie?
Yeah, I was gonna say Pulev. If not Pulev, take on Usyk. And if not Usyk, take on any reputable contender that's free.
No particular name then.
No, anybody that's free.
Give Miller a chance.
Yeah, even give Miller anybody. Whoever wants to fight, give him that fight. Let's go.
Maybe Miller, he's not getting that. Maybe he's not getting that fight.
It'll look bad on Eddie.
Didn't Miller? Excuse me.
I want him to fight Usyk in May.
Yeah, I said either Usyk or what's the other guy? Jeez. The first guy that I mentioned, I forgot his name already. Pulev.
Pulev's horrible to watch, man. He's just he's dreadful to watch. Do you really want to put yourself through that?
Well, he's got to do it because he's going to lose.
Yes, he has. Yeah, you're right. He has to fight. But as a boxing fan, I'm not saying forget about mandatories. What's the best style for Joshua? As a boxing fan, who do you want to see him in there with?
As a boxing fan, I want him to fight Wilder. Both of them get it on. And if he wins against Wilder, fight Fury. Either Wilder or Fury. Yeah. One of the two.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you could want something, and it's not saying it to you. Is that fight's not happening? You guys know that, right? No, it's not happening.
Yeah.
With Wilder and Fury fighting in Feb, that's not going to be Joshua's next fight. I understand that, but apart from them two, my pick would be Usyk. I think he's.
Yeah,
I think
that
it's not. At the end of the day, Joshua's a world champion now. It's no time for warm ups and getting the UK again in the comfort zone. I don't want to hear about all that. I want to get Joshua in there with the big fights while he's still looking good and young and fresh. And
that'll be a good fight. With
he could go in there. I was saying people Usyk and all that lot, but he could go in there, land one on Usyk, and could be over in a round. You don't know. He's good enough to do that. Usyk's obviously good enough to school Joshua as well. But what I saw last night, he's gonna take some out boxing Joshua when he's like that. Because he's gonna be hard to outbox.
Yeah, that's why
Usyk does get hit. Usyk does get hit. Tony Bellew was hitting him, and so Usyk adjusts on the job.
He was
That's why
outboxing the shorter guy with short legs that was carrying a lot of weight. Now Usyk would be more mobile, change the angles. So I'm not sure he looked that fast with the more fleet-footed guy. Got skills.
I look at it like this. That's why he needs to fight is mandatory. In my actual prediction of it, he needs to fight either Pulev or Usyk, which either one is open and is ready to go. And he's the champ. With Pulev, I think in his fight, he might have to. I got to look at Pulev's the way he fight, and then give my opinion on Anthony Joshua, how he needs to fight him. And with Usyk yesterday, what I seen, Joshua do have the ability to knock out. And Usyk,
I'll tell you how Pulev fights, though. I'll tell you how Pulev fights quickly. He'll lead with a shot and then just grab and hold. Doesn't throw hooks, just throws straight punches. It's the most Eastern European, but a poor man's Eastern European style of fighting, sort of thing. He's got the fundamentals down to T, but he just doesn't do anything spectacular. He doesn't throw hooks and uppercuts. They're just all straight punches and holding. Horrible style. The only exciting
punches hard to the stomach.
He does. Yeah, he throws a straight right to the stomach quite good. But the only time I've ever seen Pulev in an exciting fight was when he got knocked the fuck out by Vladimir Klitschko, and that says it all.
Yeah, that'll say it all right there. Then I'd rather see him in. That's why I said Pulev or Usyk, in my opinion, they will make the better competition to get it out the way, and then now there's no excuse for Wilder or Tyson Fury. And if they don't make it happen, then they're the pussies. I ain't gonna say the full thing, but they're the ones that ain't challenging themselves to be great. Simple as that.
That's the thing. If we get Usyk, Joshua, and let's say Usyk wins, we would never see the Wilder Fury versus Joshua fight the way that it's supposed to be.
I think we will. If he loses to Usyk, but that it depends.
There wouldn't be the titles on the line that Wilder's looking for.
Yeah, but Wilder ain't looking for no damn titles. He don't want to fight Joshua because he knows he get his ass whooped. And I don't mean he gets his ass whooped like he's gonna go in there and lose. No, he has that one hit quitter. I'm not denying that. And it will be a good fight. But the whole thing is he don't make the decisions. Al Heyman does.
The important thing is for them to fight for the titles, to unify, because that's where the big money, the legacy defining fights, the ones that are going to go down in resume. Okay, so whether it's if we get Joshua Usyk and Usyk wins, he's going to try to fight Usyk if he really wants to challenge himself, because we want to get those belts. Okay, now I'm not saying that he's going to do that because Usyk's a good fighter, that he probably thinks to himself, he's going to beat me. And I give him a chance of beating Joshua, but if Joshua kept the belts because he beats Usyk, now that's what I would do if I'm Wilder, because that's what the people want to see, right?
I give Wilder a chance of beating anybody, same way I give any other fighter a chance of beating anybody. The whole thing is the fight going to be made? Are you willing, the promoter and the person that's handling him, and I'm not going to say it's a slave thing or whatever. No, is just a business sense. Are you going to go and allow this man to go and dare to be great and dare to make more money for your organization? And are you going to allow that? That's up to them. I don't know. I'm not in the sense of with them negotiating the contracts or anything like that. You know, that's they need to get off their asses and let it happen. Because if they want this sport to make more money in the future, they gotta make it happen. We all know this. Look at Don King and Bob Arum. You know, they used to feud, but then they found out, yo, we can make money. Let's do this. Come on.
It's a learning lesson. It's a learning lesson because they didn't want to make it in the beginning. Now Joshua just revindicated his position to where he's as popular as ever now. Then this opens the door once again for that fight to transpire. But they can't put it on the back burner. They have to make it happen because another thing can happen to where if Joshua does fight Usyk, like Stu is saying that he wants to see that fight, Joshua can lose.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a big discussion in the chat. Usyk versus Ruiz. I mean, that's a good fight. I mean, how you guys got that one going?
Oh, that'll be a good, interesting fight.
Yeah. There's some people saying Usyk's too good for him. There's others saying that Gassiev gave Usyk problems, so Ruiz could. So
I look at it like this. That could be a 50-50 fight because Ruiz have he have the ability to put in combinations and he's heavier than him. And then if he lands most of his combination, and then Usyk, yeah, he got power and all that, but he has to figure him out. And it'll be a good, interesting fight. Whoever said that comment, that's a good fight.
Ruiz's biggest enemy is himself.
Yes.
I thought that comment because someone in the chat just said about Gassiev offered nothing to Usyk, and I agree with that. I thought Gassiev was terrible, and I got a lot of stick in this for saying it. I thought he was dreadful. He just didn't offer nothing. He sort of like just give up, just knew he wasn't good enough, and just went through the motions to the 12th round. And so I didn't see what Gassiev did to trouble Usyk at all. Andy Ruiz, though, he's dangerous. Anyway, anytime you get close to him, he's dangerous. And Usyk is going to have to get close at some time. You know,
yep.
So
because how long is the reach of Usyk? And Andy Ruiz reach is what 74-inch.
I don't know. I don't. Supposedly he's 6'2", looks a little shorter. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not going by that. That's kind of hypocritical of me thinking that Ruiz is 6'2". I don't think so. Because when he stood next to Joshua,
Usyk is 6'3". He's Muhammad Ali size.
Yeah, but he got what's his reach?
I'm not sure. I don't, you know, I don't really look at the tail of the tape that too often. It don't really fucking matter to me. You're either good enough or you're not. It don't matter whether you got long arms. Or you could have a 90-inch reach, but if you can't fight for toffee, well, it don't mean fuck all, does it? So yeah, I don't really look at the tail of the tape. I just look at the record.
It's because what I mean by that, Stu, is because you can actually decide on from, you know, just looking at his reach and then his ability, and you can kind of decipher it. You know what I'm saying? In an outside sense of perspective for like casual fans, they can understand better on what we see.
It's 78 inches. It's wingspan. It's from the tip of the finger to the tip of the finger. That's how they measure.
I want to ask you guys and the guys in the chat now. We're going to change it up a little bit. I asked you guys last week, just before the fight, to give me your top. And I wanted to know because I wanted to know what the list would be after the Joshua fight. And I know it's going to be changed in most people's eyes. So it's now it's now time to fucking give me your top 5 heavyweights. So get writing in the chat and I'll read it out. And that goes for you guys in the panel as well. I don't know where Mark's gone. Is Mark there?
I think it's late where he's at. So
he's only in Ireland. He's in Ireland. He's only an hour ahead of me, I think.
Okay.
So yeah, give me your top 5 heavyweights, guys. Now you've seen Joshua coming out as a young Cassius Clay, making Ruiz look slow and sloppy. You had Ruiz that was terrible on the night, so he might have been a number 1 in a few people's eyes, but not now. Surely not. Let's have a look. Have a look.
Okay.
I think.
Right, we've got. Hang on a sec. Hang on a sec. Let me read the comments first, then you guys can go.
Okay.
Right, we've got Fury 1, AJ 2, Usyk 3, White 4, Ruiz 5, Wilder 6. SSB 28 says AJ 1, Fury 2, Wilder 3, White 4, Usyk 5. Waiting for some more to come in. And listen, what's wrong with you? So they're chatting shit. You might as well give me yours while we're waiting for some to come in.
Yeah, it should be Joshua 1. Immediate rematch, took the titles back. We're going to put Fury 2 or Deontay Wilder. They're interchangeable to me. But we're just going to put Fury 2 because he should have beat him. Got the draw. And we're going to put Deontay Wilder 3. And then who should we put 4? We're going to put Andy Ruiz 4 because he's been at heavyweight longer and took the 2 tough fights to where it should be Usyk, but I'm just going to put Usyk 5 because he's only had 1 fight at heavyweight.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Stephen Lawler says White at 5, Ruiz 4, Wilder 3, Fury 2, Joshua 1. Celtic 67 says Fury at 1, AJ 2, Wilder 3, White 4, Ruiz 5, Usyk 6. Uncle Burnt apostrophe Fury 1, Joshua 2, Wilder 3, White 4, Ruiz 5. I've got on my list, I've got Fury at 1, Joshua at 2. I've got Wilder at 3. I've got Usyk at 4. I've got Ruiz at I've got Ruiz at 4, Usyk at 5, and then Dillian White can go in there at 6. What about you, G Boogie? Who you got?
Okay, when you asked me this before, I had Ruiz 1, Fury 2, Wilder 3, Joshua 4, and White 5. Usyk is not in my top 5 because he only had 1 fight. And so now, since the demographics changed, I got Joshua 1, Fury 2, Wilder 3, Ruiz 4, and Dillian White 5.
I mean, really, I should put Dillian White ahead of Usyk, but after that performance last night, I don't think we'll ever see Usyk that bad against anyone. So,
well, you got to look at.
We can't take away the cruiserweight, the unified, undisputed cruiserweight titles. Nothing to fucking laugh at, really, is it? You know, this is
nothing to laugh at. Nothing to laugh at, but he only had 1 fight. You know, in the heavyweight, he didn't really fight somebody that it's in the top 15. So that's why I don't consider him in the top 5, even though he won, you know, undisputed at cruiserweight and all that. I understand he got great, you know, past history. But to me, he haven't been in a put to a challenge test yet. So that's why I don't consider him in my criteria as in anywhere near the top 5 yet. And there's no detriment to him or no disrespect towards him.
Steven Schneider says AJ 1, Usyk 2, Fury 3, Hergovich 4, Ruiz 5. I'm not sure about that one, Steve.
Bloody hell.
What are we doing, Stu?
Yeah, no. Hergovich is too
hang on
early.
a second,
I mean, there's guys making bigger moves.
Hang on a second, Gonzalo. We've got Jimmy in the house. I just want to introduce Jimmy. What are you saying, Jim?
What's up, brother? What are you doing? Rating the heavyweights?
It was just giving a little top 5 list. Like I said, there's not
Top
only
five.
so much you can talk about this fight now. We've just done it to death.
Right. All right. Well,
The last
I don't
show
normally
I ever want to do on it.
I don't normally because it's a difficult thing to do, but just for sake of conversation, I would right now, like the way I would do it. I mean, I won't look at any box rack and all that other bullshit. I'd rather just go to a gym and watch dudes train, see them fucking spar, hear about the history, they're training it. All that aside, right? So taking that in effect, right now, I would bet my 2 homes, one's a rental property, one's a regular house, that Usyk would just absolutely school Ruiz. I'm telling you right now, would absolutely school him. Especially after some of the emails I got today by some people who talk, got the ear of Top Rank. I'll tell you after, dude. Ruiz, that wasn't a one-off. Like, I guess they're all flipping out saying, I'll tell you this real quick. People at Top Rank are like, is he really? Because he's saying, oh, this was just, I wasn't focused. I mean, the fact to have the lack of self-awareness to even say that. You're going to Saudi Arabia to the fucking biggest, with the largest sporting event outside of soccer that country's seen in probably our lifetime. It's fucking royalties there. Your whole trajectory of your career. Now it's not just he's lost because it's going to be tested. He's going to be put up, fight tough. He's not the champ. So like, he'll be like probably a couple of fights down the road, put him in with that kid, Effie, the Nigerian bomber. He's going to be put in tough now because he lost PBC belts. Even Stephen Edwards, the trainer for J-Rock, tweeted that he knows Al's going to fucking put him in tough now. Well, he lost the belt, but anyway, but the thing is, this wasn't an exception to prove the rules. This is
Jimmy. Al's pissed, mate, because he wanted Ruiz to win that so he could put Wilder onto Ruiz and take them belts off him. That's what he wanted. Of course he did.
And then he was going to vent them because if he owned the heavyweights, that was his inroad to the PBC belt. That was the whole plan. So even Stephen Edwards said, oh, he's going to be tested, put in tough. But the reason why guys at Top Rank think it's hilarious, the reason why they let him buy out, this is who this kid has been his whole career. Never met deadlines, was never in the condition he promised he was in. His father, I guess, would be on the phone with Bob saying, I scream at him. He takes after his mother. He just will eat, party. Like, he'll be in the middle of fucking training and someone will say, do you want a beer? Yeah, take the gloves off and start partying.
To this day.
Like, not even so much the drinking, like he's a drunk, but just the whole he's just a happy. But the thing,
this is what I said yesterday about Ruiz. He didn't want the responsibility that comes with being the heavyweight champion of the world. He wants the money.
Dude,
he wants the money and the limelight, but he doesn't want the responsibility, the pressure that comes with it. And you have to like conduct yourself in a manner for one thing, but you've also got to show what an athlete you are. You can't be coming in. Does it look good to anyone that you're coming in at 283 pounds?
It was the tale of two cities. You see what a professional boxer did. He sat back, studied films, and said, and I've been saying since the fucking, actually somebody tweeted this from 2015, back in February. Then I was saying Joshua needs to lose 15, 20 pounds off his shoulders, and he'll be so much more effective. What's that?
We've all been saying. We've all been
right.
Saying
exactly. All been saying every year.
So he didn't have to do much. Just get rid of that muscle.
Exactly. And then so you've seen a kid who changed his physique. He fucking changed his style. Yes, he's catching a hell of a lot of shit today for the grabbing. But and another thing too, when you lose all that weight, like that muscle weight, because losing muscle weight is totally different than losing fat weight. It changes your whole fucking circulatory system changes. You don't know. Yep. Some people hit a wall. They lose all that weight and they're feeling great, boom, boom, boom. And all of a sudden, bang, they can hit a wall. He was probably told that many times. You might hit a wall. Don't overexert yourself. If you get him hurt, don't swing for the fences. So my thing is, I think he might, now that he knows he can do 12 and he looked great at the end of 12, hopefully he'll swing for the fences. So that might, I'm just saying, putting that that's one of the reasons he might have been grabbing, you know, a little prematurely. But Ruiz is done, dude. Listen, that fucking kid. Anyways, I just wasn't. The fact that you get to tell me, oh, next time I'll be up for it. I couldn't get up for this fight. Are you fucking? It's like showing up late for your wedding. You just pay 50 grand for it because you couldn't get up for it. It's just, it's so absurd that you would actually say that publicly. He should. It would have been better for you to have said, I caved under the limelight. Because people could understand that. To have that blasé attitude, because I'm out buying Rolls Royces and partying, so I treated everybody like fucking all these people, all these Mexican people who were behind him, and he shows up. That's disrespectful to them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and like you're saying, Jimmy, it's not a crazy party. It's just like this mediocre attitude, right?
Exactly. It's not like he's just fuck, yeah, you know what I mean? Just so he gets wild, like, but. So, anyways, Usyk, I know, like the gentleman before me was saying, because he hasn't fought anybody, I don't need to see him fight. I've all seen them all fight. I know what they all can do. I know what their weaknesses, what their strengths. And right now, I don't see anybody beating Usyk. He's obviously smart. He doesn't want to go in there and take it hit by hell bombs right away. You don't want to make that jump. But if he was to stand in the ring right now up against any of them, yeah, Wilder will be a little taller, but they'd probably be within 10 pounds of each other. And Wilder's got skinny legs. I tell you, I guarantee you, Usyk's stronger. It would just be a matter he's got to get used to the range and shit like that. My point being, come on, he's actually one of the better one of the few boxers I've ever seen that talented at that size.
But what about this, Jimmy? What about this?
Yep.
He had a good fight with Hunter at cruiserweight. To a little bit of triangle theory. I just putting it out there. Hunter fought a 40-year-old Povetkin to where he looked a little light in the ass. I'm talking about Hunter. Now, he had a good fight with Usyk. How's Usyk going to translate fighting a guy like Povetkin that's not a big heavyweight if we're thinking about Usyk, Joshua?
Well, I can't speak to somebody's mindset, but I can tell you right now, Usyk is going to be a lot more pumped up as camp. Everything would be a lot more focused. I guarantee he wasn't sweating that dude, Hunter. He's just, you know what I mean? I'm just, you know what I mean? I would think if he was going in against one of the fucking, you know, the elite two, which is obviously Joshua and Wilder right now. You know what I mean? And Fury too. I mean, I didn't mean to cite those the elite three. I should have said sorry.
Hey,
Fury
Jimmy, can I interject?
A lot. Sure thing, man.
Yeah, the reason why I put
I wasn't dogging on you, dude. I wasn't trying to be a douche.
No. I'm just going through what I. Just in case, for clarification for people, why did I put Ruiz on number 4 and I didn't put Usyk in there, with Ruiz? Yeah, this is his time to show his redemption. If he don't do nothing now, then yeah, he's done. And
I hear you, brother. But now that you know that, though, this is like past history. This has been going on.
Yeah.
I
know.
Bob Arum warned him. Like Bob Arum, I guess, would scream at him, dude, I'm gonna cut you. And finally, fucking.
Yeah, even Freddie Roach. Freddie Roach used to tell him that's why he changed his trainer before. If you look, Manny Robles only came. Yeah, Manny Robles only came in the past, 4 fights that he had. So, he don't even, even though the videotapes prove it, that's how, going back to what you were saying about Ruiz, there was videos that I saw that this guy was videotaping him before he got to Saudi Arabia. And he was doing what you said, which was indulging himself, and even admitting to himself, "Oh, don't tell my coach," and this and that.
This was right before the fight, within weeks.
Yeah,
of the fight?
There's this documentary called Thank City.
Serious?
Yeah.
Before the flight, he was eating pizza and he was eating big meals because he hangs around with these big guys.
He was eating a feast, bro.
I don't want to, because they told me not to say nothing. Saying I never, when this person tells me, I just don't say that. I never do, but I want to say it so bad. There is a room, I'm not going to say what it is, but it's worse than alcohol. And it's obviously, it would come out from the Sinanola area, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm,
and you know what I mean? Oh, I got a booger in my nose right now. Room is, so I didn't say what it was, but yeah, he he doesn't turn that away. Once he's got the fucking fuel in it.
That's a shame. But with Usyk, the reason why I say Usyk, which I know his boxing abilities is there, is up to par. Right now, he will be up in the top 2, top 3. But until he needs to show me his, like to take the initiative.
That's a valid point. 100% right.
That's why I said in my pick, when Stu asked me, who should Anthony Joshua fight? Okay, well, there's only 2 mandatories that he needs to fight, which is Pulev and Usyk. So if he wants to be there to go for the gusto, which he showed me on his boxing ability, that's why everybody said, and I even said it numerous times, that I said he needs to lose that weight to be efficient. And he did, and he showed it in that fight yesterday against Ruiz. So if he keeps to that game plan and fights Usyk, that'll be a fucking barn burner, bro. With Usyk's knowledge and abilities and stuff like that, it will be an excellent fucking fight. That's just
regarding
great analogy.
Yes, if Jimmy was asking if Ruiz was eating leading up to the fight, like a fattening food, even look. This is one because I said it too. I'm not denying that his crux or that his crutch is eating, but it obviously had an effect where it's not good for him. When he was over there in Saudi Arabia, one guy interviewed him and asked him, "What's the best food you've eaten here?" And he talked about the rice. How he loved the Arabic rice, and we know that has high carbohydrates. And another thing, his buddies were caught in a video with Eli Sekbek giving the Prince tacos. So you got all these guys that are hanging around Ruiz that are big guys themselves. They like to eat. So that's not good having those type of friends around.
It goes back to what Stu was saying earlier. That goes back to what
than anything.
I'm sorry.
I just said friends have ruined more boxing careers.
Oh yeah.
Seriously. Family and friends and crazy girlfriends.
Yep.
Go ahead, Boo Boo. What was you saying?
Yeah, thank you. What I was saying was that it goes back to what you were saying about Ruiz. You know what I mean? And he needs to really take a real look back on this fight. And if he wants to prove to everybody and to himself, he needs to stop bullshitting. He made that money. He can make more money by showing he's in there. He's in that top 5.
Listen, mate,
and that's why I say
he could have demanded $30 million in his next fight if he'd have won that last night. Listen,
yeah,
he's gone from 30 million paychecks to 2 or 3 million, and that's all because he didn't give it his all. I could understand if he went in there in the best shape of his life, trained as hard as he could, and
still lost, right, Stu? And still lost.
Just weren't good enough on the night. That happens. You can have the best camps in the world. You can have the best sparring. You can be beating all your numbers in camp. You just come up against a guy who's just far too good for you. No matter how good you train. That would have been the case. Then fair enough. But he came in there at 50%, 40% if anything, and then Joshua came in there at 90% because no one's really 100% at boxing. I don't care. I'm not buying it. But
yeah.
Even if he came exactly at the same way he came in last time, where they said if it ain't broke, don't fix it exactly at the same way. That would have been an excuse because you say I came in just like last time.
But even in that shape, Gonzalo, I think that Anthony Joshua last night would have still won.
Yeah, fair enough. But then people would have been saying, "Oh,
I think that 15 pounds." It made a bit of difference, but it didn't make a lot of difference. But Anthony Joshua made so many adjustments, and look at the footwork and the jab. I just don't think weight would have made much difference. But it's just the fact that he came in overweight proved that he just wasn't doing the right things in camp. He didn't take the fight as serious as he should have done, and then he makes excuses, calling for a third one. No, we don't want to see that again. You've had your chance, you blew it. Now get back to the bottom of the fucking. Dillian White still waiting for his rematch with Joshua. So you go behind him now. That's what I'm trying to say. You blew your chance. You had the world in front of you. He could have been as big as Canelo Alvarez. And he blew it.
He's going to be.
And I actually do believe that he's the type of guy that can eat 2-3 meals and gain a lot of weight in one sitting or two. one day for some
Yeah,
reason.
he's a mesomorph. I mean, he's an ectomorph. You know, he's the offensive line body type. That's what it is. He's got wide joints. He's
Good
he's
call,
just everything
Jimmy.
he gets turns to fucking you know, where like you would say like Wilder is a mesomorph with ectomorph, you know, which is the skinny guy. Nobody's one particular thing on the spectrum, but like, and he's just weighted one end, so he's always going to have to watch what he eats. But
It's just as
it's a
genetic.
psychological problem too. Yeah, his mother's a big woman too, and he just a lot of things that he probably eats when he's sad, he eats when he's happy, he eats when he's fucking mad. You know, it's comfort probably to him. So
Yeah, but that's just it. Just doesn't have that aura that you need to be a heavyweight champion. You know, he just
that's
didn't
why
want
coming
to.
from Mexico too, coming from a
Just didn't want
country
to
like
know that. He
Mexico.
just didn't want to know. He didn't want to take the responsibility that comes with it, which means keeping yourself in shape. Right. At the end of the day, that's what it does mean.
That's
Wilder
why.
does it. So we like
That
about Wilder. You can hate Wilder all you fucking like. The guy's in shape all year round. Anthony Joshua keeps in shape to a certain extent. Of course he does. I mean, he got a bit too muscle bound for me and went a bit too like a poser, more looking for the ladies instead of looking to look good in the boxing ring. But most of the good champions, the dominant champions, they keep in shape all year round.
that's why that's why I gave Andy Ruiz the opportunity to change the perspective. That's why I put him in the fourth right now, because he did win the belt. He was the champ, and then now he had to relapse. So we all could give that perspective and just say, okay, well, now prove yourself now. If you can't prove it, then that's on you now. You had the chance, like Stu said. You had the chance and you effed it up. Now, okay,
exactly.
well,
And he
let's
got
see
the first chance, right?
Yeah, he took the first chance.
Listen, if Ruiz had won this fight, right, then Joshua was gone forever. No one would have called for Joshua to get the third fight. Joshua knew he wouldn't have got it. He controlled boxing, Ruiz. He could have called all the shots. He could have said, "Yeah, I'll fight Deontay Wilder, 50 million." They'd have had to come up with it. This is what I'm saying. That he had all the Joshua, because Joshua's the most powerful heavyweight out there.
Yep.
You get him out the way. You get him out the way. You take his crown. But Ruiz just wasn't smart enough on the.
They showed him too much respect. They showed him too much respect, knowing that he's a fat guy. That this team and his coach didn't were stricter with him. Even his father, he bullied all of them, making them believe that he was gonna do this thing, and they said, "All right, Andy, all right."
Yep.
I like the way you
point, right? Oh, sorry.
No, I like the way you were saying that, Stu and Gonzalo and Jimmy. All that makes sense. That's why I'm saying he needs to really say, "Damn, I had it by the balls and I let it go." Okay.
What you got to do is get rid of the yes men in boxing around you. Anthony Joshua had them everywhere. They're not good for you. They'll sit there sucking you up, licking your ass, telling you doing everything right when you need to make changes and you're not doing everything right. And you're a KO waiting to happen, but no one's brave enough to tell you this because they want to keep their job. They're not in it for the good of your career. So you need to get, like Anthony Joshua was saying, he went back to the old school way. He had these people hovering around him, asking him if he's got the right water bottles and the right trainers on and stuff. That like monocottling him like a snowflake. I mean, boxing's a tough man's sport. You don't.
Isn't that why Fury moved to the United States? I thought I read an article or heard an interview where he said that's why he got away from. He had too many people. He could do whatever he wanted. They never told him no.
Yeah, this is the problem. This is Tank's problem and everyone else's. That no one's telling them this because they're too
Even
scared.
Tyson said it too.
Yeah,
Mike Tyson.
What Jimmy was saying is true. Look, I was gonna say Andy Ruiz's father mentioned that he wanted to put a whipping with the belt. Like if you were a little kid, by the way it all turned out.
He should have.
It must be hard. It must be really hard dealing with the guy like Andy. You know, it's very stressful.
And then to have
want him to
his
show
father
up and he
knows what
does
he's
it.
going to deal with. Listen, the Mexican country, right? The country of Mexico, nobody stands by their boxes like Mexicans. You know that, dude, right? That's their thing.
Damn right.
And to have him show up and maybe they're not been. I don't know. I don't read Spanish, so I didn't go and check Twitter. But I would imagine there must be a lot of people pretty pissed at him that he didn't. I mean, just to squander that now because that, and again, he's been that's normally so. Like that fight, the first fight was the exception. Majority of his fights, he shows up out of shape. They're disappointed with the camp. He has excuses. Blah blah blah. He's pissing off promoters. He's not doing things he's been saying he's going to do. So all that, like, and then he only ended up with that first fight because of somebody who was injured, right? So he ended up with that backdoored. So it was like winning a lottery. And then he took advantage of a guy who just couldn't stop with the muscle. And I can understand why Josh, with all that money, and see what happens, man. I'm telling you, it becomes reverse anorexia. You look in the mirror, no matter how big you get, you still feel skinny. You know what I mean? So when he was losing that weight, it must have been hard on him. It's just hard on his ego.
Yeah.
But he had
complained that he felt dehydrated, Jimmy, because he was losing it, but he just gained it back because he didn't feel right.
Who's that?
So it's
Ruiz?
kind of deeper. It's kind of deeper than this.
Oh yeah. So it's definitely emotional with him. Food for him is definitely it's a.
You know the signs of a good trainer. The signs of a good trainer. Adam Booth did it with Chris Eubank Jr. Chris Eubank Jr. went there trying to tell Adam Booth how he was going to train, and that Adam Booth did what he said. And a good trainer will just let the fighter go. So look, me and you are not going to work. They don't worry about the paycheck.
Exactly.
Look, if you can't do it my way, it's not going to work. So they let the fighters go. If you got trainers hanging around, just being yes boys, that's not a good trainer to me. I mean, Emmanuel Stewart, the amount of times he's had to let fighters go because they weren't willing. Like Gerald McKellen, he said the guy was so arrogant, just wanted it all his way, and I can't work like that. So he let Gerald McKellen go.
Great choice.
Hey, it's like, look, Doug's a good kid, but he's calling, I don't know, me or somebody crybabies because we're talking about this. Now, you said, Stu, this is a fight to talk about. What is it? The same thing with Canelo. When something happens that people don't like and you talk about it, they're going to call you out. Well, how come they don't come up here and speak about it themselves?
But the
they
thing
want
is,
to be on the chat.
Like I said, it's, you know what the boxing community is like. It's just the fucking worst forms of human life you're going to come across anywhere. You've got to you've got to have a backbone around here, mate. Listen, I think the problem with Ruiz, I think why people are getting on your back about that one. Ruiz might have had a few problems in camp, right? But Ruiz has come out and made all the excuses and embarrassed himself in post-fight interviews. When Anthony Joshua had things wrong with him that everyone knew he did, and never said a word. Kept it to himself, still not mentioned it. Says he's going to bring it out in his book. Never made excuses. Said Ruiz was the better man. I lost to the better man. What's the first thing Ruiz does when he gets beat? Oh, it's everyone else's fault. You know,
blamed his weight, party, and didn't take it serious. And then you find out he.
Stuff. Do you know what I mean?
Did you hear about his cut, man?
Mental relapse.
Did you hear what happened with his cut, man? Ruiz
no,
cut, man? I guess he had some fucking complete amateur, I guess. I think was what I heard it right.
He didn't even work on the cut. He didn't even work on
it. Because I think, they didn't have one. Because what happened was the normal cut guy, they have that Mexican wears all that shit on his head. He's like the best in the world. He makes his own different shit. He doesn't tell anybody what it is, but it will pass. It's got Vaseline. I know he probably uses a mixture of Vaseline and super glue.
Who are you talking about?
Super glue, they don't notice it. For a cut man. But what happened was 2 weeks before the fight, he told him he'd have to pay for his own airfare and was offering him pennies on the dollar. That's some low rent shit. And I guess it came from someone in his family or in his inner circle. It didn't even come from Ruiz.
So,
he had one of his boys tell him.
You cut corners in boxing, you get found out very quickly. You know, this is not a sport to be cutting corners. When you look at the money some of these fighters have to pay on training camp. You know, Tyson Fury. I was speaking to Peter Fury when David Haye pulled out twice. Tyson Fury spent over £150,000 just training camps for that fight. You know, sparring partners. You've got to spend money on training camps. If you try to cut corners, like Gerald McKellen did when he got rid because he didn't want to pay Emmanuel Stewart, he was moaning about it. They cut ties. He got a yes man in there. It cost him his life nearly. Right?
You gotta fly people in. You gotta put them up. You gotta feed them. You know what I'm saying? It's expensive.
Businessman says this: in order to make money, you got to spend money.
That's why promoters are hard to come by. People say, well, people said to me, dude, why don't you get into promoting some local kids? I'm like, dude, are you kidding me? Fuck that.
Hey, do you
How
know
much money that costs?
Do you know Conor McGregor spent I heard he spent nearly $2 million on training camp for Nate Diaz too, you know.
Yep. Well,
Yeah,
he
and
flies
it's
an
the same
entourage.
thing
He
with
has meats.
Training camps. I don't know what the fuck he was spending all that money on, but he was doing it. And
The
like I
Vegas
said,
house.
I don't know, but I don't know because I'm not really an MMA guy, but
No, I saw
I
that.
read that
I
he
only
spent
was saying he rented a house, dude. I
$2
mean,
million, which is why £1.5 million in the UK. So I don't know what he was spending, but he was having the sparring partners in, and obviously all the best scientists and stuff like that. But
Yeah, but
that's stupid money.
that don't make no sense to me either. If you're gonna be, come on, you're a professional fighter. You know the whole tricks in the trade, and you know all the professional and you know your own flaws. Why do you need to spend $2 million? That don't make no sense to me.
and guys,
You
you
know,
should see the house, though, man. The house he rented for the camp is
see
insane.
that's him going towards being how you
A
say
poor Irish kid was a plumber, right? Who
But
suddenly
you got
got
to remember,
loads of
right?
money.
You got to remember just to get one of these, X-rays or one of these scans to see if you've got a problem here. You're talking a couple of grand there. He's getting all this science he's using, not cheap. So maybe that's it. Maybe it's his holidays. You know, well, training camp / holidays.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
that's what I
It's an
mean.
investment.
If you're gonna
Stu,
make
I
it
know you're
It's
into
an
not into it.
investment, and it's an investment in its time, and it's also like if somebody makes it big, then all of a sudden decides to leave you. You've dedicated some. It's kind of like what Abel Sanchez was talking about Golovkin, and now this is a trainer. But the same thing that Danny Jacobs did to Rozier. You invest a lot of time into something to where they only want to give you 1% in the end. So they made the climb, but they left you behind.
The thing is, Ruiz ain't got no excuse. He made, well, I think he made about 9-10 million. Why is he
13.
cutting corners? 13 million. Why is he cutting corners, man? Why
That's
he could put
exactly,
he
especially if
could
you
put
thought
$1
you were
million
gonna win.
away, put $1 million away, make sure this is the camp of his life, right? Because let's be real, he'll make that $1 million back tenfold if he comes through this one. But like I said, cutting corners, not letting his trainers do what they had to do, not letting his dietitian anywhere near him by the looks of it. I mean, did that guy even get on the plane?
And
Yeah,
he
he
realized
let
it.
himself.
He realized it shortly after because the only reason he would be calling for a third fight because he knows he's not getting that type of money again unless he's doing with Joshua the third
Oh,
fight.
there's,
It's
I'm just
unrealistic.
telling
They
you
don't want to see
right
it.
now, there's not a chance in hell he's getting a third fight. That's
I
out of
don't.
it.
Yeah,
That's
damn
never gonna
right,
happen.
no, damn right,
Yeah,
no.
I'm telling you right now, I bet my houses he is not getting a third fight. That's not even
Yeah.
in Eddie Hearn's mindset.
God,
Yeah,
But he realized his mistake. As soon as it ended, he's told himself, I'm not getting 13 million again. The most he'll get it, the thing that saved him, that he didn't get knocked out. He can still make 2-3 million because he didn't get knocked out. I have to
He's
say
gonna be
that.
good and
But yeah.
tough. You
well,
watch,
that's
he's gonna be
no,
match tough now.
he'll get 2 or 3 million, no problem. But that's not. It's a bit different to 30, isn't it?
But Stu, hey, dude, just it's interesting. Only not an MMA guy. I mean, I've watched it my whole life, but not like I am with boxing. But no, he rented this. It was actually pretty crazy. He was having like lobster flown in. Dude, this house had like goldfishes. So he was living, dude. He was living like a fucking king. You know what I mean? He was renting sick cars. No, it was a pretty good
that's what.
fucking. They did it. They did a
That's
behind
why
the scenes thing of
that's why
his
the 2
camp.
million. Then that's why the 2
Yeah,
million.
he was living like a fucking dude. He was. I mean, you know what? Like he said, and I liked his response. Why do you live like this? He says, why? Because I'm a poor Irish kid who was a fucking plumber's assistant who had to walk. I guess what happened, he got dropped off at a certain point every morning on his father on his way to work to drop him off on this. And then he had to walk through the field over the railroad tracks 4 miles and then get picked up by the crew and then go work a 12-hour shift, the plumber's assistant, and then walk that thing back, get picked up later. Imagine that. Like, and he says, dude, I hate it. Every day was worse than the day before. So, and he was doing it for like 12, I think he said quid or whatever it was, an hour. So now to have fucking that kind of cash, he's just, but you know what? I did give him credit. He's with the same woman. He stayed with the same woman he was with since fucking, like you said, she was with me when I was fucking living in her, what I think you said, a
But the
closet.
thing is, like I said, that separates the true champions from the wannabes. When you can still make the money Anthony Joshua has, but then realise that you have to dig deep in this camp, change things. You're gonna have to work hard, get up in the morning and run them miles. And he did that. Look at the shape he was in. And this is a guy that's not hungry. He's got millions and millions of pounds in the bank. It's just made
Bingo.
another
Thank you. That's a
75.
good point to hit. That's an
That
excellent point.
separates the real champions because, like I said, money can change a character from any background
Of everything,
overnight.
music,
Yeah.
right?
Any sport,
How many
any
rock
background.
bands, right? Even rock
Yeah.
bands, once they get rich, they suck. They lose their edge.
Yeah, same with a lot of actors as well.
It's basically you
exactly.
gotta stay with the hunger that got you there. If you don't
That's
stay with that hunger, you're not gonna be the same. If you
But that's
stay
what
with that
impressed me.
hunger and you got
That's what
enough
impressed me with Josh.
and you're wealthy and made all that money and you're not in the game no more, then stay the fuck out of the game because the game will eat you the hell up and
I'm
won't
telling
care
you.
about you.
Yeah,
You're
but this is the
100%.
thing, like the fact that Joshua, right, who's made all that money, can still motivate himself to go and lose all that weight, to change his game plan, to work on his footwork. I mean, this footwork, like I said, it's like Apollo Creed. They've dug Apollo Creed up out of the grave and got him to fucking work on Anthony Joshua's fucking footwork because it was like Rocky 3 all again. 1 minute the guy's flat-footed, could barely move with any sort of rhythm, and then all of a sudden he's coming out as fucking Freddie Stair, isn't he, with his fucking footwork? Do you know what I mean? And
Dude, actually, I said in
that's
the
what
DM.
Joshua was doing, mate. You know what I mean?
What
It's just, the footwork was amazing, man. I couldn't believe it.
What I said about him in the DM, kid asked me, so what do you think? He was trying to shit on it like it was, a hug fest. And I said, well, going into it, I've definitely got more respect for Joshua, much more, as what I wrote. I said, and I touched on what you said. I said, think about it, dude. That kid's invested. He's made good investments. He's got more money than he could probably spend in a lifetime. I said, so that told me, because my question of Joshua was, is he really a fucking boxer? Or is he just this huge monster of a dude who can fight?
That's what
I didn't know what he was. So I didn't know if he was an Instagram champ
another
or...
Primo Canera.
Exactly. I didn't know. And when I ever saw him step in the ring, and I said, my God, he transferred his body. So that tells me, man, no, man, he is truly a boxer. So that's why my fucking respect level, because I didn't know if he was just an Instagram champ and, banging ladies and had all the money. And once he tasted a little fucking, I'm losing, so fuck it. But no, to come in, like you said, that's the biggest thing there. To have all that money, he could have went the other route, shows that he was a fucking boxer. So
yeah, one thing that helps
just that as well. Floyd Mayweather.
You gotta love boxing. You gotta love it.
Come on, Gonzalo, man.
What am I saying? What am I doing?
I'm talking, and every time I'm about to say something, you
go ahead. Go ahead.
Floyd Mayweather's the same, yeah. This guy's a multi-millionaire, and he'll be in a club, not drinking, while all these women are around. His mates around him busting champagne, and he'll just go into the gym like 11 o'clock at night and train. And this guy that's tough mentally to do. That's why you got to give Floyd his credit for that, because there's a lot of guys that would have been busting out champagne with his friends and getting involved.
Well, he's
with
not
them
a drinker, though,
well.
is he? I was told that he doesn't really even drink. He doesn't drink or do drugs.
Like I said, yeah, but like I said, but the fact
I don't know if I could be completely wrong. I was just somebody
the fact
told me
that
that.
he doesn't do that, but it's all around him. It's all around him. You know it is. He's got a strippers club, isn't he? So it's all around him. Yet he'll still go home at 11 o'clock at night, get into the gym, and then go and do a big session. And that's dedication.
Stu,
It's not.
Can I interject on that?
You go.
With Floyd Mayweather, his professionalism in the sport, that's why I commend him, regardless of whatever he did in his personal life. His weakness was Big Macs, from what I understood. And he used to go to McDonald's, and then after he ate a couple of things, it showed it on one of his things. But he'll leave there, and after he ate that meal, he'll go work out for 2, 3, 4, 5 hours, because he knew after he got his ass whooped from that Spatafora brawl thing that he did with him, he knew from then on, I got to be on top of my game if I want to keep making this money. So how are you not going to, if you put it in junk in your body, how you think you're going to perform? You're not going to perform. So he made that mindset, my weakness is this. I'm not going to let the other influences take a hold of me. I'm going to be strong enough to keep my body in the to be competitive in the sport.
My feelings are fucking well known on Mayweather, and I'll say it right now.
Gonzalo
It's still probably.
Let
Oh, I'm
Gonzalo
sorry.
finish, Jimmy. Sorry,
I'm catching a delay on you guys, so if I
Michael
step on you
starting the
guys,
chat
I don't
crying.
mean it to.
No, I wasn't speaking right now. No, it's all right, Stu. Don't worry about it.
Sorry,
You were saying
Gonzalo,
Jimmy. No, it's
I
cool.
didn't
It's
mean to
cool.
talk over you, dude. I didn't hear you.
Delays
Sorry.
everywhere.
I wasn't talking.
There's just
I
delays.
wasn't even saying anything. I was listening.
I know you wasn't.
You were
I just
saying
said
Jimmy.
You can finish what you're saying now, Gonzalo. Go on.
No. All right, I'm just gonna jump in with something now that you brought it up. I think Canelo Alvarez is doing really well as far as like people don't like him, but he's going immediately back into camp and training, and that's a good reflection on him. You were speaking about Mayweather. I'm just saying something because you asked me right now, but anyways, Jimmy, I'm listening. Everything's just cool.
Oh,
thanks.
No,
Stu.
I was just going to
Appreciate
say Mayweather is. I'm not a fan of him because a lot of shit he's done and said, but no, probably the best conditioned boxer of his generation. Like I've heard horror stories of his training sessions. That was his narcotic, like Stu just said. That was his thing. So yeah, no, you can take a lot of things. You say a lot of shit about Floyd. Yeah, you never worried about him. You weren't gonna fucking gas him out. But so yeah, that's. And again, I want to apologize because what happens? I try to catch it between. I don't know if I'm catching the echo. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to. So if I step on anybody, I apologize.
The delay's bad, man, and that's what I'm saying. It just ruins the quality of the show because it seems like we're all interrupting each other, but we're not actually hearing each. What you hear on your show is a lot clearer than what we're hearing. It's just a muffled mess where we are.
It's crazy.
It comes out a lot clearer. So it seems like I'm interrupting Gonzalo, or he's interrupting me, and so on. It's just a delay. So Michael Starr just timed his ass out. He's always fucking moaning. Always close. Do you know what I mean? I'm sick of that guy. Fucking clown. That's why you'll never be back on the BDA channel as long as I'm fucking got anything to say about it.
I just want to
say, what's the deal
this.
with Mayweather? Did he say he was coming back or not?
Well, he's gonna have to do something. He's gonna have to, he's got taxes to pay. He's got a huge nut. I mean, look what he gambles like a mental patient. And then, what did he just do the other day? He made TMZ. Oh yeah, he made it rain. He brought in a bunch of fucking $100 bills to a strip club. Just happened to make sure TMZ was there before he broke out the bill, and he threw up $5,000 up at one time. Like $5,100 bills. Threw it on the stage for the girls. So that's wise investment. I mean that's college funds. He's got the taxmen, literally armed IRS agents at his door. He's calling his lawyer to get an injunction to keep him from taking his shit. But he's throwing $5,000 in front of a TMZ fucking camera at 42 years old. All right, there's some serious emotional issues with that dude. Christ, talk about crippling insecurities. 42. I'd be like, fuck, I don't give a fuck if I was a billionaire, you fucking dirty hoe. I'm going to throw you $5,000. You guys can eat my asshole, like jerk off on all your faces.
Jimmy, I've got to interrupt you because we've quickly got a donation from Tim Nealon. Thank you for the donation. You can usually write a comment in there when you donate like that. You should do, but write it underneath and I'll read it out for you because we read out the chat
Sometimes
when they donate. So as you haven't typed a comment, you can type it now and I'll read it out. But go ahead, Jim.
No, I sometimes I forget it. Sometimes I mean, we're talking like I'm talking to my boys, like, but yeah, no. So that's crazy. That's just insecurities, man. Like, why is and again, when was this last? And then oh yeah, TMZ. When did he do that? When did he do what? Odd. He did it the same night as Wilder Ortiz. Isn't it crazy how he always gets himself some headline? He does every single when he wasn't fighting. Anytime Canelo's fighting, Triple G's fighting, you go to boxing news or anything. There's fucking Mayweather, dude. I'm telling you right now, man. It's legendary. The fit that motherfucker threw when he walked into MGM and they took his shit down. He used to walk into MGM. That was his place. So he held all his fights. So Mayweather all over the fucking lobby, right? When he ever went in there one night and it was down, he made such an asshole of himself. They had to escort him out of the building.
Oh, I said, Jim. Tim Nielsen says, salute panel. I've just seen his comment now. Salute panel. So he's obviously talking about us guys. We respect that. We respect the donations. Keep them coming. Whenever you've got a spare bit of change, hand it our way. Someone's got to pay for the Bible studies of BDA and the alcoholic problem. The alcoholic problem that Butcho has. I mean, you know, not a cheap habit to have, the old alcohol habit. So, and let's be real, you guys helped pay for his trip to Saudi Arabia. So keep flooding them in. No, that's a joke, by the way. Butcho paid for his trip to Saudi Arabia. But yeah, thanks for the donations.
Hey, Stu, you want to know how much
Jimmy,
Wilder
I see a
lost
relation to what
financially?
you're saying. I see a relation to what you're saying about Mayweather putting out that news that the Wilder's fought Ortiz, because Wilder's coming up on that 50-1, 50-0 record, right? To where he made some comments that that's maybe why Mayweather came out with that news, because he feels himself
And plus,
threatened in that
Mayweather
regard.
kind of badmouthed him too recently. He always does that. I mean, Mayweather's that dude. When you're in a room full of people, he's just always that dude who'll take a different point of view just to be a fucking, you know what I mean, to be abrasive. Like, you know what I mean? He's like that dude with a big bunch of women saying pro-choice. He'd be like, fuck abortions, even if he believed in them, just because he'd want to incite people. He likes to, I think, really likes to get into
Jimmy.
skin.
Gypsy boxing
Yeah.
style. Where's that gypsy boxing style? Give him a link. He's crying in the chat. Ooh, AJ went a minute at a time holding and no one said anything. The ref was just letting him do it. Come on, gypsy boxing style. Start crying in the chat. Someone send him a link. And I want to hear what he's got to say on air.
Yeah, I
Have it
think
out
he
with the
should have got a warning. I absolutely think he should have got a warning, but would that have changed the outcome of the fight? No way.
No.
You know, I mean, that's the thing. You know, you say, would it, if it affected the outcome? No, but he should have got warned because it would have been to his benefit, I think. I think he was putting himself in a bad harm when he was jumping in too early. Yes.
Going back to Mayweather, I call him.
Sorry, G Boogie. Let me just get in here quickly because
Yeah, go ahead.
Michael Stott. He's saying that he donates to the channel too. Well, let me see the comment. I have to read it out properly. Let me get back on here. He says, I'm a sponsor of the show too, Stu. Yes, you are. But you're constantly crying about me. And this is the problem from the start we had. We appreciate your donations and we do give you time. You get to call in, get to say what you want. But you're constantly having little pops at me, just like you did before. And this is why you're not on the show anymore. Because you just couldn't let it go. Your obsession with me for some, and you're starting to get it back. Now, yes, we just explained why people are interrupted. You had to have a pop at me there. Everyone else was interrupted, but I was the one that got it from Michael Starr. And I've seen the trend recently. This is why me and you don't get along. So I thank you for your donations, but you're talking to me now. I don't care. Right? If you,
I step on people the most. I know I do because I have a crazy delay where I am. I know I talk over people the most. That belongs
Jimmy,
to me.
we all do it. Jimmy, we all do it, man. But the thing is, he picks me out every time, and this has been going back a while between me and Stott, and I gave him the benefit of doubt, and I've been cool with him lately.
Seems like he has the vendetta.
He does because I know what it is. I know what it is because he can't be on the panel anymore. But that's just how it is. He had his chance and he blew it, and it weren't even my decision to kick him off in the end.
Hey, Stu.
He got too much.
Can I go back to what Jimmy was saying with Mayweather? Yeah. Hey, Jimmy, you hit it right on the head with that comment. You know, you ever heard of that phrase? He's a one-upper.
Yes, sir.
that's Mayweather.
100%. Yep. 100%. Great analogy. It's a perfect way to put it.
He always
Guerrero, listen, you've always had a problem with me as well. I've never seen you make one comment that makes any fucking sense. You are one of these retards that speaks broken English that's got no business being where you are. So just if you don't like me, then click off because I'm not going anywhere. And like I said, there's a lot of people that do appreciate being here. You've always been on my case from the start. But I don't mind. We welcome all comers here. Michael Stott will always be welcome here. I'll never block Michael Stott. I just timed him out. To give him a little reminder, you know, who's calling the shots on this show today. Now Butcher and BDA's like me. So I'm not going to take his. I can take abuse, but he's been doing it for months. You as well, which I've ignored. But I've just seen your comment now.
Take that.
Yeah, Guerrero.
You know, I saw the progression.
That's for sure.
I saw the progression of you, dude, Stu. Literally, I went back and started listening to some old fucking TBVs when you used to call in. I saw how you were constantly defending yourself, dude. But I gotta tell you, dude, you used to crush it. You used to fucking kick their dicks in. You would have 2 or 3 dudes come at you. You would bang, 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 bang. Man, that was. But I would say to myself, I'd be like, man, that's mentally exhausting.
Fucking Chuck Norris. I'm the Chuck Norris of the
Dude,
boxing.
you impressed me, dude. You kicked it because you were smart. You only said shit that you could cover. Like people would say, well, you know what always drove me crazy with that show? They would say this to you. Well, if you're saying that, so what you're saying is this, and it had nothing to do with what you said. You're like, what? No. How did you go from it's so if you're saying that, what you mean is this.
The mind bender.
Little crybabies like Guerrero. I have to put up with little crybabies like Guerrero, like that fucking L dude, like Michael Stott. I have to put up with these crybabies. I've been doing it for years.
Dude hated me, man. I even tried to be nice to that kid. I even fucking asked about his grandfather. I was trying to be so nice to that fucking kid because I caught it. You know, I'm like, whatever. And now he couldn't let his racism he couldn't hold it back. He would just go berserk every time somebody said. You won't, yeah, but anyway, but yeah, no, I don't read the comments, man, because I don't want to hear people fucking cut me up because I would just fucking. I get enough of that fucking. Oh, my girl, fuck you. She's giving me the finger. She's been nice giving the finger. No, but she's listening too. She said that. She goes, wow, it sounds so much different on the show to what you said, Stu. Like people listening don't hear what we hear. It's totally different. Like the echoing in the
it's a terrible experience, really. But yeah, we've got, and let's read some comments. We've got Guerrero. Stu used to be good. Now all he has is that dope intro BDA gave him. Oh, poor Guerrero. Did I say something against your favourite fighter? Guerrero, Della info, yeah, you're full of info, you are, aren't you? Fucking info Guerrero, yeah. Sure. Let's see. Jason Bourne has done a donation. Thank you, Jason. He's put, when it comes to Stu's abuse of hitting the button, timing out, I've learned to respect it. The rest of the chat better learn. The thing is, when I time out, sometimes I time you out just for banter, Jason, because I know it gets to you. And that's what I usually do. I'd never block anyone on here. I've not blocked one person on this show. It's not my job to do that. But I do time out. I'm not here to take abuse of people. So I do have a little banter back and I time you out because I've got the power to do that. And it's just a bit of a power trip, really. But I'd never block anyone. So
I like the honesty.
Yeah,
can I ask a question, Stu?
Curl up in a ball and take abuse from these fucking savages in the chat.
Hey, Stu, Gonzalo got a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering if any of you guys can speculate because nobody knows anything. What's the deal with Errol Spence when his coach doesn't even want to speak about him?
Well, I would think my sorry.
No, I just had a comment. Ferrari won. That's all.
Well, I think he's got. Well, I saw those pictures, the arrest photos. It wasn't. I mean, they said his face was all jacked up. It wasn't, but he still was in the hospital for a day or two, so he had to have something going on. So there's probably injuries going on that they don't want to talk about. And again, you don't want to say what certain injuries are too, because if it's something that people can punch. Say you get a bad shoulder, or whatever. So I don't know. I think in that he's got legal issues too, man. That's no joke. He was like, I guess he was like, whether they haven't decided if they're going to charge him with an aggravated DUI. And I guess in Texas that's a big deal. If you can have a regular driving while intoxicated, then if they hit you with an aggravated DUI, it brings it up in the felony, and you can go to actually prison for it. So he could actually be charged with shit, but I'm sure they won't. In fact, I bet everything they wouldn't. But it's still fucking sleepless nights, I'm sure, for him.
I look at it like this: with Errol Spence, if he don't fight somewhere within this year, yeah, it's going to be a hard road for him, and his boxing career may be over.
This is the only sport, man. Imagine if that was professional baseball, or if that was fucking football. Those fucking dudes would have to be in front of the camera apologizing, sucking balls just not to get cut.
See,
you know what I mean?
What people don't realise is boxing is not like a gentleman's sport or anything. Boxing is guys coming from the roughest areas on the planet. Like I said, I used to go with my friend, right? we went to Nottingham, right, to watch boxing. We was in Nottingham Arena. Carl Froch was on that card. So was Herbie Hyde. I remember it a long time ago. And there's a guy. We went to watch this guy fight. This guy would go in the ring, got his ass whooped because he was a bit of a journeyman, and then come up to us in the stands and hand my mate like a couple of ounces of coke. He was a coke dealer in the day and a fighter at night. So this is the sort of characters that you're dealing with. So you're gonna have fighters misbehaving badly, like doing drugs. Because I said even Calzaghe was a cokehead. You know, Ricky Hatton, fuck me. I reckon Ricky Hatton used to do lines that would that look like the Pennine Mountains. You know, he used to do big. Honestly, they reckon his lines were ridiculous. And if you go all through boxing, I mean, a lot of them are on coke. So it's the background they come from. These are not guys. These are not middle class guys that have gone to private school. These are guys in the streets that are surrounded by drugs. So
they're doing a study on that right now. Why some of them do coke, dude? A lot of these dudes do coke because now imagine being a fighter, right? You're doing this crazy shit. You're getting up in front of thousands of people screaming. That's a high, even especially when you're winning and shit, knocking people out. Well, now all of a sudden you're a civilian. You back away from that. Even you don't get the same accolades as regular sports. In regular sports, sometimes you can be a football player. Some people don't even know what you look like. You get a helmet on your whole career. But in boxing, because it's like your face, you're the franchise. So you get like people in bars, so you accolades. So it's hard for them. So they relive it, even if they can't do it, spiritually, they'll do it physically through fucking coke. That's why so many boxers end up fucking cracked up and doing coke, because it gives them that, excitement feeling.
Wouldn't the coke, they do it because it gets out of their system quick enough too, and plus it keeps them in the high. You know what I mean? I wouldn't think too many fucking fighters are fucking with it. I'm sure there's there's the entry level, but not too many top end guys gonna. Coke eats muscle tissue. That's just. There's not a diet pill on the planet that'll eat muscle tissue like cocaine. You sweat like a slave even in the middle of the night while you're sleeping. So it's a high burning. It elevates everything. But anyways, and plus it just much. I would imagine if guys fuck with it now and then, but I'm talking about dudes start doing it every day and start fucking hitting the pipe and shit. There's so many guys. You call them fiends.
Yep, man, exactly. And it's because they just once it gets a hold of them, they go from abuse to addiction. But
those are the mentally weak. Those are the mentally weak persons.
Nah, I wouldn't say that, dude, because you know why? I used to believe that. The reason why I don't now, dude, I met some successful motherfuckers. You know the heart transplant, the valve, that plastic valve?
Yeah.
That dude from Massachusetts who designed that. I went with this chick to an NA meeting. She was an NA real quick, and he designed that. And he was a fucking cokehead, dude, and a heroin addict. Ended up being homeless anyways, but he was a dude, and I checked it all out. It's true. So it's not mentally weak. It's actually a disease. Some people, you could do a line and be fine. Stu could do a line and be fine. I could and forget it. 3 days later, I'm hitting a fucking ATM.
I'll do it once in a while. I won't do it all the time. But in the UK, fucking everyone's on it. Especially the girls. I get text messages at 3 or 4 in the morning, man. Come round and that we're having a session, all that lot. Fucking girls that you never think were on it. They're all on it. Every time I go out and go to parties, the girls are taking it. They're fucking bang on it over here, man. That's why they're easy to just give them a few lines. You well in there.
Ooh, you devil.
Mate, sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
You got to do what you got to do. You're supplying a fucking need. Believe me, you're not talking them into it, Stu.
Tell you what, give them a few of them, mate, and they're up for anything.
In their begging.
I'm kind of like Jimmy saying I can't be doing none of that stuff.
These are teachers as well. I've sat and done it with teachers and stuff, and fucking work for the NHS.
It's
nurses and stuff. Yeah. Everyone takes
it's a disease. I'm saying some people can fuck with it and be fine, and other people take it. And a lot of
I'll go months without touching that. It doesn't bother me.
Well, it's a lot of it is childhood too, childhood stability. If you had suffered trauma, PSD, if you had horrible childhood experiences, a lot of people end up doing drugs because a lot of that stuff doesn't manifest until you're in your 30s, and you don't even realize what it's the rage and all this other shit. And what suppresses it is natural. You just self. So that happens a lot too. So I'm not trying to be I'm not trying to like, preach to you or anything, dude. I educated myself on that because I used to think that too. Ah, dude, suck it up. I used to wear a t-shirt, in fact, said rehabs for quitters. You know what I mean? So I was a punk. People would see that. That was insultive to people, but that was my my mindset.
Alex in the chat says, hang on, let me click on again. Says Carl Zaggy said the coke in the UK was trash. He came out to Vegas and got his mind blown. Everybody knows the Mexicans are the best. Yeah, of course, Alex, man. We're not stupid. The time it gets to the UK, it's been cut 4 or 5 times. Of course, the Mexicans are. That's the Mexican Colombians have got the best coke. Mind you, the Peruvian coke's very nice as well. I remember.
Although if you're in the UK and you have an Albanian connection in the UK, you can get just as good.
They fucking don't go to the Albanians. They'll give you MDMA and stuff like that. Or bosh.
But if you're in tight with them, if they respect you, you know what I mean. If you're doing business with them, because they control that market out there.
Yeah.
Hey, recognize the Matrix in the background.
I think I heard it. I think I heard his laugh. Yeah, that laugh. You can't miss that laugh.
It's one of a kind. One of a kind. I'm just loving Stu's stories. Stu's the kind of guy that goes to a PTA meeting and he's like having the coke parties and banging the fucking single mothers.
I remember. Did I tell you the time I went to that fucking girl's house? She got me over there. She lived like 20 miles away. I was off fucking on one anyway. So I thought, yeah, I'll go and see her and that. Like, fucking got a punch, didn't I, man? And when I got there, the girl was a bit of a fucking weirdo. So it's one of them where I wanted to get the fuck out of there, but I had a punch. She goes, "Oh, don't worry, stay the night. We'll get it sorted in the morning." I'm like, "I want to get the fuck out of here now." So not about the morning. So I drove all the way to this garage, right? I drove like halfway home with this flat tire. The fucking thing was hanging off the rim. I'd rather I risked my life instead of staying there with that girl. That's how bad it was. I risked my fucking life, risked my car just to get out of there. There's no way I'll stay there tonight.
Was she a Wiccan?
Where's the party then? I got there and this weirdo's there. I'm like, fuck's sake.
Was she a Wiccan? I had a lot of bad experiences myself. I lost myself in like the Redland district of Tijuana.
She was decent. Just a fucking weirdo.
Gonzalo, I'm so sorry. I'm hearing 3 different people. What did you say? You lost yourself, Gonzalo?
Yeah. After I got out the military, I went into like the bad area, Tijuana, Mexico, and a lot of bad things going on there. I lost myself for a while.
Gonzalo,
that's why I decided to come over here.
Like the most dangerous like area in Mexico, or one of the most dangerous?
Yeah, I think so. One of the most dangerous places in the world. And the thing is, like, I only want to say is like when you're doing bad for some people, it's like with addiction, you pick it up where you left off the last time. It just never gets progressively better. It's you pick up where you left off when you were in your worst state, and some people can deal with it. And I'm a loose cannon. I can't touch that stuff because I'll go back down the. Yeah.
Well, brother Gonzalo, because I said it too, man. I fucked around with fucking narcotics, man, and it goes use, abuse, addiction. Once you realize you're not partying, like it's secondary. Like you can tell the way Stu talks about secondaries, drinking beers, he's out with some girls. Hey, you guys want to do a line? Keep this party going. It's not his nights about it. It's when all of a sudden you go from doing it like Stu, and the next you know, you're making sure you always have it on you, till all of a sudden you're just banging it because it's fucking Tuesday and you're going to work. You know what I mean? Now you can never go back. That's the one insidious thing about this disease. Once you get to that point, like you can't never party in safety again. Like if I was to fucking, I'm telling you right now, if I was to do a big gaga, forget it. I'd be off and running. There would be no stop until I'm fucking people are fucking holding me down. Yeah, I just
Jimmy.
Nuts. Yes, sir.
Hey, going off of what Gonzalo was saying, see, I don't want to bring into my personal life into it, but I understand. And the reason why I said it's a mental relapse. It's not a weakness. It's just a mental relapse from the person that ain't strong enough, because in order to going through that situation, what brought you to that situation, and
you got to be spiritual strong. You're right. No, that whole I understand your mindset,
and that's what I meant by that. Is
you find your inner strength, right? Yes, that's what you mean. Like you didn't exactly. That's what I had to do. You know what I mean? Everybody says you can't quit for other people. I quit for people around me. I didn't quit for myself. Everybody says that's the exact opposite. you can't quit for everybody else. You got to quit for yourself. I'm like, no,
You
that's
did
the
it for
case. I'm gonna keep
yourself,
partying
and you did it
because
for your
I like
well-being.
it. You know what I mean? So no,
Yeah.
I stopped because, and it was like progression. I started with Stu. What it was, back when I was jacked up, I had a Harley. I started hanging around with a fucking club. I don't want to say who they are, but they have the colors red and white, and that lifestyle, and fucking, it's just everywhere. And that's what my life became about. But anyways, it's just ugly until I found it. I had to get rid of the Harley. I had to get rid of that hole. I had to step away from that lifestyle because I can never go back there again. You know what I mean? That's all I mean.
It's like we all have to, when in life, everything is a challenge in life. And if you're not mentally prepared for yourself, everyone has weak points. Like Gonzalo went through it, I went through it, you went through it, everybody, but we came out from that experience more knowledgeable and knowing our weaknesses and knowing how to defeat our weaknesses through the knowledge that we learned from. And that's why I said, we have to be mentally strong for this game, because first of all, you can't, how are you gonna support someone that you love and care for if you're not giving you 100% of yourself and taking care of yourself? You can't do it.
That's what Andy Ruiz did. Andy Ruiz not only let himself down, he let his family down.
Yep.
He could have secured them forever. He probably has anyway, but there was more there for him to take, more there to earn for his future generations of the Ruiz family. But no, it's just he had a selfish attitude. Well, I've made my money. The white Rolls Royce is outside. What happens?
You read my mind.
Like
His addiction is the food.
Within 2 years, within 3 years, he's fucking turning that car in or selling it. Mark my words.
I hope not, but
it's just, and 7% of them do, and that's a statistic. That's not just like, it's like 70% of boxers file bankruptcy within the first 5 years of retiring. I read a crazy stat.
If he's intelligent, like he came out in an interview that his father, he builds houses or like projects. Forget the word for that, contractor. So he'll give some money to his dad to invest in that company.
Who's this?
If he's
I
smart,
wonder if his dad takes it from him. Like, give me some of that, you knucklehead. I hope his father probably.
Carl Froch was smart, because Carl Froch only started making money in the latter years of his career. He couldn't get a TV contract anywhere. He was on this. I remember when he fought Jermaine Taylor. He was
What do
on
you
this
mean?
fucking cookies. He was on this. He was on this shitty fucking pay-per-view channel no one ever heard of that I had to subscribe to. And then when he signed with Eddie Hearn, that's when the big paychecks started to come. But he was smart with his money. He actually invested in properties. Carl Froch owns about 40 houses. But that's why he doesn't have to fight no more. The money he made with them big fights, he invested in it. And them houses, you'll never have to work again, never have to get punched in the face again. Why do you think you don't want to come back? You don't need the money.
Yeah, that's one thing Mikey Garcia did well. I'm not defending him as a fighter, but he bought a couple cars too, but he invested in properties, I believe.
Mickey
That's
did
not
all right
sticking up
too.
for him. That's just recognizing the man is smart. Good for him.
Exactly.
He's very smart. He's very smart after conning $8 million out of Heyman for that performance.
Yeah, give him credit for that.
That's right, and he wants another one of those.
And Stu, hey, fucking my boy
fans.
Mickey, he did all right, but all his money came
That's
after
the
he
Wolf of
retired
Wall Street shit.
from
That
the
is.
movie and shit like that. He made more money after he retired. But yeah, I think he retired with total purse of under $2 million.
Yeah, I heard Evander Holyfield's not doing too well.
Oh,
no.
He's in it. He's in the show with. I don't know if you guys know of A-Rod. He was a very good baseball.
Alex Rodriguez, yeah.
Yeah, so he's got a show about guys who had a lot of money and they lost it. I haven't watched it, but
Holyfield's one of them guys that just was never meant to have money. I think it's your fate. Certain people are not meant to be multimillionaires. If I was a multimillionaire, it'd be bad for my life. I'd probably end up killing myself, going partying and doing mad stuff. no good for me. I don't want to be a millionaire because that's the sort of money would lead me to my destruction. I think Holyfield's the same. Let's not forget here. Evander Holyfield was a multi-millionaire before he even started boxing. Did you know that?
Really?
Holyfield was a millionaire before he started boxing.
How'd that happen?
Through the family, I think. Through inheritance and through putting money in shares, I think, and stuff like that. He was I don't know the ins and outs because a long time since I've read it, but he was a millionaire before he started boxing. So he's always had money and always blown it. He went bankrupt years ago. He's come back again and then he's bankrupt again.
Well, he had a lot.
You got to remember, he's got about. I think he's got about 12 kids that he has to pay for child inheritance, whatever. No, child benefits, whatever it's called.
Child support.
He has to pay for them. Child support, you call it. We don't call it that, I don't think.
He might be making money off of one of those, and his son, that's a professional boxer, kind of get some investment off all those kids that he made.
He invests in a lot of businesses, but what it was is like if you're gonna invest in business, you gotta invest either it has to be 50-50 or control majority, majority holder. He would invest with like 6-7 other dudes in all these businesses. And that's a recipe for disaster. You know what I mean? You don't have car dealerships, fucking gyms, not boxing gyms,
barbecue sauce.
Barbecue sauce. He invested in so much shit that and it all went up. And then he invested a lot into real estate. And he and then it was blind real estate. It was like you giving money to a hedge fund. And they're just doing it without you even doing any due diligence. So you don't even know it. And they put it all in commercial properties that were going to be dogs anyways, because it was probably a fucking hit job. They would just get money on the transfer them, the cash. So they don't pay.
It's kind of crazy, huh, Jimmy? And then like George Foreman just comes out with one product, the barbecue grill, and it hits to where like him and Hulk Hogan were doing something to where he got another product somehow, but then he hit it big with the barbecue grill.
Actually, in the story,
look, hang on a sec. Look, guys, look. I was paraphrasing with the Holyfield thing. It was years ago. I read this when it happened years ago. I remember him being rich before he got into boxing. Now, I can't remember how. I'm just guessing. So you guys want to pinpoint every mistake I make, but none of you got the fucking bollocks to ring in and sit on the panel and discuss boxing for 3 hours because you know you're going to make mistakes yourself. Now, I know Holyfield was a rich guy before he started earning money in boxing. You guys,
yes, it's like $80 million in the bank.
It's a long time since I read the story, and to be honest with you, I've got more important things in my life. I've got kids and a home to run. You might.
Damn right.
I took your word for it. You don't have to mention detail for detail. That's good enough,
Exactly, man. Do you know what I mean? Fuck.
Evander Holyfield had $80 million in the bank one time. 80 million liquid cash.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't know what the fuck he did. And Stu, that story that Stu said, I heard something like that too about him having money elsewhere before than boxing, because to have 80 million in cash, you must have been doing something else too.
Yeah, because he didn't make that to fight Tyson. He didn't make that to fight Tyson, that's for sure.
No, he made.
Well, in the fact he had $80 million sitting in the bank tells you he had nobody telling him what to do. That is the stupidest thing you can do. They're gonna hammer you every year on fucking wealth tax.
Jimmy, he was smart enough to get 80 million in the bank. How the fuck?
No, but you know what I'm saying. But like he should have had that. So you if you put that with anybody, they would have put it here. They would have put it in 401k. They would have moved it in, dude. Because when you just let it sit in the bank, yeah, you retrieve some interest, but you get hammered. You know what I mean? In taxes, it's just not a good to let it sit. So I'm just saying it goes to show you that he was just by himself, probably like I got 80 million in the bank, and he didn't even realize they were just whacking it and fucking investments failing, and then you get into tax trouble. And that's usually what sinks them because that's compound. And then you get into that fucking rabbit hole.
This is why I give respect to Anthony Joshua, because he lives humble and he splurges when he can. And he, not abundantly splurge. He does it every now and then. And, I don't know, but financially wise, he's thinking of the future and he's thinking, okay, my legacy from that. I don't want to be like these other guys that, don't have shit.
Yeah, it's like the whole buying the car things, $1 million or not $1 million, but very expensive cars, right? not the thing to do. It's better to buy houses, right? I would think if I were Andy Ruiz.
Yeah, like why do you need 20 fucking Bugattis? Right? Like if they're fucking if they're $2 million each, why get 20? Right?
Check
Well,
this
because he was leasing them.
I saw something the other day. I'm not sure if it's true or not. So before you fucking encyclopedias in the chat and know everything about everything, start fucking pinpointing at me. I read that Michael Jordan, right? And look at the many Michael Jordans, mate. You're talking about a guy who's got his own fucking trainers, sneakers that you guys call them, right? Is a brand, right? This guy was not paying his debts. He had such big gambling habits that the rumors are that his dad was killed because of his gambling debts. So this is a man. Look at the many Michael Jordans, man. If he's spending so much money, he can't even afford to pay his debts. This shows you these guys that make this money. It soon goes. Same with Floyd. Floyd wears 2 watches. I mean, what person wears 2 watches, one on each wrist? But each one about 3 million each. You can't keep living like that when there's no income coming in. After a while, it's gonna, especially when you've got gambling habits. So this is where a lot of the money.
Jordan was betting $1 million a hole on golf. Imagine that, $1 million a hole on golf on the fucking Open. He was in Vegas, right there at the window, doing $1 million a hole.
You call that an addiction?
Exactly, dude. That's what it is.
I can look at it like
one. You don't even fucking. It never gets filled. You just keep.
Hey, Gonzalo,
you gotta do things that bring a rise out of you, because if it ain't bringing a rise out of you, because it doesn't mean nothing, it doesn't cause no emotion, right?
I think Locus in the chat says, no, he sacrificed his dad to the Illuminati. Do you fucking clowns get up in the morning and really believe that, dear? I want to sell a record, but I'm going to have to sacrifice my child to do it. No one's going to do it. Get out of here, man.
That's assumptions.
I tell you what, you watch Alex Jones too, man.
Hey, Gonzalo, you can chime in on this one if you think if I'm wrong. It's just like some of these soldiers that when I was in the military, okay, they go out and they go to this war-stricken place. They make all this money because you get benefits from that, and especially tax exemptions, okay? And then you come back and they go buy a nice car just to show off. Well, that person is still living in an apartment, sharing it, or living with his parents. While the other kid that's smart, he goes out, he does his thing, support the country, whatever. He comes back, he got all that money. He says, you know what? I'm not going to be stupid and do what these guys are doing. I'm going to go and invest it in a property and then live humble and still drive the same car until that's making me money, and then build it from there. That's how, I try to give that retrospect to these young kids that I meet. And I want them to know, don't look at don't be the ass and the carrot dangling in front of you and keep following it and putting on the blinders. No, there's a whole fucking world here, bro. And if you have that opportunity to grasp it, no matter what upbringings you came from, whether it was poor or whatever, be the smart individual and learn from everybody else's mistakes and ask the older people. If you're not sure of what you want to gain your future or how to go about it, ask the people that already been there, and then use their experiences to benefit yourself to move forward.
Yeah, that's true. But some people have to experience, because they're not going to get it any way you say it. They will just fly in one ear and go out the other. That was just me.
Yeah.
I was the knucklehead.
The best
I had experience the hard way.
Best teacher is experience, man. You
I used to always listen to the old folk at the cookouts. I'd always sit around the old dudes and listen. They lived it. You know what I mean? You want to hear about World War II? You listen to guys who
comes natural, though. Experience comes natural. The older you get, the less people you like. I mean, because I've got a knack.
That is true.
It's experience of knowing what a tosser is. Do you know what I mean? It's like I've got a knack now, and that's through experience, where I can walk in a room, look at someone, and I don't like that guy over there. I can tell he's an arsehole. And I'd be right 9 out of 10 times. So it's just a when
Hey,
you're younger,
Stu,
you mix with anyone, don't you? Think someone's your pal. Next minute, he's trying to steam in on your fucking missus and stuff. So you just don't.
I just want to ask you quick, dude, because you're from there, obviously. But I just saw a movie the other day, man. I thought it was awesome. It was the one dude, I can't remember. He plays both brothers back in the '60s.
Oh, you want about the Craze? Yeah, you want about Legend?
The Craze, yeah.
Legend,
great movie, man.
Yeah, Legend.
I
That's
thought
a
this
good
was
movie.
gonna be a proper fight. You know what I mean? The brother.
Ronnie Cray was a schizophrenic. He was a fucking.
Oh yeah, no. I went and watched videos first before I watched the movie. I went on YouTube, watched some documentaries on him. So I like to know what I'm watching. You know what I mean? And then I watched the movie. But great acting. No, that dude's an actor.
This is the thing. This is what people don't realize. They were very close friends. This is what people don't realize about old Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz, Judy Garland. She come across as this sweet, innocent little white girl with a little flower in her hair, but she used to mix with fucking gangsters, man, and she used to sleep with them and all sorts. She was a rum old girl, Judy Garland, man. She was in the underworld. Let's just say that, in the Craze. She was always in their club.
She was a heroin addict.
Yeah, she was always in their club.
Death. She was a heroin addict. Mm-hmm. Crazy, right?
Yeah, they used to mix with Judy Garland, all the celebs there, but. Fucking hell, crazy guys, man.
Yeah, no, that was
stupid as well, because you don't when you're powerful people, you don't do murders yourself, and especially in broad daylight in pubs and stuff where there's people there.
And that was crazy, dude. That sick motherfucker walked right in. What are you talking about? Boom! Just didn't even hesitate.
George, what's his name? Oh, Jack the Hat McVitie. When they stabbed him up, man.
Yeah, with that fucking because he said her name. Don't say her name, and he said it again, man.
You don't do that. You don't stab a man in front of a house full of people and expect everyone to be quiet.
There was 27 witnesses, and I read that. I saw that special. They were because they lived. There was like the Whitey Bulger thing right up into the 90s here in Boston. He would do his shit on the street when he shot John McCullough when he pulled up with the 30K, the carbine that had World War II, it would hold 30 shots. It was this kind of a short carbine weapon. That was Whitey's thing. 5:00 in the afternoon, he was sitting with Kevin Weeks outside the fish place, and he goes, "Motherfucker, there's McDonough." And he goes, "All right, here's a walkie-talkie. Let me know when to come in." And what he did was put a fucking goofy hat on, like a baseball hat, like everybody didn't know who Whitey was there, and he just pulls up. And
are you on about Whitey Bulger?
Yeah. Blew him away with the 30 carbine in front of everybody. Then pulled around, drove around the parking lot while everybody come out of the bar, stepped out of the car and put more into them. Boom, boom, there's their bodies bouncing on the ground. And then he turned, looked at everybody at the front of the bar, got into his car with his license plate and drove away.
I like my American mafia stuff. I watch a lot of stuff on that. American gangs and the Cosa Nostra, and do you know what? A lot of even the Italians have said this. They reckon that Jimmy Burke, right, was one of the most respected gangsters in history. Some of them are saying. So I mean, he wasn't a made man because he was Irishman, but look how powerful he was in the mafia.
Half Irish.
He was half Irish, but he was a full Irish.
Oh yeah, that's right. He was
Jimmy Conlon. I think his name is Jimmy Conlon. I think Jimmy Conway or something like that. In real life,
he was behind the biggest heist in U.S. history.
That's right, but he got fostered and adopted Jimmy Burke. But this guy, he had so much power in the Italian mafia. I mean, if you look at Goodfellas, he was the one that was getting all them guys killed. He was getting the nod as well because he's a money maker, and that's why he had a lot of power. And a lot of the Italian mafia guys, I mean, a few of them have said Jimmy Burke was one of the most respected guys around. So just proves you don't have to be Italian to be a respected. You've just got to be a big, good earner. Dangerous killer, and you're halfway there.
Hey, Stu, you want to know this is the God's honest truth, dude, right? No matter what you hear ever. Whitey Bulger, you know what the Winter Hill gang was? Whitey Hills, Whitey's gang.
The Irish gang, weren't they? They were the West Side gang. Was it the Westies?
Well, the Westies they were badasses. My ex-girlfriend, Nadine Brown, I said her last name, her father was Blackie McKay. He owned, it's still in Berwick, Mass now. It's Max 2 Strip. I went out with her for 11 years, but he was from the West Side. He grew up in all that shit, Hell's Kitchen. He came down here to run strip clubs for the Irish. But anyways, that's another story. That's how I met Whitey when he would go to the strip club. I met him back in the 80s. He called me friend. That's what he, whatever. But I'll tell you, dude, he looked at you. He looked like, dude, dead eyes. He almost never smiled, but he looked right through you. He was a sociopath. You could definitely tell. He wore sleeves. He always had his sleeves rolled up, even when he was like close to 60 years old. He was a very, just kind of but he was a stone cold killer. He would just shoot you in the fucking head over nothing.
Did they find him hiding with his wife somewhere in the middle of nowhere or something?
No, he was in San Diego.
Did he change his disguise or something? He changed his disguise.
No. All he did was he had shaved his head and he had a beard. But I mean, he was 80-something years old, 86 years old. Yeah, so he was on the run for 17 years.
That's why he was on the run, but he changed his name. He changed his name and his disguise.
Yeah. The reason he had to stay in this country is because he had to go to Mexico. That's why he was in San Diego, because he had to take a special heart medication. If it wasn't for that, he would have went to Ireland, because the IRA would have kept him.
He was a rat. He was, man.
Oh yeah, dude. Well, he was working with. He turned all the fucking Italians in. That's why he was able. Because everybody was like, dude, there's just 3 of them. There's Stevie, the rifleman Flemmy, who was a guinea. There was fucking Kevin Weeks, his crash test dummy. Good kid. I like Kevin, but he's just a big 6'3", 280-pound dude. I don't know if Kevin's got any bodies on him, but I mean, he was there when many bodies were done. And he's the one, he told that story when they took these people out on Dorchester Beach, which is it's kind of an enclave right off Route 93 in Boston. I almost see the Boston Garden from there. He took this couple out, this kid robbed them. This dude robbed them on some fucking coke money. And they, had them on their knees and they shot, I guess, riflemen shot one in the head and the other one shot. And the way they fell, and they actually quoted him in that movie with Jack Nicholson. He actually said, wow, she kind of fell weird, huh? Because what happens, sometimes you get shot, you almost go back towards the bullet, and then you fly forward. So, imagine that. Imagine shooting a woman, and I think she was 22 years old, shooting her in the back of the fucking head, and the only thing that you say is, wow, she felt kind of weird. Imagine how black your heart has to be.
Was it Whitey Bulger, the one that Johnny Depp played in that film?
Yep.
Yeah, because he was a sick fuck. He used to kill women, didn't he, in that house and stuff.
Oh, in a second. He choked out his Stevie Rifleman's wife. Now, check this out. His wife, he was banging his wife's his stepdaughter. He was banging her from the time she was 14. When she was 18 years old, she started getting into meth. She was running her mouth to everybody. She was in Lowell. She'd run her mouth. My fucking father will shoot you in the face. And she was fucking him, too, which makes it even grosser, right? So Whitey kept hearing about it. And people would tell her, man, Debbie, you better shut your fucking mouth. And because she thought she was fucking Stevie, she'd be fine. Nope. Whitey choked her out, rope around the neck. Fucking strangled her and buried her in some basement in Dorchester.
He was a piece of shit rat, though. That's what he was.
Yeah, he killed 22 people he murdered. The person killed was a Portuguese. He killed the most. Joey Barboza.
So that's the thing about Sammy the Bull, right? I'll give Sammy the Bull Gravano a stick. I'll give Sammy the Bull Gravano a stick, calling him the rat and all that lot, just because that's what he's classed as. But Sammy the Bull Gravano actually had far more about him than some of these other gangsters that kill women and he's a piece of shit, Whitey Bulgin. But look, people like him. Sammy the Bull Gravano lived by the rules. He was a family man. All right, he killed people and he killed people he shouldn't have done. He was a bit of he's an animal. Of course he is. You don't do that sort of job if you're not a fucking animal.
It's all business.
But he had Cosa Nostra ways. He always went home to his wife. He was a businessman, right? And he was loyal. You can kill a girl in front of Sammy the Bull Gravano. Do you think that'd happen?
No,
you can't.
They killed
he ratted on Gotti after he'd done everything to get John Gotti off them charges. He'd done it many times. John Gotti kept fucking flaunting it in front of the government. And that's why they kept coming after him again. He should have kept his mouth shut and gone into hiding. But he's sitting there fucking prancing around in front of the camera. Sammy the Bull got him off the charge. Then Gotti wanted Sammy the Bull to take all the charges that John Gotti was. Look, you're gonna have to take the charges. They need me out here. I'm the boss here. Yep. So Sammy the Bull's looking life in prison. Never see his family again for John Gotti.
Yeah, John Gotti. Well,
there's not a man on this show that wouldn't have done what Sammy the Bull Gravano did that day. There's not one. Because I'm telling you what, I'm not taking the flak for a guy because he needs to be out.
They played a tape of him saying he was going to. I'm sorry, dude. You finish. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Jimmy. Go ahead, Jimmy.
No, I was going to say they played the tape of Gotti saying they recorded him. Was it above the Knickerbocker Club? He was up in the old lady's apartment. The FBI, actually, Trump's lawyer was behind all that. But anyways,
Giuliani.
so yeah, Giuliani, he was behind all that. So they bugged that, and so once they played, he listened to all this shit that he found out that fucking what's his name was saying about him, telling him to take it, and then he found out he had a few people killed that he lied about, and then once they played the tape where John was saying, I don't know what I'm. Listen, we're in the mob, right? Because when you say something, once the boss says something, like, what am I gonna have to do? I have to fucking put one in his head. Once you're dead, thank you, you're dead. Once they start talking about you dying, you're dead. And when he ever heard, and this was like just recently, a month before they pulled him in, and Sammy remembers, like, I was with him that night. So he's like, he was talking, he went upstairs talking about fucking shooting me in the head over DB. There was this guy they did business with. And listen, I've talked to true made men. Actually, the only true mafiosa made ceremony ever caught by the FBI tapes was literally 3 blocks from my house in Medford after I got married. It's fucking funny. I was living there when they recorded it in 93, when they did the, murder, and they passed the saint around burning. But first they poke you with the blood and all that other shit. But anyways, those guys, to them, man, they are so entrenched in that lifestyle. They really look at themselves as soldiers, and they talk like, you know what I mean? And a lot of them, and they die like that too. That dude from Philadelphia, when they knew it was his time, he charged the dude, and he said, don't make a mess of this. And he charged that, throwing punches that the Irishman they hired from the Westies. He goes, I opened up with the 40, boom, 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 boom. He goes, this tough old prick fucking got up off his feet, screamed, came at me again.
Jimmy,
and he goes, he went out like a man.
Jimmy, I was watching this interview with a guy who used to be with the Westies. The dog's trying to pick my biscuits.
Featherstone, Glenn Featherstone.
I can't remember his name, but he was saying that the West, he goes, they were fucking cold killers, right? He goes, they killed people for thinking that someone was talking about them, not with any proof. And it got to the stage where they just started killing each other. There was no one left, sort of thing. They were so paranoid on drugs. They were killing each other.
What happened? What happened with them? There wasn't a lot of them. So they to keep them off the Italians. That's how they kept the Italians off them. The Italians were like, those guys are insane. They were. Glenn Featherstone, he was an ex-Vietnam vet. He was literally suffered mental problems. He would, nicest, everybody said who knew him, say he's the nicest kid in the world. But if you fucking even look, yeah, he would just take an ice pick and stab you in court. Like he jumped over a fucking bailiff and tried to kill someone in court. Like, so he doesn't care. So it was a handful of them, probably like 11 of them. In fact, that dude I was just talking about who shot that guy who said, don't make a mess of this. He was one of them, a hired killer. So the Westies, almost all of them were hired assassins. The mob were using them in the 60s and 70s, mostly in the 70s into the early 80s. A lot of their hits were done with the Irish, so it couldn't be traced back to the family. So these guys were stone, like you said, stone cold killer. All of them. It's fucking, and they did. The cocaine got them all paranoid. They started, and then that was it.
I was watching that Value Entertainment the other day. I was watching the one with Frank Carlotta, the guy that was in Casino. Frank Vincent played him in Casino. Joe Pesci's little buddy. He was talking about him because that's Tony Spilotro, isn't it? And he was talking about him. That guy was a fucking psychopath, man. Look how smooth
he shot. His shotgun was his thing.
Huh?
He liked a double barrel sawed-off shotgun. And it's funny, that's how fucking they say, well, he got beat with baseball bats and thrown.
It's not the way he died,
in that
apparently.
cornfield.
He didn't die like that, apparently.
Hey, Jimmy.
What's that?
Didn't die like that. He died in a house, apparently. They beat him up and strangled him, I think. They beat his brother up and then beat him up, but they didn't sit there and beat him with baseball bats, apparently, and then stuck him in a hole. They killed him in a house somewhere in Chicago, but and
then
they buried him because that cornfield belonged to one of the Chicago bosses, I believe. It was on his land, but he was in prison.
But you know what? That's how you almost all the time. It's either that or prison. And they know it. And like the few mob guys I talked to, man, back in the day in the 80s, because Nadine's father, man, the mob, what's his name? He's still out in the streets now. The kid from Patriarca, Raymond Jr. He was up with Max 2s all the time. I'll tell you right now, Vinny Pazienza. Remember I've said on the show to BD, I don't like Vinny Pazienza. He was up that night. Listen, I met him one night. He was with his girlfriend who was dancing there. Kind of buying me drinks, being all kind of cool and shit, because I was bigger than him, jacked, whatnot. And plus I was in tight with the club. So he was all fucking up my jock, right? The next night he comes in and he's with Raymond. He's with Junior Patriarca. His father's fucking the mafia fucking, he's the crime boss of the fucking Patriarca crime family. And Junior, dumb as a box of rocks. Right, steroided out of his mind, always checking his hair. You know what I mean? Like one of these fucking dude, a stereo. And Vinny Pazienza was with him that night, dude. put the shine on me, acted like he didn't even know who the fuck I was. It was my girl Nadine was the one who brought it to my attention. And I kept eyeballing him and shit. He's like, "What's up with you?" I'm like, "What the fuck? What do you mean, what's up with me, you douchebag?" Yeah, no, we almost went at him, man. I threw a glass at him. I was pissed. Fucking prick. But that's stuff I always said I never told why I was mad at him, but that was the reason why I don't like Vinny Pazian. He's fucking fake as fuck. I hate fake people. Like, because you were Junior of all people, that fucking knucklehead, you're gonna shine me off a Junior Patriarca? Fuck you.
Hey Jimmy.
Yes, sir.
When you met Marvin Hagler in real life, and he was young, how did he look? He looked pretty tough.
Well, the first time I laid physical eyes on him, when I was a real little kid, he was fighting in the amateurs. That's the first time. So that was the first time I saw him. But the first time I saw him in a personal space type situation, I didn't make eye contact with him because we come up into the gym in that old asbestos dungeon, and he was training because Mickey went down there to spot his stepbrother Robbie Sims. So we went up to to the gym to he was gonna spar, and so Marvin was in there training. And dude, I was like a school kid. You kidding me? My heart was in my throat, fucking. You know what I mean? Like, there's Marvin. I was like, he was fucking God to me. So totally different mindset when I met Vinny Pazienza. You know what I mean? Because it was like, I was kind of a fucking hot shot at the club, not to toot my own horn, but my girl's father ran the place, owned it. You know, when I was in there and I could go behind the bar, grab a drink. So I was kind of like, I was a regular, girls knew me. So for him to walk in that next night and just fucking act like he didn't know who I was, oh my God, I was furious. Fucking, so I just never forgave him for that. Not that he would remember, but I'm sure he'd remember if somebody said a dude who threw a glass at you. Because I winged that fucking glass at him. I wanted to hit him right in the face with it.
Yeah. That's the thing though. When you look at the fucking the mafia, it's only the ones that don't flash their money, the clever ones that don't be seen out in public, and the ones that actually survived without going to prison, like Carlo Gambino and like Russell Buffalini and the fucking Irishman. The reason he stayed out of Nick all them years was because he was smart. He was never really seen in public. Never flashing his money. He lived in a little modest house with a modest car. Look at the car Carlo Gambino used to drive around in.
He lived with his mother, for Christ's sakes. Think about that. And he wore that hat. He wore that Barbino hat that he would flip the visor up to make himself. He looked like, with the bent nose, he looked like Giuseppe from fucking. Do
you know what about Vinny Vincent the Chin? You know the Chin that was
oh yeah, Vinny the Chin. Yep.
Yeah, Vinny the Chin, the head of the I think the Genovese family, I think it was.
Yep,
he used to walk around in a dressing gown outside, pretending he's all fucked up, didn't he? Can you remember that?
In a bathrobe, talking to himself.
Yeah, in a dressing gown. We call them dressing gowns. But yeah, he would just walk around just all like dribbling and stuff, making out he's all fucking retarded. Then go in the house and arrange for people to be assassinated and stuff. Madness.
What got him was when they got his son and his brother, who's a priest. And once they said they were going to put his brother in prison, all of a sudden he had the meeting. He was sitting there catatonic, right, in court, catatonic. They get him in a suit, like they're wiping the drool from him. The judge is telling him a thing. They're arguing, blah, 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 blah. He says, okay. Then they said they were going to, press charges towards your brother, the priest. All of a sudden, the brother talked to the lawyer. The lawyer said, can we have 5 minutes? Next thing you know, the fuck, he comes in the court and he's sitting there, is bright-eyed and staring everybody in the face. He had to stop with the fucking charade. And he came cleaned up. So he would do that, dude. They caught him. He would go and shave, and he would put underneath that bathrobe and have a silk suit on. He would jump in a limo in the back, and yeah, he was a fucking mean prick. He was a boxer too, Vinny the Chin.
Dude, that's why they called him the Chin. That's why they called him the Chin, because every time he got punched on it, he went to sleep. So they called him Vinny the Chin.
Vinny the Chin.
So they
Vinny
called
the
him.
Chin Giovanni. Yep. He's the one who shot fucking that dude in the head, but because he didn't rat on him, well, he he was the head of the. It wasn't the Colombo then, but he was the most powerful. He was the one who was, I pay my taxes in the Senate hearing. That guy there. He's Vinny the Chin is the one who shot.
No, you're on about Sammy Giancano, aren't you?
Well, Sammy, he's the
Sammy
Chicago. But I'm
Giancano.
talking about the guy. Oh my God, he's balding. He was kind of a big nose, blondish. He was kind of considered himself a businessman. Frank Bruno. Angelo
Bruno.
Angelo Bruno, that's your Philadelphia mob boss. Angelo
you on
Bruno,
about Joe
executed in
Bonanno?
1979.
Are you on about Joe
Joey
Bonanno?
Bonanno.
No?
He's the classiest. He actually got a college degree, that motherfucker. But
Travis the
no,
Chin. Travis
Hey,
the Chin
Jimmy.
said it's Sam Giancana.
I can't remember. Sam G, yeah, but he shot him in the head. He was about to get in his elevator. He got out. He turned and he said, "Hey," and he said, "Frank." And Frank looked up when he shot, but it just
It's
grazed
always
his
got to
head.
be a Frank, right? It's always got to be a guy named Frank.
And he fucking went to the hospital, didn't tell the police. Is that famous picture with the white bandage around his head? Who shot you, Frank? I don't know. And they, because of witnesses. So Giancana at the time weighed, or Vinny the Chin weighed like 300 pounds at the time of the shooting. Went down to Mexico for like 4 months, lost 100 pounds, came up, and they, of course they get arrested him and shit. But he went to court, and Frank said, "No, Your Honor, I cannot, see that was him." And as Frank and Shinny was walked by him, he said, "Thanks, Frank." Because right to
Hey,
the end,
Jimmy,
like you
I
said,
wanted
code.
to tell you this because I grew up right by a mob town, and you got to see the difference between the mob town and where I grew up at. It's just a difference of mentality, bro. But anyway, they confirmed exactly what you said about what happened in that situation with Sammy, and they said he was as good as dead. John Gotti.
Yep.
Listen, there's a lot of people that believe Sammy the Bull Gravano, if he had had a chance to get out, he would have got John Gotti killed. And there's a lot of people that would have. Sammy was the power behind John Gotti. Let's just say that.
Oh, he absolutely was. And the guy he killed, the guy in front of Frank Castellano, the guy he killed in front of Ron at Steakhouse, he used to use that fucking guy who owns Paul Castellano. He used that fucking dude from Brooklyn. That he's the most sickest, probably one of the sickest people. They called it the Gemini Club. It was the Gemini Experience. He killed so many people at the Gemini Club. They had it all in a patent. You would walk through the door before you even knew you were standing on plastic. They would shoot you in the back of the head with a 22.
I think his name's Ray something. Ray. What's his name? Can help me out here. Travis, help me out. I'm gonna Ray. What was his name?
I know. I can think of it too. And they would use a half-charge bullet, though. Think about that. They would take half the charge out of the bullet so it wouldn't go out the other side. So one guy would shoot you. There would be another guy with a towel instantly wrap it around your head. And then they would take you to the bathroom down back, and they would basically slit you. They would cut your arteries, hang you upside down. They would order a sub. They would eat while you drained, and then they would quad you up in the belt and go dump you in Staten Island. They said they killed so many. It become like a fucking industrial line. They were so good at it. They could they would shoot you and have you pieced up in fucking 45 minutes.
Shit, man.
Yeah, the Gemini effect. Hundreds of people.
Hey, Jimmy, I don't know because I'm talking on my phone and I got a phone call right when I was about to say something to you, but I don't know if you caught that, but official mob dudes were telling me, these dudes, obviously I would never say who they are, but they were just he was a dead man. I mean, might as well just go. I mean, he might as well had died on the streets the way he died in prison, but basically he was gonna die.
Who, Gotti?
Yeah, Gotti.
Oh yeah, no, he brought the mob down. He ruined the mob. That idiot. The mafia, the last thing you ever want to be is in a pay. Dude, he would go and buy $3,000 suits and tell people. He would say, "This is my public." He said that to Sammy the Bull in Sammy's book I read. And Sammy's like, "What do you mean you're public, Sean? What are you fucking saying, dude? This is supposed to be a secret society, you fucking idiot."
Hey,
you know what I mean?
Roy, it's come to me. Roy
DeMayo. Thank you, Roy DeMayo.
What
about he shot that poor 19-year-old. What about Roy DeMayo? He chased a vacuum cleaner salesman down and shot him.
Yeah, but you sure that was not? I don't think that's Roy DeMayo. I think that was his one of his guys.
Well, what happened? What happened? He had this Jewish kid who looked up to him since he was 16. Fucking this kid, he actually changed his name to DeMayo.
That's the guy who killed the Cuban, not Roy DeMayo. It was him.
Well, yeah, exactly. What he did, he killed 3 Cubans. What he did, he went down to Florida to do a coke deal with the Cubans. And so he thought he was going to be cute, pulled out a gun, pop, 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 killed all 3 Cubans, took the coke and the money, came back. DeMayo was scared shitless because he knew the Cubans in the 80s, what they were doing in Florida. They were opening in fucking middle of a goddamn shopping mall in Florida. People were getting out with machine guns. It was crazy. DeMeo shit his pants. The Cubans called, said, "Fuck you, we're coming up." So Roy was so scared. Next thing you know, the next day it was a ring at the bell, and he looked out the window, and it was a Spanish kid selling fucking vacuum cleaners. And Roy grabbed his pistol, ran out the door, started squeezing rounds. The kid screaming, runs, jumps in his car. They chased him down. They executed him. And that was why Roy was dead right there. That's what, by the way, what got Roy killed. That's when Castellano did the okay. Because one thing about the mob, everything's about the rules. You don't kill civilians. That's really a no-no. They don't like that shit.
Castellano was strict with stuff like that, man.
Yep. And he said no when he heard that, because a lot of people wanted DeMeo dead because he was dealing in coke, and Castellano was kind of two-faced. He was going after certain crews for selling he didn't like, but he was letting crews he did like get away with it. And so that's why John Gotti hated him, because plus he knew his best friend Quack Quack was going to get whacked from Castellano, so he knew he had to act. But anyways, that's fucking, so he always protected DeMeo, but once he shot that kid, killed that civilian, all the families at the next commission meeting, all the heads said he's got to go. He shot a fucking kid who's selling vacuum cleaners. He's got to go because he was a made man. If he was just an associate, he might have got away with it, but he was made, so he had to go. So they found him with his fucking money shoved up his ass, and was his dick in his mouth? Did they cut his dick off? Anyways, they made him like greed. They try to pass that off. They have symbols for that shit, but.
Paulo Gambino was the man for me, man. The guy just kept in the background, never saw him, and didn't make decisions on emotions. Once he left, that's what the mafia died. Then for me, the mafia started. That was the start. That was the start of the destruction of the mafia.
He should have named fucking John Gotti's guy there from Frank Chicho. He was from the streets. I'm saying his name wrong, but he, instead of naming him, who was on the fucking streets for 30 years, he named his fucking Ivy League type fucking brother-in-law. And that sent the wicked riff in the family. Because he wasn't they have those meatheads who sit around all day. Because most of those guys in the mob, they try to act like they all have money. Bullshit. Half those times, those guys are scratching just to get there. They have a weekly vig they have to hit. And if they don't make it, that gets doubled. So they're constantly looking for schemes and stupid shit. And those wiretaps, have you ever heard some of the conversations? You say, you ain't got a brain cell between any of these motherfuckers. No wonder they're just soldiers.
That Michael Francis was telling a story about Carlo Gambino. He walked into this bar with his crew, and he saw a made guy in there with his mistress. Obviously, he's a married guy, and Carlo knows it his wife, and Carlo don't like that sort of thing. He knows that you can have your mistress, but he doesn't like you flaunting your mistress around and stuff. He was a bit old school like that, and so was Paul Castellano. I think Paul Castellano actually got his daughter's husband, I think, murdered. I think he gave her a slap.
He hit her.
Yeah, he hit her, and that was enough for Castellano. So you couldn't. That was old school. You couldn't do that. So this guy comes up to Carlo, and Carlo goes to him. He says, "How you doing tonight?" He says, He says,
Actually, Stu, you know what's fucked up in the mob, in the mafia, right? They were pissed at Castellano, Paul, for killing him because he married his daughter. This is no bullshit. This girl I was dating back in the day, Denise DeMarco, her last name's DeMarco, right? Guineas. Her brother, just out of nowhere, I just met this clown, right? He's like, hey, dude, listen, so man, it's my sister, I love her. You don't ever touch her. You don't ever put a hand on her until you give her name. He actually said, give her my name. So I'm like, he actually just said to me, I said to her after, I'm like, this is the fucking Italian family, have the grandmothers living there and everything. I'm like, he said to me in his little broken English that I can't smack you until I give you my name. And she said, Jimmy, it's just Italian, you gotta understand. And I'm like, well, you guys are barbaric motherfuckers. Well, imagine that shit. Yeah, so
Carlo said to this guy, innit? This guy, he came over and said, all right, Carlo, and Carlo goes, this is what you doing, man. He goes, what do you mean? He goes, I'm out with mistress. He goes, yeah. He goes, should you be doing that sort of thing? And he goes, yeah, man, the wife, she's all right. She's at home. And Carlo goes, do you love your wife? He goes, yeah, I love my wife with all my heart. He goes, do you love me? And he goes, of course I do, Carlo. I love you, man. You're the godfather. He goes, well, I hope you don't love me like you love your wife.
Right.
His way is I hope you don't love me like you love your wife. In other words,
and to come from
if you're doing that to your wife, You're not going to think twice about ratting on me.
Dude, and it's all symbol. Everything's symbolic with them. Like even like if they give you a kiss, if they give you a double kiss, that's sometimes like like giving you the kiss of death. Like even with that little the kid from Philadelphia, the short little Muppet, Nicky, whatever. When he was leaving prison, the fucking mob boss handed him 2 paper clips and gave him a kiss. So basically saying you ain't worth 2 paper clips. But yeah, I can't remember Nicky. Whatever his name is, but yeah.
No, didn't what's his name? Didn't Columbo say that to who's the guy that Frank Sheeran murdered in the cafe? Have you seen The Irishman yet?
No, I haven't.
You got to watch The Irishman on Netflix. And you've seen that? That's fucking
I
brilliant.
gotta see that. I heard it's
I'm
3
kind of
hours.
boycotting Netflix. Oh, I'm sorry, brother.
It's like 3 hours, that movie.
Oh, that movie's awesome.
I'll wait till
man.
it's off Netflix if I can see it on something else. Do this. They push so much hardcore leftist ideology, dude. They're like one of the worst. Netflix. They support a lot of NGOs that are pumping those fucking people into Europe. That's supported big time by Netflix. They're a hardcore left. But anyway, but that guy you said earlier, Stu, Michael Franzese, dude, he's the most successful, the best mafia. Dude, that dude made millions of dollars a month at one time. Nobody earned like him. He was a genius. He was going to school to be a lawyer when he quit.
I think you were talking about. You know what I was just talking about? I think that was. Didn't Joe Banana do that? Not Joe Banana. Didn't Columbo do that to Crazy Joe Gallo? And
Crazy Joe, yeah, Crazy killed him.
Give him 2 clips or something. Said he weren't worth 2 paper clips or something. And then he killed.
Yep.
He's the one apparently.
Gambino's on Clam House or something. Something's Clam House in Brooklyn.
Travis the Chin, Skinny Joey Molino. Is that the one from Philadelphia? Skinny Joe.
Philadelphia. Yep, Skinny Joe. He just got out.
Yeah.
He's out right now.
He's still about. Yeah, he's still about, just roaming the streets as a normal guy now.
He just did 14 years. I don't know if he's still claiming any kind of that was a fucking horror show, dude. They had a fucking ex-cop working for them as informant.
Who was the guy who was warring? Was it what's his name? Stander or something like that?
Stanford. I know. Stanza.
Something like that. Yeah. I remember, not really educated on this one, but I do remember Skinny Joe Molina getting in a war with him, and I think he got shot, didn't he? Did he get shot and survive or something? Yeah. Stanford. That's it, Travis.
And Michael Giannini, his best friend. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm talking over you.
That's right. The Philly Mafia they was always at war, weren't they?
Oh, big time. Well, after Frank Bruno, he kept it. He was the Gentle Dawn. He was executed in 1979. It was that famous picture of the guy sitting in the front seat of the car with his mouth gapped wide open. He got shot in the back of the head with a shotgun. And the guy who shot him, because the mob, the Italians in New York, called him in, he was found with a roll of hundreds shoved up his asshole in the back of a trunk of a car. The guy who killed him. I mean,
damn, man. Travis the Chimp in the chat says they killed his friend, man. Stanford crew killed his friend. Fuck's sake.
Yes, well, Michael Giannini. Actually, the brother, when Skinny Joe did that nightclub shooting, one of the brothers, there was 2 brothers in the warring faction. One Giannini was in one faction, was in the other, and they shot at each other. Some say one was actually the shooter that killed his brother. That's crazy.
That's fucking insane. When you go into war with your own brother.
In a mob, man. But
yeah. No, listen. Not even in the mob. I've seen like they're not mob figures.
Oh no, it's crazy. I wouldn't do it.
I've seen family members that are like in the street life. I've seen them go. They've gone at it. They've gone after each other.
But that's actually a part of their ceremony. They say don't if your wife is in labor, if you're called to the hospital, but we call you, the boss calls you, basically, who do you come? You know what I mean? It's part of the question. So imagine that they expect you to come to them. They come, that becomes ahead of your family to them.
The thing is, it was Francis was actually saying, saw him see, it was like, we had all these rules, but when it come deep down to doing them, when you're given a choice, it's me or your children. Which one are you going to? No, sorry, the family or the children. You're going to sign up saying, yeah, the family comes first. But if they're giving you an option, it's the family or your children. You're going with your children every day of the week.
Of course you are, man. If you got any type of soul, you should.
And Mike this is never ratted, ever.
No, that's right. And people call him a rat. Prove to me he ratted.
Never,
didn't rat
ever
shit.
ratted. He
He
did
never
his time.
killed
He did
anyone in his
14
life.
years. He did 14 years in federal prison. He did his time. He was smart. He invested. The guy's brilliant. Now he does a speaking tour, dude. He gets $700 an hour. Dude,
Hey,
the guy's
listen,
making bank.
he comes to England all the time. He's at Cambridge and Oxford universities doing speeches all the time.
So he's making bank, dude. He's living the high life. He doesn't even hide anymore because he has.
I think he's a what you call it as well. I think he has his own. He does his own church things as well, doesn't he? He's at church doing his own.
Oh yeah, no, he's involved in that too. Yep. Mike Francis, he did the gas scam because back before computers in the 70s, when you had to pay 10 cents of every gallon of gas, it was a 10 cents gas tax in New York. So he would buy 4 or 5 gas stations. So imagine the amount of fucking 10 cents every gallon, pop, pop, pop. And you got to pay the government quarterly. So when the government would come from the checks, first they'd send you a thing, hey, we haven't got your tax money. He said by the third notice, we would just close up and move. So he was saying I was making some cases $5-10 million a week.
that's why. Hey,
way to go.
The thing is, in the mafia, right? You can they talk about all these rules, and but that died a long time ago. If you could do what you want, I mean, you weren't meant to sell drugs, but you could. If you was a good earner, you got away with anything you wanted to do. That's why.
If you kept it clean, yeah. Meaning there's no murders there's no blood on our hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at the Jimmy Burke. Look at the Jimmy Burke story, right? Jimmy Burke was not a made man, right? But he was obviously a powerful guy that was bringing a lot of money to the mafia, right? So Jimmy Burke was allowed to go to the bosses and ask to wipe these people out one by one. And these guys were made men. Some of these guys, and he was like, as an Irishman, to go and be able to take out a made man shows you how powerful he was. And it wasn't about sticking to the rules to the mafia. It's because Jimmy Burke was a good earner, and they couldn't replace him.
And Tommy D getting to be a made man was basically he was going to become a made man. That was it. That's why he fucking suffered the way he did. At least that was the mindset going in.
Listen,
he never ratted
if Tommy D had become a made man, right, Jimmy Burke would still been calling the shots with Tommy D obviously behind him. That's how powerful Jimmy Burke was. Jimmy Burke, even though he would have been a made man, Jimmy Burke would have had more power.
Do you know he could have got out in 5 years if he would have gave up the Lufthansa? That's how code he was. He stuck more to the code than the Italians.
Henry Hill said he's one of the most vicious motherfuckers you'll ever meet in your life. He goes,
of course he's going to say that. He's going to make him sound like a prick. You know what I mean? But
the
way I look at it, he only killed people who seem to have it.
He was a fucking violent man. Trust me, he was.
Yeah. Well, of course, you have to be in that to become powerful in that because there's nobody's respecting degrees. You know what I mean? It's all fair. It's all based off of fair. And he was a big dude. He was like 6'3", and he was tough as nails. Yeah, he was a big earner.
Let's be real, right? He killed a made man, didn't he, from the Gambino family, and that Billy Batts, didn't he?
Billy Batts.
It was him and the mafia ain't stupid, right? They knew Jimmy Burke had something to do with that. Yet they turned a blind eye. They turned a blind eye to it, mate. Because Jimmy Burke,
because he was a big earner.
Who do you think was doing all the killings for the mafia? They weren't sending Italian guys to do it. That was Jimmy Burke's crew doing it.
And they were doing
Jimmy
the Westerns.
Burke's crew was doing it. Exactly. That's what that John Alight said. John Alight, who was with John Gotti and the Gambino family, right? He was a hitman for them. He was saying that Jimmy Burke, he's one of the most. He's the guy he respects out of all these mafia guys because Jimmy Burke was a cold killer. He was a real nice guy, and G crossed him, but he was a cold killer. But he was a earner. He was the typical gangster. You know, if he was going to describe a gangster, what it'd be, he'd say Jimmy Burke was the perfect guy.
He killed everybody involved in Lufthansa. 7 people.
He
killed them all, dude.
All out.
Took them all out because they kept spending their money, talking, gambling, just being. And then he got greedy at the end. He just wanted all that money. They never got any of that money back, too. And you know what Michael Franzese
said? Henry Hill said. Jimmy. Henry Hill said the only reason Jimmy Burke didn't take him out is because he didn't ask for his money.
Remember, he said that. He didn't have to worry about me. I didn't ask for any of it.
I didn't. He goes, I could see they're all dropping like flies. He goes, I wasn't going to fucking ask for that. So
the fucking ice pick in the back of the head when Tommy hit that dude with the ice pick. Shut him
Yeah.
fucking. That
And
was
that told you
cold-blooded.
everything. Look, Tommy D was about to get made, and he did that hit for Jimmy, basically.
Oh yeah,
Hey,
exactly.
do you know killed Tommy D? John Gotti.
I'm sorry, what's that?
John Gotti killed John Gotti killed Tommy D. And do you know what? It weren't over the Billy Batson
Oh,
thing.
okay, yep.
What it was, right? Paul Varro, you know the Paul Varro, the fucking the boss in Goodfellas, the one Jimmy Burke was under, and Henry Hill. I played him in the film, but he was shagging Henry Hill's, or sleeping with Henry Hill's wife at the time when Henry Hill was in prison, and Tommy D tried to rape Henry Hill's wife when Henry was in prison. Went round there all drunk, tried to rape him. She told Paul Varro because she was sleeping with him, but no one knew. And he's the boss, so he was that angry. He went and told John Gotti that if you're looking for the killer, if you're looking for the killer of Billy Batts, instead of killing him, so he just said if you're looking for the killer of Billy Batts, it was Tommy D, and that's when they got him. It was Gotti that actually called that hit. So that's the story behind Tommy D.
Crazy. If he was a tall dude too, they had Petchy.
Yeah, it was all over. It was all over Henry Hill's wife, and Henry Hill's wife came out years later and admitted that because when Karen, when he did Goodfellas, she didn't admit any of this. This is why it weren't in the film because he didn't know at the time. It's come out afterwards, and that's when it all kicked in. And that's what he said. He found out later that Paul Vario, I think his name was, the boss. I think there was a capo of the Genovese family, I think, and or Lucchese family, and one of the two. And
yeah, I think it was Lucchese. It was Lucchese.
The Lucchese, because they don't have a boss, they have capos, don't they? Don't have a main boss. So he was a real powerful man. He was the most violent capo out of a lot of them as well. A real powerful man, and he was actually sleeping with Henry Hill's wife. And that's when Tommy tried to rape her. Yeah, and then Tommy went round there, tried to rape her. She told Paul Vario, and he was fucking fuming. And that's when he told John Gotti what he needed to know.
Fucking yeah, man, they fucking kill each other left and right and that shit, man. I wouldn't, you know what I mean? Fuck the Hell's Angels. I mean, I shouldn't have said their name, but they don't do that. That's one thing. They only did it one time in their history that they killed brothers, the Laval chapter. But yeah, no, the mob, man, that was part of their rules, man. It's all business.
The thing is, though, the mafia, it got to the stage where so paranoid, like Nicky Scarfo and people like him were so paranoid that people were getting killed on suspicion. And before you know it, you got no one left. And when you're a loyal member and you're seeing other loyal members dropping like flies for nothing, your loyalty soon disappears. That's when you start fucking going FBI informant. Listen, Philadelphia Mafia have had more informants than any other mafia in the US. Did you know that? They've had more people turn witness protection than any other mafia. That's because their bosses were fucking lethal.
Yeah, because they decided when they killed Joey when they left his body on the side of the road. First, he was the guy who had him killed was ass. It was Frank Bruno's nephew, Nicky. Will you always watch out for my son or whatever?
It's Angelo Bruno, isn't it? It's not Frank.
And yeah, Angelo Bruno. That's right, Angelo Bruno. And fucking it was the pimple-faced dude who got blown up on his porch. It was his son, Joey, whatever, handsome kid, but he was 28 years old, and Nicky was just jealous because it said in the paper that he was the new up-and-coming, the heir apparent of the fellow. Because it said that in the paper, all of a sudden he turned a cold shoulder on this dude who would have done anything for him, and he had him.
This guy was the most.
It was like, fuck that.
Yeah. Was it Tester? Phil Tester?
Oh shit, man! Hey guys, my phone's actually about to die. I've been fucking talking your ears off. I've become like a kind of a historian on that.
Oh, you're right, man. I don't think anyone else is here. Where's Recognize? Recognize.
I'm right here.
No, it's
I think he was on about.
Dude, you actually.
I think he was on about Tester. Hang on a sec, Jimmy. I think he was on about Tester, right? Who was basically the most loyal member.
His name.
Yeah, the most loyal member Nicky Scarfo had, and Nicky was such a paranoid guy, man. He killed him for no reason. And then when they saw he was getting killed and how loyal he was, they started ratting left, right, and centre. Even his own fucking nephew ratted on him, didn't he?
Phil, fucking, I can't remember his name.
Yeah, something. Look, loose. Oh, what's his name? Phil. I need to.
Dude, I've never fucking met anybody who knows as much about the Italian mob as you, and you're from England. That's pretty crazy, dude. That's pretty impressive, dude. You know all that shit. Wow.
Yeah.
Like a fucking, you know the history of it and everything.
I love all that stuff. I love outlaw stuff. I mean, Americans. That's what they love. The Americans are all the American heroes. All the Americans are they're outlaws, aren't they? When you look at all when you look at all the famous names, and when you go through the history, Billy the Kid, you know what I mean, and people like that, fucking.
Right, the gunslingers of the 20s and 30s, machine gun
Yeah,
Kelly.
just outlaws. Yeah, fucking Bonnie and Clyde. You know.
Yeah. Before the mob, it was those outlaws, man.
So when the Al Capone, when the mob come along, it's just an obsession. The Americans got obsessed with that mafia, and I was just brought up on that. You got to remember, I was brought up in the 80s and 90s sort of thing. So I was getting Scorsese films all the time, the gangster movies, and it's just full of gangster movies during them times. So I loved them. And then I just started watching
headlines too. It was probably in the paper too. Then,
but the thing is, the mob was involved with a lot of things. When you talk about the JFK assassination, the mob was involved in that. So they always, when you look at history, especially American history, the mob's always hovering around in the background somewhere, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? So
absolutely. Jack Ruby, the guy who killed fucking Lee Oswald, he was into the fucking the Dallas mob for a ton of money. And he got the call to say, get in there because you know people in there. We got to shut him up. Because it was the New Orleans mob who hated, because he was a short little dude. Remember Kennedy, as the attorney general, had him picked up, put in an airplane and dropped off in the jungles of Guyana with no passport, no money. Took him fucking 4 weeks to get home. And that day, when he got home, he said, I'm going to kill that fuck. And then he realized, don't kill the attorney general. Cut the head off the snake.
Philip Leonetti, wasn't it? The guy that
Philadelphia nephew, yep.
Yeah.
Yep, Phil Leonetti. No shit, dude. Wow. Impressive, Stu. That's awesome, man. No shit. Hey guys, but listen, my phone's I got like 2 battery life and I don't have my charger anywhere near me. So I don't want you to hang up in mid-sentence and seem rude. But that was awesome, man. Talking to you guys about that shit, man. That's great. It's awesome talking to people.
Always a pleasure to talk to you, Jimmy. You know that, man.
Thank you, gentlemen. You guys have a great night. Be safe, all right?
Yeah, you do that too, my man.
All right, guys. All right,
Take care. Recognize my brother. You got to help me out now. You got to talk. Recognize is gone. Who's the one with the camel?
Oh, that's Gonzalo.
I'm here, by the way.
Oh, that's
Butcher just started to wake up. Did the Islamic prayer wake you up, Butcher?
I was napping before. No, I woke up like an hour ago. Yeah.
Butcher, you slept through the whole thing.
Pretty much. I don't know what's going on. I heard mafia talk. So.
Yeah, fucking
man.
Stu's like a mafia historian, bro.
So what's going on now?
He knew them all by names. I'm like, who the fuck are these guys?
Yeah. I do like my mafia stuff. It's just something that I've always been interested in. I'm like I said, I like watching people get beat up, like boxing and mixed martial arts. So
yeah.
I'm not a nice guy. I like to see heads put in vices in casino and stuff. It's just me. I don't like lovey-dovey chick flicks. I want to see people getting baseball battered and stuff like that. You know, it's just what I enjoy.
I always, this is the way I describe myself. I'm not a bully. I'm not gonna go out there and pick on somebody who doesn't want to fight. I like to fight though. I love it. I'm not gonna lie to you. If a guy comes to me and he wants to fight, I'm not backing down. It's gonna happen.
So you're gonna fight H Money then?
No, I don't get no. If I was his size, yeah, like naturally his size, yeah, I would. Why not?
What happened to H Money?
Little H Money is probably, he's got his own channel. I heard.
Yeah, he does.
The thing with the movies, like The Irishman. See, I'd rather watch that. That's got no really special effects. There's no buildings being crashed down and missiles being flying everywhere. It's just two guys talking in a room, talking about it could be, which is more exciting to me, that mafia style, than fucking a flying robot flying in the air, fucking taking out everybody else.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's just the simple
I get
things in the
exactly
movies.
what you're saying, man. I like.
That's
I'm not-
why. That's why. Like I said, when you see my top films, none of them are like films that have got special effects involved. They're just basic storylines.
Hollywood is shit now, man. Let's be honest. Like, let's be real. Hollywood is shit. Like, you take
Hollywood is
Die
bullshit
Hard.
now.
You take Die Hard, the first one, and compare it to like the last one that came out. It's just ridiculous. All this, he's on top of a jet plane or some shit. It's like that's so. Just because you can do it with the special effects doesn't mean you have to do it. Because now the
thing is though.
Yeah,
they've also ruined a lot of good brands from the back in the day. I mean, look what they've done to some of these brands, man. I mean, Ghostbusters. I mean, what did they do with that?
Why did he even? You watched it?
That was a feminist. That was a feminist fucking pile of dung.
Where did you even see it, Stu? I remember you said you watched it. Is it on Netflix or something?
No, it was on Sky. It was on Sky. I flicked. I thought Ghostbusters 2. I'll have a look. It was so bad. I got through about 10 minutes of it. The comedy was trash. It was just corny feminist garbage, and I just didn't like it. But they've done that to a lot of brands. I mean, Star Wars. I mean, don't get me wrong. Star Wars is still quality film, still watchable. But I just don't like what they've done with it. They've just
that's garbage.
Some reason,
man. Star Wars is shit.
Sometimes you just gotta stick to the original fucking.
Yeah, what's wrong with the original? The original is what made everybody love it.
That's it. I mean, like I like The Equalizer, but Denzel Washington, he's not Edward Woodward in that role. I was brought up with Edward Woodward. Denzel Washington's a better actor, don't get me wrong, but I was used to Edward Woodward being the Equalizer, not Denzel Washington. So it just felt weird for a start. So I thought they could have got probably an older white guy to do that role.
Hey Stu,
like what?
Believe it or not, back in the 80s, I was a messenger back then, and I got to meet Edward Woodward when he was the Equalizer in New York.
Listen, Edward Woodward, right, bro? He was the Equalizer for decades. I grew up with Edward Woodward as the Equalizer. So just not that Denzel Washington is one of my favorite actors. So it's nothing to do with. It just didn't seem right that he should have been if you're going to try and bring another film out, at least make it try and sort of realistic. A guy that looked a bit like Edward Woodward or something. Do you know what I mean? They just changed it all around and didn't need to do that. It's still a good film, but they just play around with these movies too much for me.
Yeah, I like the old movies, like some of the, believe it or not, even though they say, Alfred Hitchcock. Like, the movie that, was suspenseful for me was like The Bird. You ever remember that movie?
Birds?
Yeah,
the birds?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was I remember that was a pretty scary movie back then.
Yeah, it was.
I actually saw that phenomenon here in the Philippines a few months ago. There's a bunch of like little black birds. They weren't crows, but they were like hovering all over the place. I thought they were actually gonna attack me. I got inside my house.
People don't realize we in New York, we got hawks, boy. You hear
And this is the thing, right? When you look at some of the films from the 80s and 90s, right? You put them up against the remakes, and they're still better, even though the technology's not there. All the special effects.
Yeah.
Yep.
The Hollywood industry has gone to shit because let's be real, the Irishman, Hollywood didn't even want to put it on the movies. That's why they had to sell it to Netflix. That's an all-time classic in my eyes.
Look at that. They take a classic like that. That would have been a movie. That would have been a blockbuster movie back in the 80s and the 90s.
Do you know why? Because it hasn't got some woman in a cat suit fucking kicking up 10 men at once and stuff like that.
It's because we live in a different time. Look at
But nobody goes to the movie theaters anymore.
Nah, I don't even go. I don't go.
That's what people are saying because now you have access to everything. Either before you used to, let's watch a movie. Okay, let's go to a movie theaters or let's go rent a movie.
Honestly, they still make
your house, man. Now you just fucking.
My era.
Okay, they still make
Let's
their
go to
money,
the
man.
drive-in.
Don't see how much money these films make. They make $2 billion. Some of these films worldwide. They make their money, bro.
Yeah,
do.
but
I'm sure the movies is really expensive.
I read somewhere that people are not going. Like that's why Hollywood isn't experimenting with new movies. They're always rehashing stuff that was popular in the past because they don't want to take any risks. That's what's happening.
I don't want to sound like a bit of a fucking. I don't want to sound like a bit of a puff here, but I actually think that Bohemian Rhapsody is one of the best films I've seen this year.
Yeah, that was a good movie.
I thought it was a brilliant movie, and there's no special effects in that. People getting chopped up, but I thought it was a brilliant movie. It's a storyline. It felt realistic, quality movie. But you just don't get a lot of that now. I mean, a lot of it's far-fetched garbage, really, isn't it?
I just don't, you know why I stay away from movies and I don't really care anymore. It's because the media, watching TV, it's just I just see global homo messages everywhere, man.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm
like
wasting
it's
2 hours
everywhere.
watching some shit that I know is gonna suck anyway. So fuck
In
it.
the UK, right, whenever they're trying to sell you something, right, it don't bother me, but I've just noticed it because after a while you do notice it. I've got eyes that fucking work. Do you know what I mean? You've seen that advert. There's always that the white guy with the black girl and the mixed race kid, or there's always the black guy with the white girl and the mixed race kid.
That's not reality.
I can't remember the last time I see a white kid or a black kid in a fucking advert.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny, Stu? That's not reality. That's not the norm. No, it's the other way around. Black guys are still having kids with black women. White guys are still having kids with white women. The majority of them.
But what I'm saying is, it's preaching that diversity. Look, we're a happy family. You can be too. You know, it's just notice it. I don't know. It doesn't even bother me, sort of thing. But I've noticed what they're trying to do.
Yeah, just because you know what they're trying to do is what pisses you off, man.
Yeah,
and
pushing a narrative.
Come on, don't do it.
I don't know the comedian in the UK that's not homosexual.
I tell you right now, if you and I don't know how long G Boogie hasn't lived in New York, but there's certain places in Manhattan you go to, and I'm telling you, like me and my wife, we both Puerto Ricans. You know, we kind of the same complexion, same hair color, eyes, everything.
Boricua.
They look at us, me and my wife together. They look at us like we're strange. Everybody is interracially dating, homosexually dating, interspecies dating. They look at me and my wife. They're like, they still make people like you? I didn't know Puerto Ricans.
No, look at the Star Wars when they made. Who's the fucking guy? Lando, whatever his name is in fucking Star Wars.
He's gay now or something. I didn't watch the movie that one. Yeah.
They made it in the storyline that he was like fucking in love with that robot, and they was making it out. So look, diversity, isn't it lovely? He loves a robot, she loves him. Oh, what the fuck? It's a robot. You know what I mean? It's going to malfunction.
And again, look, I don't have no problem.
But they were actually saying that.
Choices. But let's be realistic. When you're trying to show me every commercial, you're not being realistic because that's not the norm.
They're pushing a narrative.
There's no evidence to suggest that 90% of the world is interracially dating. It's the other way around. 90% of the world is still having kids with their own tribe. That's it.
I don't give a. To be honest with you, they can do it.
Yeah, no, I don't care either.
Yeah, I don't. Like, it's just
a different world. It's not real.
And it's just they're forcing it in your face to basically. It's like forcing you to accept diversity, and there's people out there that are not going to accept it. I don't mind it, but it's constant. If it was one advert here and there, you wouldn't even take no notice of it. I probably wouldn't have noticed, but it's in every one of them. They're always on the beach running along with their little mixed race family, and it's honestly everywhere you go, and it's like an agenda being pushed. I don't give a fuck. Like I said, man.
Yeah,
I'm happy for anyone to be whoever they want. I'm too old, got too many things in my own life to worry about who loves who. So none of that stuff bothers me. Everywhere I turn on the TV, it's the liberal agenda, isn't it? It's the progressive liberal agenda, and it's corny as fuck. It really is.
I don't understand. They keep doing these movies that bomb at the box office. And they keep on doing these movies like Star Wars. Now it sucks. They keep on doing the same shit. What's it? Ghostbusters. That movie was shit, right? Because of all the feminism, and they still continue to do movies like that. Like, when are they going to realize that they're losing money? I don't understand. Or it's like just the agenda that matters.
Well, listen, I don't want to put the Irishman on the fucking cinemas, but they'll put Brokeback Mountain and stuff like that. Brokeback Mountain, I can go on there.
Why? Okay, Stu.
Not the Irishman. Fuck out of it.
I can't understand how
Here in the Philippines, a lot of the local movies from their country, they're about gays. You know, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, I'm
Gay
sure
comedy.
everywhere in the world there's going to be a little spot where there's going to be a city or something where it's all about the global homo agenda. That's basically what it is. That's it.
Yeah, but they're losing
And
money. I don't
say
understand,
homo
man.
as
Like
it
it's
is.
Everywhere they try and preach progressive politics,
Yes.
it's fouling them.
Yeah.
Everywhere, because I think people are actually progressive enough without being patronised and and being told that they're not diverse enough, sort of thing. I think if you look at this
it's gone
panel
too
here,
far, man. Like they say.
I mean, look how we all get on, man. We've
I
got no
look at it
problem.
like this. I look at it in this aspect. It's on who you love, what do you want to love. It's on the perspective of the person or the individual that's having the relationship with the other person, whether they want to be with the same race or whatever. I had my chance to be with a Hispanic girl, but things didn't work out.
They paid in the ass.
It changed my narrative, and I wound up finding someone else that was in my same hunger on what I wanted to be, and in my own perspective, and even though we're both are not, me and my wife were like the opposite, but she keeps me centered same way I keep her centered. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, that's the beauty about finding love, is that you find somebody that they're the perfect person for you. And they might come in a different package deal than you might have thought in the beginning. And that's fine, right? That's great. The problem with the world today is that they're trying to force agendas. Not everybody. Look, France, the president of France actually went up and made a speech. Now, I don't know if this came from his heart or he was kind of forced to make this speech. But he basically said, and this is scary to me, he said, France is not, they're not giving birth to enough mixed children.
What?
And he was going to take action on that. That's called genocide. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Like, for instance, making you, and now if you want to, which is beautiful, right? You meet somebody who's your partner and they happen to be of different race, basically just different appearance. There's nothing wrong with that, right? But imagine somebody saying, no, I don't care if you love your own. You're going to date who I tell you to date. And you're white, you're going to date this Asian girl, this black guy, or whatever the case may be. Okay? No, that's got to come from the heart. You don't force nobody to love someone. That, especially when you're doing it in the name of diversity. That's a slick way of saying, no, we want to genocide certain people. We want to genocide white, black, Asian, whatever it is, or maybe all. We want to kill off.
Maybe they want more control.
Yeah, they're pushing a narrative towards your opinion. Oh, your opinion don't matter. You don't have this choice. No, fuck you. I'm independent.
Right.
I have a choice. I have a mind.
Yeah, they want to dictate. Like the collective in a way. Like who are they to tell us what to do, anyways? Right? It's just the government. See, that's the thing. We're supposed to be the government in a sense, right? But now we see the government as this separate entity that can't. Go ahead.
If you look at the numbers, whatever country you go to, the population overrides people that work in government. That in terms of like political aspirations, like whether you work in parliament, you're the president, whatever the case may be, right? They need us to be civil because we can overthrow them anytime we want. That's it, right?
But we don't even realize it, or most of us, man. That's
the problem. Is that's the biggest trick in the world.
Because they treat us like sheep.
Exactly. That's the biggest trick. That's the biggest trick in the world. They get us on stuff that we need as individuals. That's where they get us. And not only that, most human beings of any race, color, race, religion, whatever country you come from. Most people are peaceful people. They don't want no problems. You know what I'm saying? They just want to go home, be left alone. That's it. So the government is smart. They know what they're doing. They got some smart people at the very top that knows how to control people. But if we wanted to, we could flip the shit and be like, yeah, look, Trump, fuck off. All you leftist Democrats, go eat a dick. And that's it. We run this shit now.
Hey,
recognize.
Most people are peaceful. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yeah. See, like, okay. I'm going to use it in a sense, or I'm going to say it in a sense that it's not going to get too personal in my life because it's part of my life. But it's like, okay, when I was dealing with all these women, and they were different women. Some was Italian, some was, and all through my life, I was like, okay, with the Puerto Rican girl, it didn't happen for me. So I chose who I'm with now. And even though that choice, it still had a dictation in it, in a sense that, let me give you an example. The person that I was with, her parent said, oh, you shouldn't be with him. He's black and this and that sense. And yet she fell in love with me because because the whole conversation between me and her was honest, because we've been through relationships and all that stuff. Okay, well, what the kicker was, after that happened and all that stuff, and we had kids and all this stuff, I had to parent that same person that neglected me because she alienated me because of my race. She came and went and sat down next to me in front of a dinner table in my place and looked around, and I was like, hey, are you okay? She said, no, I just want to tell you something. I said, what? You changed everything that I stood for, and you showed me that you gave me love regardless of what I thought of you and what I told to my daughter about you. But here I am in front of you right now saying, I'm happy that she made the choice that she made, because I didn't need the gratification of her saying that, but she had to come to me honestly and said, you know what? I made the mistake. And I still love her no matter what happens, no matter what she thought of me. I didn't marry her. I married my wife, which is a part of her. And to show her respect, I still gave her the respect, So no matter what people may say or do or talk about, you have to be your own man and do your own thing. And don't worry about repercussions from other people, because the repercussion is nothing. You just let it fall off like water off a raincoat. You know what I'm saying? Because they're not living your life. So live your life.
So when the government tells you to do this, like, fuck them, or the government, whatever they are now. I don't think they get a government. This elite.
The only, with all the respect, you boy, the story I didn't like when you said one day you came home and you got that Doberman, the warlock breed, and you found him with no balls because your wife cut him off.
Yeah, I understood that portion, because he was being aggressive toward, because he smells my daughter, female, and plus he was still a puppy, so I understood her point in doing that. But he gave us 13 years of raising up my kids, and they were happy, and he was a member of the family. You know what I'm saying? So regardless of the whole situation, it came out fine. So you can't really get upset at the idea. You could get upset at the moment, but in reality, life changes and you have to adapt. And that's what we are. We human.
I'd be pissed if I go to the next town over and come back home and I see Lobito with no balls. I'd be like, hey,
Oh man! In the chat, Marcus R says,
You'd have to start calling them Lobita. Lobita.
I think in the chat, Marcus R is saying, I came here to hear about how AJ is a clown. What is this?
You've been talking about I'm hearing about how
AJ is a clown.
Listen, how many hours have we spoke about this fight? I mean, we're talking about 20 hours this week of this fight.
How long have you been on,
How
Stu?
much can we talk about this damn
I fucking
fight?
forgot.
About 4 hours, probably.
Yeah, we talked enough time.
KJ did good. He did good. KJ, he boxed off the back foot.
Yeah. He
Damn right.
The same crowd.
There's nothing else to say on
No,
that
there's
fight.
nothing. It's over.
What
It is
else
over.
do we need to say that we won't be repeating?
Over.
It's over.
I must clown. Do I amuse you?
Back to the bottom of the file. He's gonna have to work his way up again, and that's it.
Rockman's in trouble. I'm telling you, it's over. You gotta admit that was the hater coming out of him. Admit it.
Yeah. Lennox is I don't know. He for sure he's jealous of AJ. That's for sure.
Yeah, because he wanted to promote him in his earlier career.
Really?
Yeah, AJ Lennox Lewis wanted to promote AJ when he was coming out of the Olympics.
Yeah, but Matchroom had much more to offer, right? So it's like it's only logical that AJ ended up with Matchroom. But do you think that's why he still has a grudge or some shit? Or I just think he's jealous overall because they have the same career in a sort of way, and now even more since this is like the only one call us.
The UK really follows AJ from the beginning, where I think there might have been an issue with the fans of you in the UK and Lennox Lewis earlier in his career.
Stu, interject on this one.
Stu would know.
Well, basically, what AJ is saying that when he has to like mention something about him, why does he do it at like an open platform like YouTube? Why doesn't he do it like Vladimir Klitschko does? Personally.
He has no class.
Yes, like the constructive criticism comes like by me, sending a tweet or saying something that everybody finds out.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he said about Klitschko, right? Klitschko, AJ said Klitschko, at least he does it on a personal level. The constructive criticism he tells me in private. Unlike other people, and we know who he was referring
people
to.
say that's a man. Only a man does that.
Yeah. So Lennox Lewis, why he does it in public? I don't know.
I'm sure Lennox Lewis made a lot of money.
Hey, why does Marquez do it to Canelo? Why does
Marquez too, man? Marquez, you guys don't know. He's very critical of Canelo publicly. Even Nacho Berenstein. Nacho Berenstein said, like, "Oh, when Canelo fights, I watch a soccer game." It's like, what the hell? Like, why would you even say that? Like, I don't know.
Like he said, he's not a saint of his devotion.
You know he's not watching a soccer game. He's watching that fight. Canelo gets knocked out.
When you don't like somebody that much, you're watching their fight. I don't care.
Yep.
Exactly. It's like when Wilder's fighting, I cannot resist not watching that fight.
but the thing with Canelo, he's got a hard chin to where if you want to see him get knocked out, you're probably not gonna get it. So, and he got a good defense, so it's like, man, it's kind of frustrating.
Too bad Kovalev didn't take it hard on.
Dude, if Canelo could take Triple G punches in the first fight and he spent his head sideways, Canelo got a jaw.
He has a fucking chin, I have to admit, though. The only guy who could, probably the only guy who could beat him would be like at 175, and I'd say like Beterbiev.
Beterbiev's the only guy that could probably hurt him.
Yeah, hurt him. But
It's
anybody
Floyd.
68 right now, I don't see anybody hurting him.
If Callum Smith can't hurt John
You would
Ryder,
have to fight like AJ.
Yeah, Callum Smith is an enigma. This guy fights very well sometimes, then fights like gives a shit fight. So I'm not sure about Callum Smith now.
I don't know what to think of him. One week he looks world class, the next week looks average.
He look a little dehydrated for 168.
He might be. He's like 6'4", no? 6'3". I mean, that's crazy for a
6'3". He's listed at 6'3".
That dude is a freak.
He might be bigger than that. He might be taller than that.
He needs to move up.
He was standing next to Gilberto Ramirez, and that guy's really tall. And he was towering over him.
Hang on a sec. I need to get Jonathan Morrison here, man. Come on, man. You can't make comments like that. He's saying that he thinks AJ might have a better legacy than Lennox Lewis because AJ's beaten everyone in their prime. Come on now, man. Come on, Jonathan Morrison.
First of all, okay, look, I'm not going to say...
Guys, I'll let you deal with this one. I'll keep defending Lex. You can deal with this one.
All right, Lennox Lewis put a period in his at the end of his career. There's period marks, meaning it's over, right? It's over. Now, he's beaten all the top guys in his time. He beat them. He beat the upcoming guys as well. He knocked them out, right? Yes, the guys around the superstar fighters in his era, he beat them when they were older. But you got to remember something. Lennox Lewis was just as old as them. Same age. Okay? The only one that was older than him was...
Tyson kept ducking him for years. So did Holyfield. What can he do?
Yeah. Okay, now...
Rid it both through the
there's a lot of truth to that. Anthony Joshua hasn't done that. So you can't... Now, I agree that he has the better... Okay, you put it in perspective. Do you want to say he has the best resume out of the elite heavyweights? I would agree with you on that. But Lennox Lewis, he's got a long way to go. Remember, Lennox Lewis beat the Tyson Fury, the Deontay Wilder of his time. This guy hasn't done it.
Andy Ruiz of his time. I think David Tua.
Well, you beat David Tua, who was an upcoming guy at the time.
His prime.
Right, he beat him in his prime. He beat what was his name?
Michael Grant. Don't mention Michael Grant.
Michael Grant.
No, this guy was doing this shit.
Michael Grant was unbeaten and knocking everybody out.
Yeah,
so
who was he? I remember that was a question. I remember it's like, who did he beat? I think he was coming off a good win against
Andrew Galata.
Yeah, and then he lost to Lewis, and then he lost to Jamil McCline.
Yeah, probably.
So he wasn't even that good. And then he was with Teddy Atlas and something.
Listen, it was a dangerous guy.
No, that win, I'm sorry. That's like, nah.
You know, Lennox didn't really want to fight him. He said, all right, look, the guy earned his way. Everybody's asking me to fight him. I'll fight him. Fuck it. You know, I mean, I know he's not that good. I'm just going to show it to you guys and just so we can move on.
Listen, look. At the end of the day, if you want to know how good Lennox Lewis was, just look at the end of go to his resume. Just look right at the bottom in his last fight. It says a W against Vitaly Klitschko. That sums up everything you need to know about Lennox Lewis.
He did bust him up, and that was, I mean, that's how you can win a fight, right? You can win by a cut, and he fucked up.
Well, I mean, listen, his fist caused the punch, the damage.
Yeah.
Part of boxing.
That's a legit win.
Blame the referee for stopping that fight.
It is legit. Yeah.
It's a legit win, man. That is a legit
and
win.
It was a good stoppage because that was disgusting. I don't even know. Like, remember the eye was... That was one of the most disgusting cuts I've ever seen.
Vitaly's eye looked like Alistair Overeem's lip last night. Did you see that?
I saw a picture, yeah. What the hell was that?
Oh, fucking hell, man. His lip was hanging. Oh, it's disgusting, man.
It looked like if he hit him one more time, something in his face was going to rip off. Like, nah, you don't take that chance, man.
No, Vitaly. I think Vitaly had about 200 stitches in his face. It was in his mouth, 2 eyes,
between his mouth and his eyes.
Yeah. Wasn't that Vitaly's last fight?
Yeah.
That was Lennox Lewis' last fight. Lennox Lewis's last fight was against a young, strong, hungry Vitaly.
So and he won. He was younger, listen, I guess.
Did he get beat? Did he get beat? Obviously, did he get beat legitimately after that? No.
Yeah, no rematch. That because the rematch didn't happen. That's
Lewis
also,
knew he wouldn't win. It doesn't matter though. He got the win. He knew he wouldn't win in the rematch. Vitali would have come back even stronger.
Yeah,
But
Vitali would have knocked him out this
can
time.
AJ still have a better career than Lennox? It's possible.
Of course he can. It's not finished yet.
No, of course not.
Yeah, it's not over. It's not.
It's not over yet. Yeah. I just feel with, like I said, when you look at the resume, there's a Mike Tyson on Lewis's record. There's a Holyfield, and all right, there's not a Riddick Bowe in the pros, but there's a Riddick Bowe in the Olympics.
Riddick Bowe ducked him openly.
Yeah, he beat Riddick Bowe in the Olympics to take the gold. Do you know what I mean? So his resume speaks for itself. Shannon Briggs was like a dangerous guy when Lennox Lewis beat him. A real dangerous guy.
Tommy Morrison, Ray Mercer back to back. That was pretty good too.
Razor Ruddock. He destroyed Razor Ruddock. No one did that.
They're dangerous fighters, actually. Yeah.
Tony Tucker.
I don't think Razor Ruddock was dangerous.
Only like one loss.
Okay, but is AJ on the right path?
Yes.
Oh yeah, we'll see after the next fight. It depends who he fights, isn't it?
Yeah.
Pulev. If he fights Pulev, then no, he's not on that path yet.
Well, okay, no, but he already has a bunch of wins that are acceptable in the sense that they're pretty good for the current division that we have. He lost, he came back, so he is on the right path.
He's on the right
Nobody's
path.
gonna
It
fight.
depends. We don't want him to go backwards and start fighting the guys where he went. Like the Takams didn't do him no favors. That you know.
Point.
You start, like I said, you start fighting fighters well below. You start getting dragged down to their level, and
Let's go through it real quick. Let's go through it real quick. Anthony Joshua's best wins: Vladimir Klitschko,
yeah,
Dillian White, Parker. He beat
Povetkin.
He beat Andy Ruiz. That's five decent names.
That's good names. Good name.
Man.
Especially when you've had only 20 less, you've had less than 25 fights.
Has 3 belts. Has 3 belts out of the 4. Yeah,
that's the best resume in the division. But I just think Tyson Fury has the better wins on paper. A fresher Klitschko for a start, and for me a win over Wilder, which just pushed him to number 1 for me. Josh was number 2, but all round resumes, Josh was better.
Yeah.
Well, we got
like I said,
yeah.
Lennox Lewis has got a Vitali Klitschko on there, and you know that's a massive win. And then you put Holyfield Tyson there as well, and then you put David Tua was a great win because David, recognise David Tua was a monster, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. I mean, look, I think that he suffered from just being way too short, but if he touched you, that's it. You're going to sleep, and like.
Well, he
had much more power than Andy Ruiz.
In that fight.
Way more power than
yeah,
Ruiz.
he was a dangerous guy, man. Dangerous.
He would have knocked Ruiz out. He's the kind of guy that can knock Ruiz out with a punch. One punch. It's over.
Well, Lennox Lewis' career is complete now, so
yeah, it's complete. It's over.
Yeah, we somebody in the chat who was saying that AJ, I don't know who said it, Stu. Somebody was comparing
AJ's the clown.
We can't do that right now. Of course.
Listen, if AJ goes on to beat Fury, Wilder, then Usyk, then he's in the conversation with Lewis, isn't he? Of course he is. As one of the great heavyweights of all time. We've got to put him up there. But that's miles away right now.
Hey, Stu, to those names that you just mentioned, add maybe some of the up-and-comers. Hunter,
White,
Dubois. And there you
White.
have it, man.
Yeah.
You can throw some of them. In there. Look, we're not saying that. Let's have him go through every single opponent and win. He might take a loss, and just do what you did with Andy Ruiz. Come back and win the fight. Maybe this time you might have to knock. You might have to knock the guy out this time.
Yeah.
And he could have a better resume to where if he loses and doesn't necessarily avenge it. It doesn't have to follow the same path as Lewis. Everybody's their own man.
Well,
just because Lewis lost 2 fights and he avenged him doesn't mean he has to do the same.
True. I mean, he could beat the guy who beat him or something like that. Yeah. There's many paths.
It makes me laugh.
Didn't rematch Purity. He didn't rematch Corey Sanders, right? And he moved on to do other fights.
You're right, huh? Well, his brother avenged the Corey Sanders loss, I guess.
Yeah, look, here's the thing. Look at Vladimir Klitschko, right? So Vladimir Klitschko gets bombed out by Corey Sanders in what was it, 3 rounds. He doesn't come back and fight him. He calls his big brother and says, or maybe the big bro said to him, don't worry, little Vladimir. I'll take care of this. And he goes in there and beats the shit out of him.
If he dies,
Vladimir,
If he dies, he was
dies.
God.
That's a cop out.
Vladimir turned out to be a legend. You see how things work out now. Look, they're brothers, so
yeah. And he did the same for him against what's that guy, Chris Bird.
I was gonna say that.
Exactly.
Man. Yeah, I was waiting for
I think Vladimir had to go and do something else with his fucking career. Change his style up completely. Probably had to have a couple of warm-ups before he fought Corey. But the time Vladimir got into a style that was going to suit him, Corey Sanders was well past it. Was getting beat left, right, and centre. So Vlad probably didn't need him after that. But I think Vlad would have fought him again. Vlad's fought everyone. There's not one guy Vlad hasn't fought. When you look at. You go down Vlad's list. Let's be real. David Hay was a real dangerous guy at the time. People probably laugh at that now, but he was dangerous then. He fought David Hay. He fought Povetkin, unbeaten gold medalist, knocking everyone out. He fought Pulev, who was this guy that everyone was talking about. Fucking was coming through. He's going to be a world champion. He's fought Tyson Fury. The list goes on and on. Vladimir ducked nobody.
Can you see something about Corey Sanders' hand speed? Against those big heavyweights, always a problem, and we saw that with Ruiz and AJ. And so, I don't know, it's going to be interesting watching Usyk in the heavy division because he has hand speed. Well, he obviously doesn't fight like fucking Corey Sanders. But that's why I think Usyk has a very good chance of doing great things. Just his hand speed, the way he moves. These smaller guys, I think, are making a comeback, man.
Let me tell you something now, right? People not Tony Belly, right? But they're underrated. The guy is a very good boxer, yeah, as a cruiserweight, and he actually took the heart of Tony Belly, just totally outboxed him in the end. Realised it wasn't working at first, made a few adjustments, and then just started totally taking over Tony Belly, right? Tony Belly's a very good boxer. So Usyk, there's not many heavyweights out there that are going to outbox Usyk. They're going to have to land one punch and hope it lands. That's what they're going to have to do. Throw one big punch, hope it lands. They're not. None of them.
What you think, Stu? The way that Hunter performed up against an old Povetkin, and he had a close fight with Usyk, well, up to like the end.
Listen,
cruiserweight.
Yeah,
does that tell you something?
He nearly died in the ring that night, like Hunter, didn't he? Let's be real.
Yeah, listen, man. Povetkin is a very underrated by some. It depends on who you're talking to. He can be an underrated heavyweight fighter. This guy is. Look, I get it. He hasn't won like
2 years ago. Recognized 2 years ago. Povetkin
he would have sparked.
You got to do it for your father. For your father.
The tank was not there anymore. Just running on fumes, slow. Like I said, lunging into shots, well short, getting rocked with small. Come on, man.
Michael Hunter's a fine boxer, man. He's a good.
I like Hunter. I thought Hunter was poor though.
He's missing a few things, and
he's a bit sloppy in those combinations sometimes.
That jab, you can't. You've got that jab. It's so poor. You've got to get respect with the jab. You've got to take them off their rhythm and take them off their balance, or make them reset with the jab. But it's doing nothing. It's just he's flicking it out, and he can get countered. Anyone with a good boxer with a good counter punch is going to take his head off when he's doing that. He needs to get some venom behind. Like look how controlled Joshua's jab was. It won him the fight, and that's what the jab should be able to do. Believe it or not, you should be able to win. Good jab can win your fights, but Hunter has got a terrible jab.
For a small heavyweight, he tried to step out there early and hurt Povetkin and surprise him in the first round. But when the experienced Povetkin weathered the storm, he wasn't prepared for that. He lost his shape, Hunter, in the fight, his form. First round, he tried to go out there guns blazing and surprise Povetkin. He actually hurt him.
Mm-hmm. Shepherd says, can't wait till Usyk gets slept. We all know why that is Shepherd's Bay, don't we? Don't like to see the white man winning fights, do you? Shepherd's Bay.
Shepherd Bay can't wait to see the white man get
Usyk, Povetkin put Hunter on Queer Street with one of those uppercuts that I saw him.
In the third round, man, he fucking almost knocked him through the roof.
No,
Yeah, he could have been
no. I
counted
think
as a
it was
knockdown.
like in the 10th round before the bell sounded. If you go back, I believe is the 10th or 11th round, one of those rounds in the last second, Povetkin threw a left uppercut, and what's his name, Hunter had his arm over Povetkin's right side. He threw the left uppercut, and then he stumbled. Like you see his feet, like
I saw
shit.
that. Yep. He also hurt Povetkin. He hurt Povetkin late too.
Yeah, Povetkin looked horrible though, man. When Hunter came out early, he looked like he actually looked like Andrew Gallotta when Lennox Lewis floored him. You know that face he pulled. That's what Povetkin was doing. He was so shocked at the speed that Hunter came out at. It took him a while. It took him a while to fucking get relaxed and get into the fight.
You see, that's what I mean, Stu. Povetkin is one of those guys too. You put a little speed on him. You put him to fight guys his size, he's gonna have a great shot. Unless you're just way stronger than him and bigger than him. He could go in there and fuck up a big man. I bet you he probably prefers a big man
but
a
that
guy with speed.
That tank
smaller guy than him with speed.
He ain't gonna have the tank to do
Povetkin's
that.
problem now is father time.
Yeah, that's the problem now. I agree with that, G. But I think he would have. You know something? I
Listen,
think 5 years ago, he might have knocked out. He might have knocked out AJ.
Why you think Deontay Wilder, when he came with that Austrian and all that stuff,
exactly.
He didn't want to fight him. He did not want to fight that young of a Povetkin.
Listen, he thought Al Heyman was going to bow him out winning the purse bids, but when the Russians come out with 21 million purse bid, Al Heyman fucking soon went into hiding, left him there to take the fight in Moscow. We got to come up with an idea. I bet the CIA were involved with that one. Get out.
Fucking CIA got involved in that shit.
So we got to get Wilder out of there. Let's fucking try to get a fucking rescue team, Navy SEALs.
They probably asked the Mossad to do them a favor.
Can you imagine?
Help me.
Wilder never would have. What the closest Wilder would have got to fucking Russia is watching the fucking Rocky IV training when he was in Siberia. That was about it. He ain't going anywhere near that place, man. He saw the snow. He saw what Rocky had to go through. He's like, nah, man, not for me.
Apparently, he's trying to get in good with the people over there from where you're at, right, Stu? Because he's building like cafes or a cafe.
What?
And endearing to the Brits, right?
Yeah,
this is Wilder.
Listen, Wilder, right? Wilder's more popular in the UK than he is in America, so.
Yeah, it's true. I saw a video and there were fans and shit around him.
Wilder, that's how fucking stupid Wilder is when he made out, the UK are just racist, don't like to see a brother doing well.
He said that?
He said that, man. Like, when
what an idiot.
But this is where he went wrong. He don't realise not all UK guys are fucking Joshua fans.
That's a stupid business move on his part.
Stupid. He said it a while ago. It's been forgot about because we're not like crybabies. But no, yeah, he called us racist because I know hate to see a brother doing well in America or something like that. So I mean, there's
but not in the UK then because they support Joshua.
They were racist. Hate to see American brother doing well. Something along them lines. A paragraph.
This guy doesn't even think before opening his mouth. Like it's just ridiculous.
I don't remember exact words he used, but that was it. And everyone was fucking getting a bit annoyed with him. We've showed you love when you come here, man. You've got enough respect. People asking for your autograph, taking pictures. You get more love in the UK than you do in America. So this is what I mean. It's so stupid. You didn't realise that, but now it's starting to click in because he's over here quite a bit now. And if you're saying he's opening cafes up now, it's good. Look, I'm glad he's doing things like that. While you've got the money, Deontay, invest it in things. It's a good place to invest, London, isn't it? Let's be real. You get yourself a little home and good place to invest. So yeah.
What's the cafe called? Till this day or something?
To this day.
Marcellus.
Wilder might be smarter than people look. I think the kid might be saving his money. I have a feeling there's a good chance he's not as dumb as talks.
I think Shelly Finkel's giving some advice,
which is good.
Look, Wilder might. Don't be surprised if Wilder starts fighting in the UK, man. The money's not. They can't keep paying him that sort of money. and get nothing in return. It's going to stop soon, and he's going to be back on 1-2 million fucking fight passes, which he's not going to do. No one takes pay cuts today. Let's be real.
Handing out free tickets, no, not free tickets, but 90%.
No one takes pay
Yeah.
cuts, mate. Once your company starts paying you a wage, you're never going to go back down to the wage you got before, are you? It's just not going to happen. So
You see,
it's true,
they
isn't it?
handed out a lot of tickets, but the tickets that they did sell they were overpricing them.
The only place
to compensate for the others.
The only place that he can make money, he can stay in the States and sign with the zone, or he comes to the UK, get some deal with Frank Warren going.
Frank
or
Warren?
go. Yeah, because Frank Warren still has BT Sports.
Oh,
They've got
and ESPN, I guess.
They've
He's
got
working with ESPN, right?
Yeah, and Top Rank as well. And let's be real, BT Sports got more subs than Sky.
Oh.
Frank Warren is the Crows.
He's just not putting on the cards. That's his problem. But he could go there or go and fight in Saudi Arabia. But right now, America is only so long before they pull the plug on Wilder because he's not bringing in the money.
My issue is I think he's going to lose against Fury, and now what's
Yeah,
next? I mean, we know
be
he
the
can get outboxed, and now we know he can't knock somebody out. Or, fuck, he might even get knocked out. So the whole aura of this guy, doesn't matter if he loses round, he's going to land that punch. That aura is going to go away after he loses.
What's going to happen is he's going to fight a master boxer, right? And a master boxer doesn't mean he has to be the best in the world. He's going to say, okay, so all he's trying to do is land that one punch. I know what to do. I'll take it from here. Okay? It's going to happen. Somebody's going to get the rhythm of him in the city. It's going to be the most embarrassing ass whipping.
Exactly, embarrassing. And what's going to happen next? He's already not really a superstar, so now it's going to be even worse after he loses.
Like I said, don't be surprised. Don't be surprised, right, if Wilder starts taking fights in the UK, because like I said, there's nowhere for him to go unless if he loses to Fury, that is, because Fury's not going to give him another match. Yeah.
Sure, he'll go to
Fury's
UK, get that knockout train going again by fighting
He'll go and fight. He'll go on there, sign a deal with. It'll end up happening. You watch it. I can see it now. He'll sign a deal. If Frank Warren, even Eddie Hearn, he might even fucking. Do you know what I mean? Forget about all that nonsense and sign with Hearn, and he'll sign a deal to fight Dillian White and all the other guys in the UK. Usyk and people. Massive fights in the UK for him where he can make big money. And Wilder is pay per view in the UK. Not when he's fighting Luis Ortiz. He's got to be fighting one of the big guys. But he can be pay per view over here, and he can make some good
watch
money.
him not
Get a bit
worry,
with
he's not going to worry so much about the loss thing. You know, obviously, don't get fucking embarrassed. Don't get knocked out like Paul Williams. Like I can see that happening to him soon. But
us UK guys don't care too much about losses. You've only got to see the paper. I mean, Chisora's been on pay per view headlines. Dillian White's he's lost.
David Price.
David Price. I mean, you know, we don't care about losses too much. You know, Kell Brook was still pay per view when he got smashed to pieces by Golovkin after that. Not fucking Chris Eubank was pay per view, not on Sky, but he was on one of them. So after his defeat, so defeats don't really matter over here. So he could come here and still make a living. In America, it's a bit of a different thing. Like you said, Floyd brainwashed him to think that the zero means everything, and you got defeat, then you're a bum, sort of thing.
Hey, why did Tyson Fury come out with the comment that he kind of turned his back on the UK people?
yeah, because they love Anthony Joshua. It's pissing him off. I'm telling you, man. Be careful with Tyson Fury from here on out. He's dangerous. Wilder better be super ready. I'm not saying he's gonna definitely lose, but I ain't gonna be shocked at all. Tyson Fury goes in there and puts down a fucking statement.
I got a feeling. You're fucking tired, man. Been on this for ages. I got a feeling.
Me too. At the same time you're yawning, I'm yawning too.
Yeah, me too, man.
Yeah, I got a feeling.
I got too much testosterone
running through my blood. I got a feeling he's going to go for the stoppage. He can't go in there and try and nick it on points. Not with them judges over there. He's been robbed once. I mean, you don't go to the same place and get robbed twice. Surely not. So I think he's going to need to go there, put it on Wilder, watch Wilder.
It's funny.
He's gonna knock him out.
As more time passes by,
as
more time passes, it's more acceptable that fight was actually a draw. Like time people forget.
Yeah, I know what Gonzalo's saying. He's saying as time goes along, people just accept the result. But It's still
Yeah.
it's still fresh in my mind, and that's good enough for me. And Fury won that fight. So listen, it could go all wrong for Fury. He could go in there, get caught in the first, and then we'll be sitting there. We won't know where to turn with them fucking savages winding us up for the next 6 months. Do you know what I mean? So that's what makes it exciting. You just with Wilder, you just don't know what's going to happen with him. He could get the KO. He could be on the end of one. You just don't know with him. That's what makes it kind of exciting.
Wilder needs to take Michael Buffer's way, meaning you want to make this extra money, go patent that phrase to this day.
Yeah, there's some really like hardcore, diehard Wilder fans. It's interesting.
Listen, listen. There's people saying in the chat, Fury can't punch. Fury's proved over the years he punches hard enough to stop you on accumulation of punches, or where you quit, or where you just lose heart. He's hurting you. Let's be real. Derek Chisora's as tough as they come, and he fucking beat the quit out of Derek Chisora.
If Fury can't hit, how is what he weighs like 280 something pounds, 6'9"? You telling me if that man don't put all his body into a punch when he got you already dizzy, you telling me he can't knock somebody out? That's bullshit.
A lot of the time, Fury's not landing clean when he's putting it all into the shot. He's not actually landing clean. That's the problem. But when and because he mixes up the power, doesn't he? He'll do like little fucking range finding shots, and he'll follow through with a big one, and that's what he does. But he's no fucking Wilder when it comes to power, but I think he's the sort of guy that could beat you up. Josh Warrington, look at his record. He doesn't look like it. He's got a poor record when it comes to knockouts, but when you're in there, he's constantly hitting you. It fucking hurts. And so I don't know, man. But I think Fury can stop Wilder. I do.
Accumulation of punches can hurt anybody.
Yeah, he's stop him, but the thing with him, he wants to get his boxing going. He don't want to like turn over his punch to where it takes a lot of time before his hand recoils back because he's gonna get countered because he's so long. So he just want to keep his hands going and keep his offensive busy.
Someone in the chat's got a question for me. Let me quickly get onto it because I have to keep switching over. SSB28 says, Stu, should Fury get rid of Ben Davison? I'm not sure if it get rid of. I'm not too keen on Ben Davison, to be honest with you. I don't believe he's this master tactician that everyone's telling me he is. I didn't see it in the first fight.
Why,
I thought he got
he's
it.
young?
No, not because he's young. Because he got it wrong. He got it wrong.
Yeah, he seems to like.
Listen, they're not the right.
Speak like he knows everything on the fly too well. Like even when he commentates about other fights, he's like
those tactics were the wrong. Those tactics were the wrong tactics to fight Deontay Wilder. I'm not a boxing coach, and I can tell you that. You know, then the date it nearly cost him. Why is John Fury, Tyson Fury's dad, beefing with him at the moment? Doesn't like the guy. Doesn't rate him. Wants him to go somewhere else. He wants Tyson to go someone else with another trainer. Doesn't rate him because
he had Freddie Roach in the corner too, Stu, and apparently they had a beef between Davidson and Roach.
Hang on a sec. He said the tactics that night were terrible, and they were. You do not stand at range with a guy like Deontay Wilder for 36 minutes. You know, just because when you look at Davidson's tactics, he was saying, "Oh, you just keep jabbing him and just keep doing." He had to get inside and put it on Wilder. Wilder was there for the taking. He's telling Tyson to back off and keep it at range. No, you had to be inside. Take Wilder's range from him and beat him up. He's there for the taking. And negative tactics, and it nearly cost him. Let's be real. Look at the 12th round. He was a fraction of a second.
That's why they brought Freddie Roach in the corner so he can help him. But they had their beef because they weren't agreeing.
Because Freddie would have told Tyson to step on the gas and get him out of there. You don't leave a guy. You don't keep leaving the guy alive to fucking to take his shot at you. I know. I'm just like. Don't mean kill the fucking guy, you know what I mean? But you have to get him out of there before he fucking gets you out of there. This is Wilder we're talking about. He's strong to the last second of the fight. He proved that against Fury. That was late on in the fight. Look at the power he showed. You get him out of there, you take his guns from him and you fire yours. not fucking stick that range in the line of fire. There you go, Wilder, land one just there. Nah.
Hey, Stu, it's just like when through the whole fight, how Tyson Fury was demoralizing him and taking his confidence away from him through the whole press conference and all that. And if that was Freddie Roach, which Freddie Roach, I know he's an offensive minded fighter. Once he knows you got him hurt, take him out. Maybe that was probably the reason they the father was like, yo, why in the hell you ain't listening to him? He has more knowledge than you.
Jackson's in the chat, keep having his little digs, saying, but you must have got it right. He won the fight, right? Listen, he was a fraction of a second away from taking a KO loss, a fight that he was dominating, right? Look, it was just Tyson Fury's ability won in that fight, not Ben Davison's tactical genius. Let's get it straight here, because if anything, Tyson Fury could have made that fight even easier if I was in the corner. Let's just say, and I'm not pretending I'm a boxing expert, but I know the tactics to beat Deontay Wilder, and it's not what Ben Davison was telling him what to do. Because Gerald Washington tried that, and it worked for a few rounds. How did that get him? Luis Ortiz was doing it in the first. You can sit there and box at range for so long. Spilker was the same. He's going to catch you eventually. You've got to get him out of there. Asleep.
Especially when you had the opportunity. Especially when you got the opportunity to put some hurt on him. Yeah, because he's not real. If you look at Wilder, the people that get him hurt is like Ortiz. The first fight he had with Ortiz just gassed out. Now imagine if it was a prime Ortiz. You think he would not have got Wilder out unless they had a silent deal? But we're not talking about that. We're talking about if it was factual and didn't have no underhand deal or anything. And yeah, I think Ortiz would have got him out of there if he was younger, but who am I?
Hang on a sec, Boogie. Let me just read these comments, because we've got a guy here. Where is it? Hang on a sec. Buddy Aces says Fury was in better shape than he was against Wilder. Sorry, Fury was in better shape versus Wilder than he was versus Vlad. Get out of here. That's not the case. He was in better shape than Vlad. Anyone would tell you that. He'd been out the ring 3 years. How can he be better? It's all right looking good on the outside, but we're on about
conditioning wise.
Conditioning.
You can lose a lot of weight and be skinnier, but conditioning wise doesn't mean you're the same.
Exactly. It's all about timing as well, and it's about match practice. The sparring doesn't give you that match practice where you can get your timing right and your fitness. And it's just, no one knew what Fury was going to turn up on the night. How can you say it was the same Fury?
Plus, he was younger.
Listen, Freddie Roach, he had the right idea that night. Ben Davison didn't. Ben Davison thought he'd come out with this tactical masterclass to make him look good, not to win the fight. Very Joe Gallagher-like. Narcissist. It's all about them. I mean, he had the cheek to come out and say, after the Joshua performance, he was a poor man's Tyson Fury. He's a pure, why be disrespectful? Like, who are you, Ben Davison? You've fought one title. You've been in one title fight your whole career.
It seems to me like Tyson Fury got a good boxing mind himself. Sometimes you don't need somebody to give you a lot of instructions just to keep you focused doing what you have to do.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of fighters know what they're doing. They just need to have somebody there to keep them on the straight and narrow.
If world-class fighters just need the simple instructions. There's no good. The thing is, a lot of trainers, they'll get a world-class fighter and they'll try and change everything, and then you sort of send them backwards. You have to use what they do, use their tools, what they do well, and just tweak a few things here and just give them simple instructions, because these are veterans in the ring. So it's like Tyson Fury has been in every situation you can be in a boxing ring. Been dropped, been fighting away from home, been out of shape, have to dig it out, been schooling people in second gear. He's done it all. So He doesn't need some fucking guy that's barely left school. You know, how to win a fight. He should know that already. Ben Davison should be there just for when you've just been knocked down, you've gone to the corner, and just a few simple reminders what's going on and what the instructions are. You know, tell him, tweak a few things here and there, but it doesn't have to be. Well, you're going to do this, and then 30 seconds into the round, try that shot. But if he tries this, do that. You ain't thinking all that. You're fucking tired. You don't even want to hear that. So it needs to be simple instructions and good instructions. I think Freddie Roach, he does that. I think.
How about like don't clown around?
Yeah.
Because that's what's happened, right? Ultimately, in the end,
trainers try and make it about them.
If he would have told them, "Look, stay, don't clown around, stay focused," that would have been a different story. Because if you know the fighter, I would say if I already know that Tyson's going to resort to these antics to give a show, to try to irritate the other guy, and it's the 12th round of a fight, and I know my fighter, I'm gonna tell him, hey, don't mess around.
How long did Billy Joe Saunders last? How long did Billy Joe Saunders last with Ben Davison? He's back with fucking the Ingle already. Didn't even last one camp, did he? I don't know, man. How long was it? That's what I'm saying. SB in the chat, I think, says Ben Davison's more of a friend than a trainer. I think he's got the basics down to a T, and he might be a good trainer. I just don't think there's nothing that kid can teach Tyson Fury. Nothing. Tyson Fury needs a experienced head in there. Even someone like Buddy McGirt or a Roach or even an Ingle himself. I mean, I know he gets a bit stick, but he's a good trainer, Ingle.
Abel Sanchez turned him into a puncher.
Yeah, he tried Abel Sanchez, but couldn't handle the big bear training and left after about a week, didn't he?
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
It might have been. The big bear was he couldn't barely breathe up there. He just said, "Oh, fuck this, man."
He said Abel Sanchez worked him too hard. He wasn't ready for that.
Yeah.
Platoon style, right? Like in the military.
Yep. That's how Abel runs his camp.
He doesn't like any help. He'll even wash the towels himself. He don't like people helping him do the chores or anything. Yeah, like Golovkin leaving him, I don't think that was such a good idea.
That's why you have to give Virgil Hunter all his credit. I know Virgil Hunter gets a bit of stick on this show, but to take Andre Ward from a kid, and that's a true trainer. To do what Brendan Ingle used to do. Dad, sorry, what's his the old Ingle, Brendan Ingle, the old one. What he would do with Nassim Hamid and fucking all these fighters, with Junior Witter. You know, he had loads come through. You know, took them from kids, took them to world class fighters. Even Johnny Nelson turned him into a world class fighter, and that's some achievement alone. He was terrible at one time. So they're proper trainers. Freddie Roach, I mean, Freddie Roach has got lucky with a lot of his fighters because his name and reputation alone has got him big fighters.
Yep.
Yeah, what the fighter makes the trainer.
Yeah.
He's getting a little older. He's not the same. He still knows his shit, but he's just not the same. He's looking older and more weathered down.
Hell, look at the fight that he wasn't even paying attention when Pacquiao was fighting or something like that. I think it was.
Yeah.
I think
sometimes his concentration's not there. And what happened with Jacobs? Because a lot of people don't know about this, but I would assume, because I didn't find out about it just recently, that he dropped Rozier because he didn't want to pay him for the Canelo fight. He only gave him about 1%. They say you should earn 10%. So he was voicing his thoughts in a couple of videos that I just saw like a couple of days ago. He kicked Andre Rozier to the curb too.
I think that's why Adam Booth keeps losing his fighters, because he's expensive. David Hayes said that.
Yeah, but if you've been with a guy for like let's say 10 years, many fights, and he's not earning, and then when he finally gets that big money, then you're gonna tell him, "Oh, I'm not gonna give you." I'm not saying get 10%, but when you say I'm just gonna give you 1%, it's kind of fucked up, right? What do you think?
Yeah, man. Yeah. I was just coughing there. Sorry, man.
Because I wonder, like, what the deal with like Pacquiao and Roach and Freddie Roach was for the longest time. Because Pacquiao made a lot of money. If like it was cool to where it wasn't even about the money, but he obviously still paid him well. They had a good working relationship.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like I said, when you're on Pacquiao's money, you can afford to give away a couple $100,000, can't you, to your trainer?
Yeah, and like with these prospects, these kids, a lot of the fathers are now getting involved, and they're the trainers themselves.
Of course they're getting involved. Of course they're getting involved. You even look at Danny, man. If Danny's giving his dad 10, 15%, Danny made about 4 million to fight Matisse on the fucking Mayweather undercard all them years ago. So what's he made since? So Angel Garcia's done very well from being a trainer. So it's good living in it.
Yeah, instead of giving it out to somebody else, if your father,
that's it.
Even like Porter, that's his manager. I don't know if he's his trainer, but he deals with a lot of that stuff.
To be fair with Sean Paul, I believe Sean wouldn't be the same fight without his dad around. I think Sean's that sort of kid that needs his dad's approval all the time and just needs him around him, sort of thing. That's how it seems to me. Fucking still lives with his dad, doesn't he? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think Kenny's just. I think Sean likes having Kenny around. So, and Kenny's done a good job with Sean. Let's be real. Sean's a few robberies away from being a great all-time great welterweight.
Yeah, there's a lot of interest, I guess, on the parents, the family side, like prospects like Ryan Garcia and this and that, because there's a lot of money to be made in boxing nowadays.
Well,
some live off the name, like Chavez was fighting Jacobs. Yeah.
Hatman was doing a thing about why Peter Fury and Tyson Fury fell out, and apparently it was Tyson Fury. This is what Hatman heard. It's not 100% true. He heard it from someone that knew from the Fury camp, sort of thing. He said that the Parker Huey Fury fight obviously was on YouTube, wasn't it? Nearly fell through because they're struggling to get the funding. So Tyson Fury funded the fight. I'm not sure how much he had to put in, not all of it, but he helped fund the fight and get it on. And he was meant to get his money back afterwards, and they never paid him back. And Peter Fury never paid him back, and they started arguing over it. And then Peter Fury tried to say, "Well, you owe me money for this. All them years, you owe me money for that." And I think it went from there. So,
oh damn,
that's what I mean.
It's funny.
That's why you really should keep business and your family separate. That'd be my advice. But obviously, boxing's such a
and they're like a mirror. They're in mirror image of each other. No, he looks a lot like the father and speaks like him. I could see how they would argue. Clashing personalities.
Yeah, a lot of them do make their wives managers. I mean, Benito Donaire, Tim Bradley was one of them. I think Kevin Kelly.
Mosley, his father. Was it Mosley? Mosley and his dad too?
Mosley had a different missus every month, so I couldn't have been him. Who's it now? Just me, you, and who?
I'm here.
Fucking hell, Butcho, man.
How long has this been going for, man?
I'm ready to go when you are.
Well, I'm done, man.
Yeah, me too.
Call it a day then.
Well,
I was waiting for
the records still here.
I want to leave sitting there with some silence. Do you know what I mean?
And he's been on since yesterday from the beginning of the undercard.
I'm ready to end.
The zone.
I'm ready to end the show, but I just didn't want to leave it.
All right, man. Well, just tell me when you want to bounce, man. I'm on Skype.
I didn't know you were there. That's what I'm saying. I forgot you were there, man.
Yeah, man. All right. Well, it's your show, so close it, man.
All right, that's about it, man. That's all you get from me tonight. I'm done with fucking boxing for a couple of days. I need to recharge the batteries now. But you've had what? So, well, you've had a show every night, 2 sometimes. So
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
Good content.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend you.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I kiss you on the mouth.
No, I'm not cool with that. I'm sorry. One more time.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I mean, I'm dealing with degenerate animals.
I'm disappointed in everyone. Totally disappointed in everyone.
All right, come on.
Honestly, I can't do it no more.
I'm disappointed in everyone.
Let me tell you why.
It's gonna be alright, Nicky. Go ahead, shoot.
You just killed a fucking man.
What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, because you got nothing. You don't got a thing. Yeah, because you got nothing. Got nothing.
I want to get out. I want to get out of this rat hole. I want to get online. I need
BDA Boxing.